Okay, we're streaming. That's let's see if it connects to the studio before I make my call. It's like start sending us your video from your streaming software to go live. It says excellent connection now. It says no data to display. It says it's okay. Let's see if this works before I even try to start a call. Okay. This must be that new slow internet that I've signed on to. All right, there we are. Excellent connection. Okay, now we do the call. All right, first thing I do is I open this up, then I press the Meet Now button, and I press the audio call, and we'll see if anyone responds. Okay, I pressed the audio call, and there's that megabits per second, 75 megabits per second that I've signed on to. It's higher than that, we know, because we ran the diagnostic, and it's well above 80 and stays there. They can't throttle it below that because I'm in San Francisco, thank God. I'm in Tech Central, so there's no way they can throttle me below. But except right now, I'm the only one on the call. It's like I'm calling myself. Okay, now they're adding other people. Says they're connecting. It's like Doug Dietrich's connecting to himself. It's so am I calling myself or what? It's all really weird. Well, hopefully nobody's messed with the software of Microsoft Teams. We're gonna ask everybody in studio. T-Tank Barry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother. Mwah, love you dearly, T-Tank Barry. And just finished up the last of my food supplies that I had stocked up for in case the Oster didn't arrive, so I'll be trying that out tomorrow, assembling that tomorrow. And yeah, so I'll certainly update you, and that way we can find out what goes on if I need to return it, which I'm pretty sure we won't need to. It should be fine. This is really scary. The call is calling only myself. Are you getting a call, T-Tank Barry? By the way, are you getting the Microsoft Teams call? Because it only shows my face when it's connecting. I expect it to say it's not reaching anybody soon. Something went wrong. You can't receive or make calls right now. Please try again by restarting the app. Holy shit. Okay, so how do we do this? This may not work tonight. Holy fucking Christ. Okay, so we start how do we restart the app? We close it. Okay, and how do we do that? Fuck. JD says negative. Okay, thank you. So it didn't reach out to anybody. We are going to try and close the app. Close. We're going to try and restart it, and we're going to see if it can work. The call, that is. Okay, so it was just transferring messages earlier. I mean, like minutes ago. He says those fucks are at it again. They are. Okay, we're gonna press Microsoft Teams again, see if it restarts. Let's see if this works. Now, the other day we were able to restart it multiple times and it worked. So we're gonna see if that happens this time. It says I'm here after the restart. We'll see if call works. Okay, thank you. So I'm able to get that from him. Okay, Samuel Romero is calling me from a group. Okay, let's answer that. Okay, I'm trying to answer that. Okay, it seems like says it's connecting me. Let's see. And if it doesn't work, it'll give me the same message. Oh, I hear you. It says it's still connecting, but I hear you. Okay, and Aristides. Okay. So both of you, let's see if both of you register along with Brendan Zoget. Let's see if you all register on the online broadcasting software. Yes, thank you. Welcome aboard. And so that's Brendan. Excellent. Sammy and Aristides, both say something, please.
Everything cut out. Hello?
Hello?
I hear you.
Can you hear me, Doug?
I hear
Everything
Sammy.
cut out, but I think I can hear you now.
Okay, I hear Sammy, and I hear Brendan. Yeah. How about you, Aristides?
Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, and you're all registering. Okay, so I don't know how you guys did that, but thank you so much for doing that. I take it.
Yeah. Brendan started something. I set a meeting though, not a call. I don't know. So are we? Is the group call out to everyone? I don't know yet.
The group call, well, I don't know about that, but at least they can hear us. Us, the ones who are on this call.
Yeah, this is a different call than the one I started.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I think we're good then.
Well, I don't know about that. Everything is displaying very strangely. It's taking. This could be because the internet is slightly slower than it was before, but I know that's not the case. It's somebody's actually messing with the call. So because it's doing something that it's never done before, which is like just behaving strangely. Now, we had that problem with our latest episode before tonight's, where the call started behaving strangely, and I was afraid it might have been because I was distracted by incoming messages and pushed the wrong button, but I realized now it was some kind of sabotage, and something similar is going on tonight. So I don't know what the one thing I can think of is for Aristides in particular, or whichever one of you decides to take the initiative. I would warn against everyone doing it at once for obvious reasons, but somebody pull straws if you wish, but because Aristides is traditionally the executive producer, it may as well be you. Can you try and add other people onto the infinite call, or is that, or maybe
this
Brendan?
Is the infinite call.
This is the infinite call. Okay, so that means you called everyone else who's on the infinite call as well.
You started this call.
Wait. See, look,
well, I didn't. I didn't. No, not me.
I'm trying to access. It says only 4 on the call.
Well, we know
so then maybe when I clicked meet now, it just called everybody.
Yeah, no, you don't want to meet. You want to call. So we should end this and do the regular call.
Mm-hmm. Whoa, no. I don't know about that.
Yes.
I don't know about that.
I don't know adding 1 for 1. I don't know.
Adding 1 for 1. Can you try that, Brendan? How about you? Can you try that?
I think, but we want it to do the same way as it always does, hit everybody. I think it's fine. We're on a call. It worked, so I think it's fine if we just try to restart.
Can you guys hear me? Because the call display just disappeared. Okay, somebody hung up. All right. Vicky Johnson says hello, Douglas. So let me give her a kiss. All right, add emotes. I don't know if that's going to work because I don't know if anything's working tonight. It could be my internet is just totally fucked. And if my internet's totally fucked, there's nothing we can do about it. Okay, we're downloading Microsoft Teams. Okay, which it might be going through some kind of update because that's, we'll see. Says it's downloading, and anyhow, Vicky, I do notice that you're out there. Shout out and love. All right, come on now. Says it's downloading Microsoft Teams. We'll wait till it does that, and in the interim, we'll do our best to try and get ready for tonight. We do want to bring everybody on call simply because it's so much easier to work that way, but we can't do that until Microsoft Teams downloads. Okay, so we're going to see if that happens at all. Or it may have downloaded and it's still up to me to... Okay, so, all right. Something's going on. Now the entire display bar is disappearing. And the computer, which was operating fine and interfacing with the Microsoft Teams fine until, minutes ago... all I can say is that we're doing our best, and everybody maintain your patience because this is what happens when you're the son of Adolf Hitler. And Real Tech Geek says support Douglas Dietrich, folks. Thank you. That's touching. All right. Microsoft Teams is displaying nothing right now. It's displaying a big white screen. Says chat. Microsoft Teams slowly evolving on screen. Supposed to be going through the motions of we're setting you up. Yeah, they're setting me up, all right. Yeah, I'll call this just another minute. Almost there. Sounds like somebody who's got an erectile dysfunction, like premature ejaculation, is fucking me up the ass. They're almost there. It's a promise to come at any minute or something. It's okay. Dear God, why? It says thanks for hanging in there. Yeah, it says that's what it says. It says thanks for hanging in there. Yeah, they're left hanging now. They're fucking flaccid. Okay. All right. We're gonna see if we can do something. All right. I'm gonna. This is so awful. This is this is one of those, life is hard enough, and they make it harder. Okay, they really do. Okay, we are on this. We are going to try and do an audio call. All right, I'm going to press that button. Everybody who's on a call, hang up now, because I'm pressing the audio call. Hang up if you guys are talking to each other. Hang up. All right. Now, Aristides is marked with a fucking red. Before I do this, you're marked as red, Aristides, which means something negative, I presume. I'm not getting any details on even who you are when I click your little button there. Say something in the text again, Aristides, the infinite call text. Say I'm here in the infinite call text, then we'll make that call. Otherwise, you're not coming on the call. Okay, so let me call these guys and see if they're not talking to each other on a different phone call, because I suspect that's what's going on. Give me a second here. It means I have to go off of the... I better have this cell phone next to me anyway, because this looks like one of those nights. Oh, what a way to start the night. Okay, let's try and give Aristides a call. Okay, John Doe is typing. He's got his shit together. He says, we have it started, but do the same thing always, and you should join in. Okay, is that the way it works now? Let's go towards... I don't know about that. We have it started, but do the same thing you always do, and you should join in. Okay. All right, we'll give that a try. Okay, let's see if that works. We're going to, all right, go in, breathe. We'll do it their way. We're pressing that audio call. It'll probably say everybody's busy or some stupid shit, or it should bring me right in. Let's see. Okay. This is slow. We know it's not supposed to be like this because we've already operated one show in which it did not behave like this. So we know it's not the speed of my internet that's doing this. Okay, so this looks more normal. I'm having more of a normal display. It's calling everyone. Oh, now Brendan says be right back. Of course, now he's like taking off when he's the technical expert on this. That doesn't help. That's then again, he's probably at work. Okay, John Doe, are you hearing any ringing? John Doe? I take it nobody's hearing any ringing. That this is like, it should technically be working, but it's not. When we spend half the opening hour pulling this shit, it never helps. But, this is the perils of producing. This is the perils of producing using absolute minimum resources that we have available. John shows Aristides as available. Status. Okay. Nobody's picking up, so that advice doesn't seem to be working. Is anybody picking up? Okay, he's not hearing any ring then. It just says it's connecting. So let's see what it says. Something went wrong. You can't receive or make calls right now. Please try again by restarting the app. Okay, so we're just going to do it this way. And it says, sorry, we couldn't connect you. Let's see. I tried to pick up the call again. See that? I didn't really have a choice. Yeah, there we are. So that did not work. That did not work. But I was on briefly with somebody. Somebody there? Respond? Okay, that was so weird. Okay, that was really weird. Because we heard somebody for just a second there. It says here, error, YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Hello to Incubate, who's there saying Douglas, as if that helps. It's kind of like, okay, I know my name. Thank you, Incubate. That's nice. Right now we're having terrible problems with technical difficulties. Okay, so John Doe is typing. He says he's got a missed call from Brendan. So what I need all of you to do is, okay, it looks like Aristides is there now. He's finally there. So we're going to try this one more time. And so, okay, Aaron Tice is calling me from a group. All right, I will answer that one more time, see if it works at all. I'm guessing it will not. And, okay, so we'll see. Aaron?
Hello.
Hello. So, okay, so.
Hello.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear
Let me
me?
try to check who else that everybody is invited. It looks like everyone invited.
Okay.
15 participants.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Now let's see if you register. Say hello again.
Hello again.
Yes, you register. Okay.
Right.
So we're registering. We're not doing very well in connectivity to the studio, but that should change. There's nothing much we can do about that, and that's oftentimes the norm. The numbers are regular for this amount of time, people starting to trickle in. And do me a favor and okay, so T Tank Barry says Aristides is crystal, so he could read my mind. He got in there and said what he had to say. We're glitching with the studio, but that seems to be stabilized. Now we've got an entry into the chat from Aristides. So okay, Aristides, take it away with a blurb.
Okay. I'm probably going to try to do a quick version because some things here are going about the same as the call thing is. So,
okay.
Yeah, make sure to hit the upvote right away. It's needed for the algorithm. There are some jerks that do the downvotes, sometimes maybe with bots. It affects Douglas's ability to get out there and make a living doing this. So hit that upvote, of course. Make sure that you also hit the subscribe button, or make sure you're still subscribed if you did, and turn on the notification bell. That's a little handy, pop up that'll come up on your device. You need an account to do these things, so please try to make one if you don't have one. Once you have an account, under your main account, you can create sub channels, normally for different types of content, but each of them can do its own upvoting also. So so I've just put a second upvote using that method here, and let's see what else. I'll also make sure to upvote the previous program, or once it's not live, there'll be comments, a pinned comment there. Actually, let me go check that. Did the last one. Douglas put a pinned comment there. It was crucial info. Please put that so it doesn't get disappeared. I'm doing that now. Please try to share the YouTube link from the browser bar. That will stay the same when it's not live. The PayPal link is in the chat. Try to keep that in there. If you cannot find that, it's easy to just go to PayPal. Just put PayPal in any search engine and get to PayPal, and either put Douglas's first and last name, or his handle there is, well, it's actually right on the thumbnail here, Douglas D. Dietrich. So you should be able to find him there, and I don't think you need a PayPal account to get him paid there, just a credit card, I believe. And that is, I think, the short of it. So upvote, send money, and those are the main things, right?
Those are the main things. I mean, you're doing great. Don't forget to tell people who are capable of doing so to download and re-upload wherever they can, but also to subscribe in such a manner that they ring the notification bell, because they and always check, because they will be unsubscribed.
Yeah, well, it's never happened to me, but it could happen. So just give a little glance there. It still says subscribed, and for me, the notification bell on is it's transparent, means it's like the same color as the background or whatever. I don't know. Just click that. Click it a couple times. You'll figure out what it's doing. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, the good news is I was able to emoji the message from Aaron Tice, which says Teams isn't letting me join, says I need to adjust settings, and I was able to send a message onto the Infinite Call saying do so and jump back on bandwidth, Aaron Tice. Presumably everyone else is having that same problem, or they would have rejoined, especially Sammy, since Brendan had to take off due to work responsibilities, at least for a few moments. Right. What we're doing right now is the biggest problem is interfacing with the internet, because we're going very slow right now. I noticed that the screen share needs to be re-established, even though it seems to be ticking in the sense that it's registering people who are listening into the screen share that I use for whenever I take a break. But I'm trying to reload it because the screen share isn't serving its purpose because it's not moving, which means that if I were to take a break, then ultimately the computer would go into sleep mode, which then becomes problematic in terms of restart. So we need this screen share when we're on. It's definitely part of the program. And it's one of the few that's 24 hours. It says 11 hours, but it's basically 24 hours. So the biggest problem right now is trying to get it working again. Other than that, let me take a look at my ability to access or interface other windows that I have up. And I'll try and shut down what I have up as soon as possible, just to maybe help this work more effectively. Let's see if we can shut some of these things down, and if that works at all, because one of the biggest problems with interactivity can often be the number of windows you have up. Okay, so that should help a little bit. I have a few of them down. We're going to try again with this. Let's try this down. Shut that down. And so I'm just progressively shutting windows down, which could be the speed of my internet that when I have but it shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be, because again, I'm at a higher level of internet than the rubes produce their shows with, their little right-wing propaganda pieces out in the middle of the boondocks. They have far less microbits per second than I do. They operate on around 30 out in the middle of certain places like redneck California and whatnot. By the way, I'm not being an asshole about the names. There are places in California that have names that pretty much go by shit like that. It's pretty astonishing. You'd think they were made up as a joke. Okay, so I'm shutting down another window. Let's check the oldies in the coffee shop screen share that I use. Press the skip button. See if they go over to playing something, and that at least... Okay, we've got movement. So that at least is something. Nothing else seems to be showing up other than the movement, which is disturbing and distressing. But let's say this. We've got interference going on with interfacial capabilities with my internet right now. It's not the speed, it's interfacial interdiction. So not unexpected, but at the same time, yeah, it is. It's like, I actually can never believe they take me that seriously. It's to really wonder. It's like, why? It's at any rate, we'll take it as a compliment and try our best. So what I'm going to need is some level of reassurance throughout the evening. Just going to need constant grunts for at least the first 10-15 minutes from Aristides to reassure that I've got somebody on bandwidth with me. Okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excellent. So I didn't know you were on because I can't interface and I'm not really seeing what I'm dealing with. How long have you been lurking there?
Just about 30 seconds. I had to adjust settings out of nowhere.
Okay.
I had to search how to do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then go into like the deep iPhone settings and allow Teams access to my network, which never had to happen before. So this is random and new.
Yes.
And you're having internet issues. So it's just like 2021 all over again.
Oh, man. So all I can say is thank you so much for joining. Are we sharing company with anyone else? Aristides, are you still with us?
I'm here, and it shows Aaron Tice.
Okay, good. So that's just the three of us for the moment. Bless you both for joining us. And, of course, feel free to join us in the text box. To our
is Aaron there? Detail. Can he talk?
Yes. Yep. Yeah. I'm here and I can talk. Yep.
Okay, good.
Okay, and you hear him. Good. And let's try this, Aaron. Let's see if you register on online broadcasting software by having you answer the question of how long we're gifted with your presence for tonight.
I'll probably stand for about 20 minutes or so.
Oh man, that's not too long.
But I'll tell you what, I'll try for a half hour. Let's get you through this technical difficulty era if we can.
Well, you're definitely registering, and thank you for sparing what time you can, considering all the responsibilities you yourself have. I definitely want to catch up with you on the research that you've been doing into my past episodes. I'm impressed you were able to find what you were looking for. And obviously, we won't have much time for me to go very in depth while you're on air with us tonight into the quantized mechanics of magic. But we will, of course, make that happen. And what I will do is start sending you little bits of text to speak more about quantum mechanical magics and why all of this has become the province of physicists as opposed to magicians in the traditional sense. They're essentially working magic with physics, and that was recognized, of course, in the Department of Defense back in the 80s. So, all such having been said, you were looking for this. One time I mentioned Bootstrap, and the Chinese physicist behind it, ethnically Chinese, and but with United States citizenship, a naturalized American. And you might remember that Peter Moon had just extremely passing interest, if any at all, and was doing his best to pretty much avoid the topic. He was not interested. So give us your impression of the entire affair then. And of course, if you wanted to bring something else to our attention before going there, by all means do so.
Well, it was a formative episode for myself because when you're seeking a ground base, a reality base, you look for absolute truths. And in the conspiracy genre, you're looking for what the hell is happening in my world. And I remember listening to those two transmissions and going, oh my God, this is an exact definition of what's happening and has been happening. And it was one of the most groundbreaking episodes I'd ever heard. And it was hard to process, and I've been so busy, but I knew about the date it was. I knew it was around September 2021. And when I really put my mind to it, I had to remember the cover picture that was on it. I remembered the proper cover picture, but I remembered the one before it. So that's why I sent you the one previous, and then I found it in the next episode. Now, this ties in. You explained bootstrapping, magic, and the Edomites, but this ties in with there's somebody Joe Rogan has on. I forget who he is. He's got a brother. He is Jewish, but he's brilliant, and he explained that everybody's after Jeffrey Epstein for the human trafficking, but Jeffrey Epstein was absolutely funding and plucking quantum physicists all over the world as well, because he was hijacking science. So this all ties in together, really, if you think about it, with modern, actual, present-day events. I'll try to find that clip as well.
Please do.
Yeah, but exposing Jeffrey Epstein as someone who was hijacking science through blackmail, as well as government officials everywhere. It's very telling, and this ties very much into your explanation of quantum physics as per magic for the Edomites. Does that make sense? Is that coherent?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm so glad you were able to get that on record so that if people don't get it the first time they hear it, they can always replay it until they get it. Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes, as you well know, these take a few replays before people, get it. Yeah, but by all means, continue along that train of thought.
I felt it was, nobody talks about that sort of thing. And it was just so revelatory. And I think with Aristides' interest in engineering and how we have similar background, his is much more detailed. But, loving Callum Coates and Schauberger and the history that we have our hands on, I think I'm going to send Aristides the episode as well so he can review.
Please
because
do.
I think it's right. Yeah, I think it's right up his alley. Aristides, I think this will really interest you. And Peter really didn't say a word through the entire transmission and didn't have anything to add, which tells me he just wasn't interested. At the time,
I don't believe he was even listening. I honestly don't believe he was even.
I don't think so either. And at the time, he was making his time travel videos, which I never watched a single one of them. I couldn't really stomach any of his stuff really at that point. But it was just a very transformative transmission. And you went on for an hour or two, and then, to add gravity to it, I mean, they cut your Skype feed. I don't think your Skype feed's ever been cut.
Yeah.
It was the only time. It was the only time the Skype feed was literally cut. Like, you were
Right.
logged out immediately. You
Yes.
didn't know if people could hear you. You couldn't log back in, and the only reason you were recorded still was because YouTube was playing in the background recording.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely. So you remember that, and
Yes,
and
yes.
and I think because you know what? Now it's piecing together. For those of you out there listening, what happened was prior to tonight's transmission, just minutes before tonight's transmission, our man Aaron Tice sent me some notifications about this situation, which has been developing over the past 48 to 72 hours. Over the past 2 to 3 days, he's been researching this episode, and he basically found that and began a series of communique sporadically, but on having reviewed it, he sent me more of a succinct, detailed little text that synopsized his how this blew his mind, how pivotal this was, how important this was. And I said, well, we'll talk about this when you next show up on transmission, at which point look at what happens tonight. And this is just minutes before transmission. We had this exchange. And Aaron can testify to that, right, Aaron? And so
Absolutely.
This is via cellular text. And so
Yeah,
obviously this was reviewed, and they decided to make certain that our communications would be rendered as difficult as possible. So continue.
Yeah, and let's see. I don't know if I can send this.
Yeah, everything is in question.
Yeah.
As to whether. John Doe, who is T Tank Berry, asks Eric Weinstein. So yes,
Yes.
okay,
Yes.
so-
Weinstein. Yes. Weinstein discusses on a different podcast. It wasn't Joe Rogan's podcast. He discussed it on another one about how people don't understand Epstein and the fact that Epstein was actually hijacking science. So this is a screenshot. I took this screenshot because it would only show for a second. I couldn't actually see it to read it, and I needed to adjust my settings. Now, I've joined Teams on this phone and another phone regularly, and all of a sudden tonight I could not. As soon as I
There we are. Here's the screenshot. Teams needs permission to make and receive calls. Go to settings and allow Teams to access your network. How in
So, of all the apps that had access and permission, Teams was turned off tonight. I did not turn it off. I have not changed my settings, and I've joined on this phone multiple times. So if that doesn't
on
speak
this
volumes-
call, you've joined on this
Yes.
specific call multiple times.
Oh,
But-
5 at least, maybe 6,
Yeah.
yes. And
Yeah.
I got kicked off all times, yes.
Well, while we're still talking, because God knows what they'll do next, let me tell you what this brings to my memory. Of all things that this brings to my memory. And do confirm that you can hear me. So I do appreciate, reciprocative grunts or affirmations that I'm being heard. And
Yes.
thank you. I mean, it
Or
really
like
helps.
Fraser Crane.
Yeah,
I'm here and I'm listening.
Right. That's which is basically what a psychiatrist is paid for, and God knows all this
Right.
is really a form of therapy that we perform in public. But all such being said, and it'll get more so in just a moment here, or we'll all need therapy after I express what this brings to my mind. But when we're talking about how Peter Moon was not listening, or certainly displayed no interest in what I was saying about quantum mechanics, which he paid for dearly later in his life, as he, within a relatively short period of time, within a few years, as he tried to summon Ubosathla and command various powers of great immensity without having briefed himself or listened to Douglas Dietrich about the quantum aspect of what he was doing. He would pay a price for that, and as far as I'm concerned, all that's left of him is a claymation sock puppet of somebody who was never really there in the first place, in essence. So he's even less than he ever was. In his own sense, a kind of Evan Asser, albeit in the most febrile and shadowy sense, as opposed to that of the potent sense of the figure, Dr. David Lewis Anderson, to whom he serves as the Renfeld for. But as
Yes.
with the Renfeld, he has his own particular quirks that stand out. Renfeld, of course, stood out for eating bugs and behaving maniacally. And Peter Moon did so in his own way, though we only became more and more aware of it as it slipped out. But one of the things that Aaron Tice confirmed for me that Brendan Zogit had always intuited or suspected was that Paula Masson bought all the food, and that essentially she was buying fruits and vegetables. And I never thought about it because, of course, I'm not a person who thinks like that. I've never been. It's bizarre and it's hard to describe, but I've said before, I really appreciate the taste of food. Of course, I'm not one for sweets, and sweets are very bland to me, or are simply too strong or too repulsive. It's odd, but like Brendan Zogit said, it's part of my vampire taste buds. Not everything can have the rich taste of Ecor, and somebody who's geared towards appreciating that taste obviously is not going to like sweets per se. But that being said, little thing we can go into later physiologically. We don't need to dwell on that tonight. That's just more of a trivia thing for future education. But all such being said, because of that, I would completely just forget some of the things that Paula said to me that I should have paid much more attention to. Now, one of the things I told Aaron about, that Aaron and I discussed while he was here physically in San Francisco, was the fact that Aaron, of course, like anybody with common sense, was saying, well, if Peter was only butt fucking her, how could she have gotten pregnant? And as I said, no, he really was only butt fucking her per her complaints, but because the vaginal genitalia are so close to the anus, his sperm literally ran out of her anus into her vagina, at which point she rubbed it in and said, now I might be pregnant. And that was a cover for the fact that she was indeed pregnant by someone else. And I pointed out that because the other person was colored, the child could have come out as half-colored, and Peter still would have assumed it was his because he truly believed he was half black, and he just would have thought the recessive gene would have come out and that this would have been the heir to the Montauk throne because he believed himself truly to be the Montauk Pharaoh, which again was related to me at times by Paula. But it was one of those things that it's so insane, you just ignore it because you're just trying to get him to get the book done, and you just know you're working with a madman, but you just want him to get what you need done, and you don't care if he believes anything, no matter how absurd it is, as a personal indulgence. But that being said, when I had pointed out to Aaron, was she really, buying the food? And he said, yes, Aaron pointed out Paula was bringing home the food. And it reminded me just now with what he was saying about Peter's behavior was that Paula mentioned she would purchase, by Peter's request, lots of fresh cucumbers every time she went shopping. And that it was when he was butt fucking her, he was using the computers to loosen up her anus because she was anally virginal. She was an anal virgin. So he was using and he mentioned to her that, of course, the peanuts in your shit, it's what I call peanut butter. And that brought us back to his live on record, on transmission on my show, talking about shoving a cucumber up a developmentally disabled child's anus and saying the lube was peanut butter, which Brendan was always jumping on, saying, who the hell uses peanut butter as lube? Now it reminded me, no, what he's referring to is the peanuts in a person's fecal matter, coating the cucumber he's shoving up their anus, which he would then proceed to eat the cucumber. That was his delicacy. That's what it all reminded me of. So that was something, I hope it's understandable, that I repressed. It was one of these things that was shared while Paula was venting that I found so, just like, this is something that I just wanted to get the job done. I'm going to let her vent because it's therapeutic. She needs to vent. I wanted to let her get it out. At the same time, I didn't disbelieve her. I never disbelieved her, but I just had to, try my best to comfort her at the time. And then through the successive use of drugs and other forms of indulgence, I simply forgot it. But there you go. So that gives us further perspective on this individual that we were suffering the company of for a long period of time, simply in the hopes he would get a job done, which he never had intended to do. And I do hope that Aaron understands at this point that there has never been a time where Peter began to switch, where Peter, there was never a time where Peter was saying, oh, I've had a good talking to, though we do believe he was intimidated physically in the last few conversations we had with him, the last few communications. We feel, I would insist that despite that being a real thing, that he always was the enemy, because he always kind of expressed that. And that brings us back to what he said about Herod. So if you could bring up what he said about Herod, please. If you would.
First of all, we should all take a moment of silence and regurgitate after hearing about Peter's delicatessen.
Yes.
So yeah.
And the fact that on my show, which both Aristides and Aaron Tice can testify, he brought this up on my show about shoving a cucumber up a developmentally disabled child's ass while trying to say it was someone else doing it, yet describing it in great detail.
Yes, indeed.
With great pleasure. With great pleasure. Was that not the case? He recalled it with this sense of this.
Yeah, we all knew. We all knew that things were winding down.
Yes, thank you. I'm so sorry if I don't laugh. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, no, I get it. So, in the discussion, well, no, it was around the discussion of quantum physics and the Edomites, and it was before you went deeply into it. I think you just didn't have the energy the first night on the first show I showed you. Now, the original show I sent you, I won't disclose the date at this point.
Thank you. That's probably for the best. Wise choice.
Yeah, I remembered the photo. Like I actually found it through like a memory of the photo around the approximate date.
Thank you.
And I don't think you had the energy to go into it that night. So you basically let your subconscious dwell on it, and then you dove into it immediately on the next transmission.
Yeah.
But when Peter was talking about the Edomites, he was like Herod, King Herod, and he went into two different Herods. I say Herod. My English is poor.
No, don't worry about it. These are ancient terms, and we don't need to overdwell on the technicalities of the pronunciation. But continue. Yes.
But he said, I know Herod was, a historical figure. Peter the apostle, he's very questionable. I don't really believe in Peter the apostle. It's not, it's a questionable figure. And it was very similar to the time. Multiple times he said, well, Jesus isn't real. He's a societal archetype. So it's funny how like you can attach to Herod, who killed all of the firstborn male children,
specifically to try and kill Christ. Yes,
correct. So like he knows Herod was real, but yet he mentioned two of them in the same breath, like, oh, this Herod and that Herod. But yet Peter is a questionable item, and I don't believe in him. He's not a real historical figure.
And clarify for our listeners that Peter is speaking of Peter the Apostle, but we're talking about Vinnie Barbaric under the pseudonym of Peter Moon is speaking of Peter the Apostle being the a false historical figure, a construct. Go on.
Correct. So it's very telling, and he was very crafty in his wording, but he very much brushed over it, but he couldn't help but say Peter is a very questionable figure. I don't believe in Peter. History does not illuminate him as real, but Herod the Great was real for sure. I know. Yeah. So it was just very telling.
Yes.
And at the same time, in those transmissions, it was back during Jameson's days, and Jameson definitely back then was showing his insanity. I never really listened to Jameson, so I didn't really how insane he was.
Right.
But trying to find the pieces that I was trying to find, I was forced to listen to all of it, which was painful.
Oh,
but Jameson was very
tell people
very much
how this. Could you share with us, because I do believe that this is important because of the tolerance that Peter had for Jameson until he found out that Jameson was binding him with spellcraft. That was.
Well,
but
they were discussing spell books and who to go to for controlling spells on the jinn, and talking about who is the the Muslim gentleman there, the Sufi.
The so-called Sufi Salman Sheikh. Salman
So
Sheikh.
they were all discussing spells and binding, and they're all very open about it. So the parts that I had ignored for all those, I never really listened to those parts. I enjoyed your dissertations on subjects that I previously never knew anything about. I ignored all those parts. I probably should not have, because I would have had an insight into who these people were sooner. Right. So that's my fault. But yeah, that's what I.
But don't spank yourself too hard, because seriously, insanity is a disease that is contagious, and we protect ourselves by rejecting insanity when we hear it. Yet
that's fair.
Yet part of the horror of these individuals is that they would casually, while I tuned out, because as I said, I would often go through the internet and try to look for topics to discuss in the sense of news and current events, while these people droned on with each other. But while I was tuning out to them, because as you know, I grew up in the Presidio military base, where the constant background noise behind me was men discussing the intricacies of child rape. Very similar to the way Peter Moon was discussing his cucumber delicacy to each other openly, or discussing occult spells and spellcraft and binding of others. And it was similar to that kind of conversation, which is why I had such an incredible envelope of tolerance for it as just background noise, without even, you might notice I would go silent while they were doing that, because I really wasn't listening. I myself was tuning them out when they would get into the details of this.
Yeah, which I thought was bonkers. I was always in the chat telling, Doug, are you hearing this? What the fuck?
Good point. Good point. Thank you for pointing that out, and thank you for joining us. And so please continue with your thoughts while we're blessed with Aaron's presence. Continue with your thoughts on that, with that input in mind, dear Aaron. Thank you. Oh God, is he?
Did you want me or Brendan?
Oh yeah, Aaron, because your time is less with us tonight. So,
okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. So yeah, Brendan, I'll send the episodes to yourself as well. But yeah, it was kind of like, it was it's been on my mind to find these for a long time.
Yeah.
Because it was a formative time when I was listening to these, and I remember saying, "Oh my God, there's literally nobody on planet Earth talking about this right now." And when you can tie it to, T-Tank just mentioned it was Eric Weinstein. It was Eric Weinstein. And I'll find that clip and share it in this chat, probably tomorrow if I have time, talking about the quantum physicist that Epstein was blackmailing. So it's not just...
And by the way, just before you go on, Aaron, I do want to remind people, I want all of you to understand, there was one time that... who was the man in the wheelchair who was such a famous physicist? Someone help me with that. Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking, yeah.
Stephen Hawking was caught at a strip joint, and it became a tremendous scandal that impacted him somewhat, at least for a while. It blew over eventually, but I could never understand what everyone was tripping off of when the guy was at a conventional adult strip joint where all the women are well above adult age. I mean, you're talking about well over 18, and and he's basically a straight guy in a strip joint, and it's like, so fucking what? But the point to be made here is that what it betrayed was the American public. After the atomic bomb, physicists inserted themselves into the spiritual realm and tried to present themselves as having the key to the universe, and they were often consulted by theological organizations because they were believed to have a closer contact, or they were one step closer to God than even priests or deacons or religious representatives. It was insane. But this culthood of physicists became such that Americans have been indoctrinated to think of them as having the moral standing they would expect from a preacher or a man of God. And what Epstein was preying on or taking advantage of was that fact, and he was subverting the cult of physics by basically, for those of you who don't know, when I worked at the Presidio military base, I'm not just working with soldiers, I'm in the fucking library. I'm working with scientists. I'm working with people who are working through Letterman Army Medical Center, which wasn't just working with MDs, they're working with physicists based on the nature of the experimentation that was ongoing at the Presidio military base. Researchers of all stripes. And it's on record where I talked at length about Dr. Carl Prebrim, who developed the hologram, because Peter Moon kept bringing him up and confirming that he had known him. Well, Dr. Carl Prebrim was one of the men who was taking advantage of the children at the Presidio Daycare Center. And all of these physicists are, generally speaking, pedophiles. So they would not have this level of blackmail vulnerability to Epstein were the majority of them not perverts in the first place. So understand that, like, entering the cult of the military, entering the cult of physics usually requires you to pass the standards of your peers who are generally part of a subculture. In the case of the military and in terms of physics, that's pedophilia. So when you have the majority of that being part of the social prerequisite, these physicists were automatically locked in for Epstein to corral them. So all he was doing was providing them with what they wanted, which was children, so that he could control physics and ultimately, it was hoped, recreate a new kind of Vox Arca. Now, does that put that into context now, Aaron?
It does indeed. It does indeed. And it further illuminates the moral depravity of the people that seek positions of power.
Thank you. And knowledge is power. So understand, power isn't always political. And the kind of power that they represented was something greater, the ability to control reality itself. The ability, through quantized physics, to create a new generalization, as in the theory of a general relativity. We have Einstein presents the general theory of relativity, and, just as an aside, I personally would prefer the company of Epstein over Einstein on any usual given day, simply because I'd have more access to party and young pussy myself. But nevertheless, Einstein has an effect on people that they think Einstein is moral, of high moral fiber, which he was not. But he did generalize a theory of relativity. And when it comes to Epstein, he's dealing with physicists that are trying to generalize quantum mechanics, or the conceptual tools of manipulating reality itself on a far greater level than Einstein, who's merely talking about an equation that leads people to conclude E equals mc squared, the release of a tremendous amount of energy. It is an atomic bomb. That's not shit. When you have the ability to rearrange matter so that you can change reality, then you're dealing with true magic. You're not simply destroying it, you can rearrange it so that your reality is at the level of rewriting the codes of the Matrix. This is magic. This is about changing reality itself. We can go more into the mechanics of that, the mathematical applications that can change that at a different time, but I always have to be careful of what I say, and I need all of you to act as a moral guide, as an ethical envelope in such a case, to prevent me from saying too much on air. We might discuss things privately, but understand, once we get into that level, which Peter Moon feigned such a disinterest in, and of course he was arrogant because he thought he already knew, this is something where we're dealing with what Jameson and all the others, like Salman Sheikh, all these men were seeking. They were all seeking these secrets so that their magic would finally work at the level that it does for the Adamites.
Yeah.
Take it from here.
Absolutely, yeah. And, I've been studying martial arts for many years, and the issue with that genre is you're trading in power. And when you're trading in power, there is corruption. And
power corrupts.
Yes, and power corrupts. So the people that have a little bit of a secret or an idea, they hold it dear and they clutch it to their chest and they try to trade it for dollars or whatever it is they desire. And it's the same way with all of these details. So it's It's sad, but that's the nature of the human being on average, en masse.
But ask yourself, why do physicists need someone like Epstein, a human child sex trafficker? Well, go back to alchemy. What is it that all sorcerers needed? Child sacrifice. That's where it comes down to an inescapable bond. The physicists are working no different from the alchemists. It's just with a new technique or a new technology. And because they're working with simply a new, old wine in new caskets, what's the same ingredient that's always needed? The energy of screaming children as they die and pass into another dimension of existence. I hope that makes sense.
It does. It truly does. And the fact that Peter was silent for that entire story and then really didn't have anything to add, he took it in another direction when you were done, speaks volumes, because I remember listening to it and being blown away. And now that I re-listened to it, I'm more blown away. But yet Peter was like, well, let's talk about this over. It was completely redirect.
Yeah.
And absolutely not on topic to what you had done. And you could tell it was draining for you to bring it up.
Yeah, and that brings us again, Brendan, if you could bring up your observation about this briefly, about how Peter, whenever I would bring up the workings of magic, he wanted to write a book that was in the form of a grimoire, yet wanted none of the mechanics of magic to be within that book, even articulated in the conceptual sense. So it was totally false advertising to sell a product that was what? What was his idea of what he was going to produce? It only reinforces the fact that he had no intention to produce anything. But, Brendan, your own observations on that before giving it back to Aaron. And
I mean, you said it all.
Okay.
Said it all.
Yeah. No,
Yeah. And every time you would revise the book, he would be like, Douglas is exhausting me with all this extra information. And I even tried to reason with him. I was like, don't you need this? Isn't this important? But he didn't care. So.
Yeah, he was reaching out to me too. Douglas, he keeps adding this in. I go, well, I told him, I said, this is Douglas's personal work. It's his book. Shouldn't he have a say what's in it? I'm fine with it. I mean, I don't see an issue with it. He's already written it. You don't really have to edit it. It's already edited in Dietrichonic. So he didn't
which he
like
felt
doing
was
that.
illegible, and he felt had to be edited, or he felt no one would read the book.
Well, it's because he was on a third grade reading level.
Thank
at
you.
this point in time. But Brendan said it nicely. He goes, I think it adds gravity to the book. I remember you saying this, Brendan. You felt it added gravity to the book because everybody likes to read Dietrichonic, and it's a little bit of levity and gravity,
Yes.
and it's interesting and it's more special. It's a special offering. So that's what I did.
And for the
this week.
clientele, that's what they want. It's not-
Yeah, exactly. I would have loved that book.
Like
So
none of us
it's-
wanted to read like an 8th grade novel about
let's not
Twilight
say
novel about Doug.
Yeah,
You know?
no, not 8th grade. It was at the point Peter was writing there was 3rd grade.
Thank you.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
I appreciate that profoundly. And for everyone listening, understand that the whole point of a grimoire is to make it inaccessible to the layman. Otherwise, there's no point. It's not a grimoire if it's not inaccessible to the layman by its very language. Not that I'm
Yeah,
trying.
you don't reveal
Yeah.
esoteric
Thank you.
anything to anybody. That's like rule number 1.
Thank you. It's not
to-
that. Yeah, continue. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, excuse me, just anybody. You don't just reveal it to just anybody. That's what I was trying to say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm trying to render the information inaccessible. It's simply that the reader has to work for it, or they're not going to earn it. That's the important part. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. It makes sense. So that's what I've been up to this week, and I sent you that clip with Jordan Peterson getting owned by a college student. I mean,
Yes.
it was well done. I'll put that in the
Public.
chat so you guys can watch it. Yeah.
Thank you.
He basically, if you catch someone tight enough, which this college student did, they can't really hide.
Yes.
He basically caught him saying, you invited me to a debate with a Christian, but you're Christian, right? Or you're not Christian. So is this an atheist and a Christian? Or what are you? And Jordan Peterson was like, I'm done with this guy, and just moved on. So he got owned by a college student basically because he could not say he's not a Christian and still keep his audience.
And that's the horror, yet you remember, Aristides, help us out here. You can testify to the fact that Peter Moon on my show on record said, the great Jordan Peterson, blessed be his name. And without sarcasm, he was basically promoting this individual as someone who was guru in stance to him. I don't know if Aristides is able to speak right now, but please do if you can. And let's see if there's a response there. Hopefully he's still on with us or has been able to hear us. We're joined by Sammy Romero, by the way, and thank you for that. Glad he was able to get back on. Both Aaron Tice and John Doerr typing at the moment. I don't believe Aristides can come off mute. So thank you for everyone's input. And how much time do we have left with you now, Aaron? About a few minutes, or do you have to go?
Yeah. I'll stay another 5 or so minutes, and then I'll wind down for the night. But yeah. I'm glad I got to share all that with everyone, and I'm just want to thank Team Dietrich and the listeners and the supporters, and tell everybody to keep fighting the good fight. And if you vet Douglas and you go back years and years and years, he's been saying the same thing for 20 plus years, Douglas, 25 years.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So it doesn't matter what platform, what episode you click on, he's been saying the same thing. So there's a lot of history, and just showing up daily is a very powerful tool in life. So you can vet him, but if you do, you're just going to find more truth. And it reminds me of a story, and I was really moved by this story. I grew up in a small town, and we were very poor. And my grandmother, she worked in a factory, as did my father, and she would take us, her grandchildren, and the family to a Chinese restaurant. And it was a very special Chinese restaurant to us because she would order one of everything she could. It was beef chop suey and spare ribs and all the things. And it's something we never got to eat, and it was very, very special. And so from the age of about 5 years old till an adult, I ate at this restaurant.
Wow.
And every night that we checked out at the register, there was the same gentleman there. He's an Asian gentleman. I to this point, I still don't know his name, but he always did the math on paper without a calculator. And he made all of the drinks for people, with little umbrellas, the alcoholic drinks. And for 30 or 40 years of my life, he was there.
Wow.
And I moved away from that town, and I found out on Facebook, it was maybe a year ago, that he had passed.
Wow.
And and I was heartbroken. And I didn't realize that I would be heartbroken. But the beauty of just showing up day in and day out when you don't have to, and just being someone in your role and being okay with it is so special. Because when I reached out on Facebook, everybody in the town was heartbroken that he was gone, because he was there every night for everybody to check them out. So Douglas deciding every Wednesday and Sunday to show up, he doesn't have to. It's time out of his day. He's up all night. He's got other things to do, living, earning a living, getting water, groceries, whatever it is, sleeping. But yet the staying power of showing up is in itself magical. And I just wanted to relate that story. So anybody who doesn't think it's special and magical, just understand how hard it is to show up every day all the time when you don't have to.
Bless you. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. And we love you dearly, and share that love with your family. And we're going to do our best to basically, for those of you who sent me emails saying, well, if Aaron doesn't share the date of the episode, how unfair that is. But understand what we're dealing with here. It becomes targeted for being taken down with whatever excuse they find. And Aaron's doing the right thing. We will put this in a book, and Aaron is going to be producing this book in a manner that will be the way that I always intended it to be. Peter Moon was always claiming that he wanted to write something expository, but Brendan, you can testify here. Peter Moon for years said, "Oh, I'm trying to write the book on the Presidio," but then he started claiming after about a year, 2 years of hedging, he said, "Oh, it's so negative, I can't. I'm having nightmares. I can't write a book on the Presidio." And that's when he decided he was going to go into writing about the magic, which then he betrayed that he
Yes.
didn't want to write about magic while writing about it. Yes, please, by all means, any details to share with Aaron before he takes off.
Yeah, he wanted to write the Aquino, as he called it, the Aquino book.
Yeah.
But that was far too, oppressive or something.
Yeah.
Dark.
He mentioned that, but at the same time, he knew exactly where Anton Xander LaVey lived on Long Island. So he's very
Oh, of course.
yeah.
He was basically just deflecting for Q, so he didn't have to write it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he was obsessed with he dialed it down to a point that Jameson couldn't. Jameson was also obsessed with Aquino and magic and binding spells. I didn't notice because I didn't have the time to listen to his part of the transmissions. It was basically fast forward on to the next. But they were all very, very betraying of themselves if you listen.
If just out of curiosity, obviously you'll have to make it as summary as possible. What for instance, any example of how Jameson behaved that truly, what was it that stood out to you in terms of what he said that was truly revealing of his madness?
Oh, you had mentioned at one point, I don't recommend taking the energy to put a spell on this person because he was mad at somebody. And he's like, "Oh, you don't understand, my friend. I love doing this. I live for casting spells. If I weren't binding people, I would probably be arrested for beating the shit out of people." And obviously that's not a real person. He's obviously a coward. He's not going to go beat people up. But then like a half hour later, you would ask him a question and he would be drooling and you're like, "Are you okay?" And he was obviously like high on Robitussin or whatever the hell he was huffing.
Yeah.
So he was out of his friggin' mind. And he was in love with the archetypes of the Edomites. He really was. He said, I trying to repress the feeling that I want humanity wiped out.
Yeah. Yes.
So
thank you.
not a very positive human being.
Thank you. And as Sammy says, I actually made the mistake of actually trying to have normal conversations about life, like talking to the wall, shaking my head concerning his attempt to try and communicate with Jameson. And but then again, think about myself. For those of you, they say the meeting's going to end in 15 minutes because it was started by somebody else. So we're going to see if in 15 minutes I can restart it, because whoever started this call has a meeting time limit of 60 minutes. So I'm going to try and restart the call, and if it doesn't work, I'll try and restart Microsoft Teams when it ends. But I do want to point out that kind of knocked out of my memory what I was going to say there, but we'll remember it by next time. Go on.
Yeah, we'll remember. And for the people emailing upset that I really can't reveal the date of the show, we'll just bring it up again, and Douglas will go through it again with a fresh set of eyes. And I know for myself that when years have transpired, I look at things differently anyway. So I'd love to hear Douglas's new perspective on it. We'll bring it up again. You'll get a fresh take on it. It's a good reason to donate and support him to do this, because quite honestly, nobody knows of these physicists that he mentioned. Nobody knows what their theories were. Nobody knows that they're used by the government en masse. So it's a good thing to donate and bring up and say, listen, can we talk about it again? Let's support your rent. Let's support your water. Let's support your food. Let's keep you fed, clothed, and housed as a human being, because we love you and we care about you. So let's just set a day to do it again.
Bless you. And I love you dearly for that. And I love all of you for that. Aristides, Brendan Zogit, Samuel Romero, everyone on Team Dietrich does their bit to help. And that includes the ladies, like Holly, and and Heather, and Amy, and yes, everyone else involved. So that being said,
everyone is so important, and every little person and every little donation is so magnificent because it's necessary. That's the only way to really put it.
Thank you. Yes, I bless you for that. All right. Well, as he said, we'll bring up this subject. That's what Aaron means when he says we'll talk about it. he's not talking about the episode specifically. He means the subject that we were speaking of in that episode, specifically the bootstrap aspect of physics, but I'll definitely go into other aspects that will probably make that seem rather ephemeral. Yeah, they. So again, I'm counting on everyone around me to kind of put boundaries if I go too far, which is what all too many people were seeking for all too long. But when it came to tonight, it was very important. Obviously, this is a pivotal night, and they foresaw this because they're doing everything they can to make this as unworkable as possible. So we're going to do our best to just carry on as we always have. Such being said, I want all gentlemen who are on this call to be prepared, except for Aaron, who will have to turn himself in for the night and get rest for his work tomorrow. Everyone else who's on the call, who also works, I will acknowledge that, of course, with deepest respect. However, they can last a while longer tonight. Just be prepared for the call to end and my calling you back. Don't call me back at first. I'll call someone to call me back if my attempt to reestablish the call does not work. Then I'll call someone on a cell phone to reestablish the call, and we'll take it from there. But we'll try that. And again, we were blessed by your visit tonight, Aaron. Thank you very much for that. Everyone remember that I haven't given enough attention to physicists in the past. I've always mentioned that we have a permanent employment program for engineers and a welfare state for physicists involved with the Department of Defense. People have heard me say that, again, as Aaron said, for a quarter of a century by now. But I haven't really given them the attention they deserve as the villains that they are in terms of their involvement with human child sex trafficking, because it's most of my attack has been carried out not by physicists but by the military. The attacks against myself are people affiliated with defense contracts, such as Stephen Outram, the Microsoft. No insult intended to Microsoft, though you deserve it, Microsoft teams, for what we're going through tonight. But yeah, the Stephen Outram with his sausage software, which is a company that no longer exists. Okay, all right. That being,
and then just before I forget, Atlanta has Waymos.
Oh God, tell us about this.
Yes. Yeah. I was just in Atlanta today.
What did your wife feel? How did your wife feel?
Oh, she was freaked out. She goes, "Oh my!" She said, "I wouldn't even know what to think of it if you didn't bring me pictures and videos from San Francisco." So it's nowhere on the level that San Francisco at 200,000, but there are a minimal amount of Waymos in Atlanta, along with food delivery robots for Uber Eats, I believe it is.
Oh my God! Yeah.
So it was horrendous to see that. On the East Coast as well. So that's what's going on the East Coast. Apparently, the billionaires that run things are shoving this technology down our throats. I talked to people in the city that find them as a major problematic item. The only thing they said was they're stopped randomly in the middle of intersections and streets. They're in the way. They're just not useful. They're not friendly. And they congregate next to each other to share information. So it's like they're all huddling, kind of like swimming like sharks in San Francisco. Yeah. So it's very, very strange. And that's what I encountered today. So it's that's the update.
It's ominous. It has this ominous.
Yeah. Yes, very much so.
Well,
and on that note, I will say goodnight. And anybody who can donate, please donate. And if you donate and want to talk about the bootstrapping of quantum mechanics to harness the reality of this universe through people's bodies, minds, and souls, then put a note on the donation and we'll put a date and everybody will get to hear it again.
Yeah, thank you. And most blessed be. Okay, it's 58 minutes and 12 seconds into the call. They'll be ending the call in a matter of moments because it's a 60-minute time limit. The warning says it'll end in 15 minutes, but it says that for the last quarter hour of the call. Again, I won't take a break until after we reestablish the call. So we're going to do that first, see if I can do that at all. The first thing that I will do is we're going to see if I can exit, or rather shut down the, because I didn't get a chance to do that or last time I tried to call out, it didn't work, but we're going to see if that works this time. All I can say, if it doesn't, then I'll call Aristides on my cell phone. So Aristides, please be prepared for that, and then we'll try it again for 1 more hour. See if we can figure something out by sharing screen with Brendan. And but at least if we get it going for an hour, I can take a short break. So they're going to cut us off in seconds now. We may as well all leave the call, or we can wait till we're cut off. But I suggest we all just leave the call, and then I can try and restart it. Because I'm not going to take a break without someone here to hold the stage. So let's all leave the call. And it's only seconds before it ends anyway. And it's better we do this voluntarily. Okay, better to resign than get fired. Let's press that leave button. And okay, we're gonna try first of all to got good numbers, and of course that's when they hit us with our communications. Let's see if we can basically shut down and restart maybe I should just try to press the call button. Yeah, if I start it. Well, let's see if people answer. Okay, I'm pressing the audio call. Okay. And if somebody answers, at least we're set. Okay, can anybody hear? Saw somebody disappear. Ari? Ari? No. He disappeared. Sammy! Sammy, you answered! Oh, thank God! Okay.
Hey, what's going on, Doug?
Oh, well, much the better for having you with us. I assure you, hopefully everyone else will pick up. So, at least you heard the call. JD's calling. Hopefully he gets on the call. Or, rather, it's calling others, and hopefully they respond. We'll find out. But let's take a look at who's on with us. And but definitely glad. So, Sammy, whatever you feel comfortable with, I'd like to have a private conversation with you over the next few days. We should be able to do that in the interim. Whatever you feel comfortable with sharing as an update, please do so.
Oh, nothing. Just I am adulting right now. I'm actually running errands, but I was just listening in the background. I think I know what the episode that Aaron Tice was actually referring to.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can privately give you the date. Yeah. Oh, here's the episode. Aaron's giving it to us anyway. But so go on. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, back in those days, that was actually a very powerful transmission. One of many. I have other ones that have come to mind, but I think a lot of this information. I'm glad that it's you have to work for it pretty much. Even when you relay some of the stuff, you have a natural sense of kind of holding back,
yes.
which is always good.
Thank you.
It's
amazing I even have that, but go on.
Well, in a sense too, though, people have tried to run with some of the information, and unfortunately, it's overtaken them because the basics. You can't. You have to banish something you summoned, right?
Yes. Imagine that. Imagine that. Yeah.
That's ABC 1, 2, 3, right?
Yes.
But no, the one thing that you did talk about, the power of a crying child. That's I have to kind of give you a hug for that, because obviously that comes from experience as far as your background working in the Presidio.
Thank you. Yes.
I think that's always something that always comes to mind. That it's very traumatizing. It's very, it's not very easy to talk to you about, I'm sure, because you have to prepare yourself, which makes you normal in a lot of ways. Okay. You still have that normality of bracing yourself, because, it's just these subjects are very much subjects that are not so easy to talk to about. But as far as myself, a part of adulting, at least to myself, is kind of weathering when it comes to your own life, weathering the storm, as far as the best way I can put it is you don't have to be, quantum mechanics to work with magic. Just by you know, withstanding someone's mood, you know, especially to me when it comes, in my sense, you know, women. A woman moods are like storms, right?
Oh
So
yeah.
you have you have to you have to be conscious of that, because there's been times that I want to verbally rebuke my partner, and I've had to bite my tongue because 5 minutes later, you know, she's over it, you know,
Yes.
and you know, that speaks to words can cast, you know, spells, but definitely change your mood to the point of your blood pressure shooting. You know, it's
Oh yes.
I've had to kind of, you know, a lot of times you just shut your mouth, because I tend to sometimes be sarcastic and to try to throw my jabs that way, and it's really because, you know, my partner cares about me.
Yes.
I have to sometimes reevaluate myself and just respond mentally, in the sense of the only person I can control is myself, but if I'm controlling myself, then I can weather the storm of, you know, this emotional other half that, you know, that's special. And women have that power to, you know, to build up a man, but also break him down with, you know, with words. And it's something that as a couple, and really as a relationship period, that you know, you have to communicate and kind of talk about, you know.
Yes.
Give me one second. Okay, maybe you can
Sure.
kind of.
Sure. And when you come back, make certain to rearrange your position and have the microphone closer to your mouth or something, because you're muffled. So when you return, remember that. Thank you. And
Okay. Okay.
okay, so Samuel will be right back with us when he can. In the interim, I do want everyone to understand how important it is that we have others join us, and hopefully we will. Aristides says he's busy at the moment, will not always be near the mic and able to respond. So that's understood. He's doing a lot of things while producing. We're simply lucky to have him help start the show at all. And we're very lucky to have him with us in the opening hours. That being said, hopefully we'll be joined by at least one other person soon enough so that I can take that break shortly. Not that it's urgent, but want to get it done sooner than later. And at least this way we've got what is, in effect, for all intents and purposes, an infinite call, or something that'll last for as long as I do tonight, which, as people know lately, is a lot less than I used to last, which is okay. A lot of people say they prefer the shorter programs. There's less to try and listen through or sort through. But all that being said, always feel better when we have one of the ladies around, at least, before I start really tearing into it, and because it's just good to have that. Oh, that was what I was going to say before I was interrupted by the call. And it has to do with, of course, just the nature of what we were dealing with in terms of I need to bookmark this for myself, I suppose. But everybody do that for me. Basically, in terms of Peter Moon, quote unquote, working with us, think of what it feels like for someone like myself working with, quote unquote, working. There was no work that was done. Look at this from a physicist's perspective. And remember that there is a term known as metaphysics. Now, in the past, long before we had the concept of modern physics as we understand it, we had the term metaphysics. And look that up and you can confirm that what I say is true. The term metaphysics has been around since the Middle Ages, and even before. Metaphysics was based on the works of those giants among men, the ancient Greeks, and it carried through in terms of the Renaissance, and it was always there in terms of the church. And when it comes to metaphysics, what exactly does it mean? It is what is beyond physics, and yet it's a term that existed long before the term physics was ever applied to the mechanics of natural law. That only came into being around the time of Isaac Newton. And as our dear T. Tank Berry informs us, It's the branch of philosophy that deals with the first principles of things, including abstract concepts such as being, knowing, substance, cause, identity, time, and space. Yet, when Sir Isaac Newton looked onto the mechanics thereof, it took a downgrade from the philosophy to the applied operational mechanics thereof, and became simple physics. But it's one of the few terms that goes backwards. In other words, usually you'll have something like, I don't know, think of a term, biology, before you have a term like molecular biology, which was the precursor to what we today call genetics. And as a matter of fact, molecular biology is still distinct from genetics in the sense that genes are far larger than molecules. So when it comes to molecular biology, it was, however, what is an addendum to or a specification of what had existed before. We had biology, and then we developed molecular biology. Then, of course, we had an example here from our dear T. Tank Berry, which I believe is Sir Isaac Newton, with something falling on his head. I believe that's a caricature of Sir Isaac Newton. I might be wrong. He can explain that to me later. But it doesn't look like an apple fell on his head. It looks like something else, like a pie. But the point being that why did we have a downgrade from metaphysics to physics, the opposite of your typical development of a term? It's because there was a moral downgrade. Once Sir Isaac Newton took the mechanical operative nature, the sheer mathematical practicality of applying physics into our world, where you could rationalize the physics of the wheel, or rationalize the physics of the internal combustion engine, there's no morality to it. You're dealing with an amoral practical reality, as opposed to metaphysics, in which ethics or morality is paramount. So when you have physicists, they are working with time and space, they're working with the secrets of the universe, but they're doing so without moral restraint. And as a result, all they produce are bombs. We have no flying cars. We have no anti-gravity. We have no floating cities. We have nothing. All we have are fucking bombs. The physicists have given you nothing because they are the opposite of metaphysicists. Yet, if someone declares themselves a metaphysicist, they're dismissed as, well, a hack, a charlatan, a fraud. And therefore you're trapped. You're trapped in a mechanistic universe that self-destructs. Because all its wise men can do, and they have no wisdom, their intelligence is not in question, but they certainly have no wisdom. The intelligentsia among you are building only weapons of mass destruction. Now, that brings us back to, of course, the point. Another caricature of Einstein he's provided. And so these caricatures, of course, show us the ugly side of physics, which is what we all need to see. And it brings to mind the... then there's a caricature of Richard Nixon, who, of course, poor bastard suffered enough. It's we need no further caricatures thereof. But all such being said, okay, here's my point while I'm effectively acting alone. When it comes to physics and metaphysics, point being made is we've taken a step downward in terms of moral restraint or indeed any guidelines whatsoever. There is no... We hear the term bioethics. When it comes to bioethics, it's all about monitoring what people do with genetics. Like, is it ethical to, of all things, they'll ask, cure people of cancer or make certain that no further people with Down syndrome are born? If you can make certain that this doesn't happen, you're impacting the evolution of humanity. Is that ethical? So these are the questions of bioethicists. We have no equivalent for physicists. There's bioethicists, but there's no physioethicists. And as a result, what do people in physics do? They simply, again, build bombs, lasers, masers, weapons of mass destruction. And the end result is nothing that benefits humanity, but everything that destroys it. So metaphysics is obviously of paramount importance and should obviously be respected above physics. Physicists, after all, will someday be seen for what they are, Satanists. And baby raping Epstein, shall we say, co-conspirators, criminals is what they are, because they're earning money for, well, doing nothing constructive. That's what a criminal does. And okay, so we have a much better illustration of Sir Isaac Newton. Not that I think Sir Isaac Newton was any great guy. As a human being, he was certainly a horrible human being. And a lot of this is excused or rationalized by his being the last alchemist and working with extremely toxic and dangerous chemicals that literally poisoned his mind. And he did indeed go insane to the point where his friends had to rally behind him and prevent his institutionalization. For those of you who don't know, mercury poisoning, lead poisoning, various other arcane chemicals that seeped into his bloodstream epidermally, meaning through his skin into his bloodstream. He's playing with too many chemicals, and it ultimately literally cooked his brain, poisoned it through his nervous system. So he did not die a happy man, and probably deservedly so, because he was a horrible man in life. Okay, so all such having been expressed, so are most physicists. So in that sense, he set the tone. Okay, I got a lot of notifications from a lot of different people about the death of Ozzy Osborne. I have no idea why. And, is it because many people think I look like Ozzy Osborne? I've certainly been told that in the past, but such being said, I have no taste for heavy metal music. Never have. Look, I got nothing against Ozzy Osborne, and apparently, but yet Sammy's back with us. So, dear Sammy, yes. Just want people to know I appreciate their informing me of the death of Ozzy Osborne, but, I'll try and go into why there was a death more, fairly recently that was of greater importance to myself. So I'll share that with people soon enough. But, before we go in that direction, I really go off into a tear. Back to Sammy. And so hopefully your technology is sounding better.
Audio.
Sounding good, I think.
How's my audio?
Yeah, it's better. Sounds better. So, yeah, and now, one of the things I'll go into observing tonight is all the money that's been taken out of FEMA and put into ICE, and I'll explain those acronyms to people who just don't get it the first time I use terminology like that. Believe it or not, there's plenty of white Americans who've never had to deal with immigrations and customs enforcement. They don't know what ICE means. La migra. And we'll be talking a little bit about how everything went off from FEMA into that in terms of money, and how, America's flooding while all they're doing is, mass abducting people. But aside from that, that's going to be part of a chronic complaint for a while. What else comes to your mind, including that? Anything you want to bring up?
By the way, Doug, I'm driving, so pardon.
Okay.
Well, really, I mean, what haven't I said that's already been said? I think really it's just a matter of time where the next disaster, especially natural disaster, hell, flu season hasn't come already, but you imagine when flu season starts. That's another...
I don't even want to think about it. By the way, we are joined by Brendan Zogit. Can the two of you hold a conversation while I take a break for about 5 minutes, just to go to the bathroom? I'll be right back in a few minutes. Brendan and Sammy, can the two of you hold the conversation? Let's test Brendan's voice out. See if he's with us.
I mean, I can maybe, perhaps.
Try.
Be careful with that log, Doug.
Very funny. No, it's a number one, not a number two. It'll be short. Yes, but thank you for that information. How would I say? Did you guys catch what I said about the cucumbers earlier?
Yeah, Doug, you just ruined
No.
my cucumber peanut butter dressing salad.
Yeah.
Yeah, anytime you start talking about vegetables, I know it's going to be something sick. So I
Yeah.
just tune out.
Well,
Because I
Aaron.
know you normally don't do that.
Yeah. Yes. Especially for a vampire. Before I go to take that leak, I'll just summarize it for Brendan. You can.
No.
That makes your brain taco pretty normal, man. Describe.
No, I heard it. I just don't want to remember it again.
Yeah, that's
I've got to go mute. I'm gonna start coughing. I gotta go.
Right.
He's gonna drive me to cough. I'm sorry. Oh God.
Serves
I
you
gotta
right.
stop-
So.
It does. It does. Oh, okay. I've got to stop smoking. But like Brendan said, I don't get the good shit anymore. The cot comes in less and less. It's harder for me to get. It should be getting easier. I've got to start probing for new sources. But
Definitely.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, what did you find? Like a dusty bag in your back room or something? The amount of mold in there, I don't recommend smoking that
It's
shit.
more the dust mites that bother me than the mold, but either way, it's bad. No, it's true. It's true. Okay, love you two gentlemen. Let's see if Sammy can get off mute so that I can take that short break. I know he's
Go ahead.
okay.
Go ahead, Doug.
Okay, I'll be back. And JD, T-Tank Barry put in a wonderful meme of Calvin pissing on La Migra. So thank you so much for that, T-Tank Barry. That's in the text box. I'll be back, and I'm going mute for just a few minutes.
Yeah, Sammy, how's everything down south? Everything good?
It's all right, man. It's pretty much as usual. It's kind of, people are pretty much hiding out, especially the labor force. You could tell, like downtown's not even what it used to be. But I don't know.
Yeah.
How about over there? How about a Sacktown?
I mean, everything's good as far as I could tell, like business as usual, but they did try to pull some lame ass raids, just randomly. Like they hit some like random Home Depot on the south side and just took a few people. It's all scare tactics. I mean, it's like, what are they going to do? Get rid of half the population? It's not even logistically possible.
No, you're right.
Just from a logistics standpoint, it's not even legitimate.
Well, even then, like the people that are people just are not even well trained. The people that are supposedly they're just kidnapping people. And
yes.
Go ahead, Doug. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. It's just like you said, it's just totally rando. Not very good tactics. The training is like obviously rushed and all of that. But I don't think those people care. They just get paid and they're getting bonuses and whatnot. But
yeah, but eventually though, and that's the thing, is I think what's gonna end up happening, because either Trump's gonna get either die or he's gonna be forced out by the powers that be. But there's gonna be a lot.
There's other things like his health and different things that can happen because just naturally.
Right. I just think it's gonna be a very mess. It's gonna be a mess at the end, especially with people getting people that shouldn't be. There's people that are U.S. citizens that have been kidnapped. Like, it's just gonna be a mess.
Oh yeah, it's
and
already a shit show, and our tourism is like to zero basically. If there was any, there is now not very much.
So I'm glad I'm not going to be in charge of trying to, because there's going to be litigation. There's going to be lawsuits up the wazoo. I think they're probably going to end up. Somebody's going to end up getting paid, and it's just the reality, I mean,
probably.
You can't just kidnap people. You're going to eventually kidnap the wrong person, and then, so
yeah, true.
And at the end of the day, they're going to try to, rig it to where, you know, it's going to be some type of payout because, I mean, half of those guys are, I mean, they're wearing masks for a reason. You know, who wears the mask and
Oh, of
kidnaps
course.
people and thinks it's legal? They know they know it's
Abandoned.
illegal.
Yeah.
Right. They know it's illegal. It's just, and not only that too, you also the alligator Alcatraz place, you know, they describe it as horrible. But you don't really get any details as far as the actual place because they don't really want to reveal it. And if they do, I mean, they don't really promote it because if the general public actually looked at what's going on, this is a human rights. It's human rights violation. I mean, China can pretty much tell us you guys are literally committing the same type of crimes. So yeah, it's gonna cost us in the sense of this. We have the Olympics coming up. We have the World Cup coming up. This is all going to be in the U.S. This is gonna hurt us financially.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's just to just.
I heard that
it
the
in,
World Cup, some of those people already pulled out. Is that true? They
I don't
moved
even
some of
know.
the stuff to Canada and Mexico.
I can see that, and that makes a lot of sense because
I mean,
nobody. Yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense because who wants to deal with ICE? You're gonna have ICE walking around, and you're gonna expect tourists to be, you know, do you really want to buy booze and you know party when you know you're pretty much vulnerable to getting kidnapped? Come on.
Yeah, and
Okay.
also just if there's people coming from all over the world, you don't want their visas canceled randomly if they just say something off the cuff, or you know, it just would be a shit show for the sports event. So they're not going to want it done in a politically unstable environment like the U.S.
Oh, yes.
Exactly.
Yes. Well, fortunately, the Dodgers, they stood up to ICE recently. Though ICE has invaded some Little League. I can't remember. That was on the East Coast. There was some Little League game they busted wide open. By the way, so I do remember now, thanks to Ed Beth, I took a call from Ed Beth while I took the break. He knows that as soon as I take the break, I'm available to take a call. And so he reminded me that I'm too young to be going in the absent-minded professor route, but I think it's too late for that. I've entered that area like years ago. But the one thing that he reminded me of was what I was trying to say about the physics and metaphysics, the difference between metaphysics and physics when it came to the case that he knew I was trying to get to. Was a physicist will tell you that unless the objective is accomplished, no matter how much effort is put into it, it's not considered work. In other words, if you're seen moving a stone Sisyphean style, where the stone doesn't move an inch, yet you've labored throughout the day, pressing your shoulder against it, sweating, huffing, puffing, and expending all of your calories to the point of enervation or weakness or sunstroke, regardless, if Einstein were standing beside you, watching you put all your efforts futilely into a vainglorious objective where the stated objective was not realized, he would tell you no work has been done. Because in physics, the literal definition of work is completing an objective. So when an objective is not completed, there was no work, which is my rationale for why I didn't pay a dentist one time who was working on my mother, quote unquote, and never got anything done. He was supposed to give her a set of a front tooth implant that would stay. That was not an implant. It was basically a false fronted tooth that was just it's like a denture for a single tooth that was in her front mouth, and it would not stay. And so he had misdesigned it so that it wouldn't stay. So of course I wasn't going to pay him because what he said he was going to do, he didn't do. He did not provide the service he said he was going to say. So it didn't matter how hard he claimed he had worked on it, it didn't work. And as a result, because it didn't fit with her other teeth and was not compatible with her gum line, as far as I'm concerned, he didn't earn any money. So he was never paid for that. So I took the physics definition of what he had done. Legally, of course, he could legally have argued with it, but he couldn't afford to pursue it. But all that being said, this is what we suffered with Peter Moon for half a decade. Was Peter Moon claimed to be doing work, but because no objective was accomplished, no work was done. So we sat here with Peter for 5 years while he did absolutely nothing. That was, in fact, he did no work. There was nothing that he did. And the end result was, of course, nothingness, because no work was done. Does that make sense? Hopefully that is coherent for everyone listening. And
yeah, it makes sense, but he did worse than nothing. He did fucking malevolence
damage.
shit.
Yes, he did tremendous damage. Yes, he was just more than that. He was trying to integrate Unterland and the Dietrich Artellect with the works of Radu Cinnabar, which is not work. Again, that's since nothing's accomplished with anything put out by... Which, by the way, Peter Moon never translated Radu Cinnabar's works, for our listeners' sake. That was Paula, his wife, that did all that. Only she was never compensated. And yet she produced something and was never compensated. That's far worse than what I did with the dentist, yet what she produced was so... no fault of her own. There was nothing to work with, garbage in, garbage out when it comes to Radu Cinnabar. Fortunately for me, anything affiliating myself with Radu Cinnabar is meaningless because no one's heard of Radu Cinnabar outside of anyone who knows Peter Moon, which is almost nobody. So
You're talking about rapey cinnamon?
Yeah, rapey cinnamon. Yes. Now cinnamon's a noble spice. Let's not insult cinnamon. Oh my God,
Rapist Simeon.
Yeah, rapist Simeon. That's it. Yes, rapist Simeon. I love it.
But then that's an offense to like orangutan.
Yeah, it is. That's true. That's
this
an
dude's
insult.
Yeah, he's just the yogi rapist, the fake yogi rapist.
That's it. The fake yogi rapist with the bad skin problem now. So they claim. They filled him. That his cult claims that when they bribed the Romanian authorities enough money to release him, that they put him under house arrest and they pumped him full of some kind of faulty formula for digestible gold that are... what is the kind of gold that they eat? I forget what it's called, but they pumped him so full of it, they said that his face all
like
wart...
monatomic or...
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Or miss or something.
Yes, monotonic gold, I think it's called. And they pumped him so full of it, they claimed his face turned yellow and it's all blotchy and filled with warts now or something is what they claim, so that he can't rape women anymore, which is like, wow. That's like an Eastern Euro kind of interpretation, as if the woman likes the rape. She's like, oh, he's so handsome. Yeah, I was about to say
it's okay if he's handsome.
Yeah, that doesn't stop him from raping women. All that does is it makes the experience worse.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
It's horrifying,
but you're right. The way Eastern Europeans think, they think, well, if he was handsome, they would want it. Or enjoy it. Yes, that
it'll be a treat.
Something. Yes, yeah. It'd be like it's just part of the mating game. It's just part of the mating ritual. It's that's what you got to throw a woman down. Throw them back, pin them down. Yeah, then.
Well, that's what the red pill people say.
Yeah, they do.
They love it. They love it.
They do.
They love when you slap them around. Yeah, it's
it's
when it's consensual, but not. Not when you're a hideous fucking gremlin.
As all of them are, or they wouldn't be red pills. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Who is it that you knew? It was someone you knew who then red pilled on you. Was trying to red pill you. Some fucker.
Oh, it was my uncle.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that piece of shit.
He would say they love it. They love it. And I'm like, dude, you've never really had like a proper girlfriend. And he's like, what, you telling me you have? You've never done anything? And I'm like, dude. Like I got
Brendan Zogit's uncle
like a year.
Would go to Thailand to fuck young boys that he would pay to slap around. And tell him, Brendan. Tell him, of course they're getting paid.
Oh yeah, he'd disappear for like a month to Thailand and be like, so do you got any photos? Oh no photos. How come you didn't answer? Oh, I turned off all Wi-Fi and everything. I'm like, how is that possible? Why? Oh, just because I was enjoying the island. And I was like, what island?
Yeah.
And he's like, Phuket Island. So it's like, he's not in a city. He's like out in the boon cuts.
Yeah.
Turning, like, he said, oh, I put my phone, like what Doug does, put my phone in a lockbox and I was just on a beach sipping beers. And I'm like, really? For 2 weeks?
We know why I'm turning the phone off. It's because I'm drinking young boy's blood. But when this fucker...
Yeah, well, you're honest about it.
Yeah, this fucker on the other hand... Yeah, he's fucking young boys, and he's probably not paying them. You know what? When I think about it, he probably didn't pay him a cent. And for,
of course not.
And tell him Phuket, as this guy mispronounces it, is spelled Phuket, and it's actually pronounced fucky. So it's Fucket Island. This guy is literally on Fucket Island.
Yes.
Motherfucker, and he's like,
and no photos, like no, like, oh, I'm by the beach, I'm at a bungalow, I'm with my friends traveling, you know, what do they go for, these people, the gastronomy, we're like eating at restaurants. No, he said, I have no photos. I'm like, how is that possible? And he's like, it was just me and a couple guys from work, and these are like hideous people that he works with, like they're like these unwifeable grotesqueries.
I love that term. I love that term, unwifeable. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's basically three gay dudes going to hit up ladyboys. And then he has the nerve to tell me, you've never been laid. You don't know what it's like. And I'm like, dude, you're so like retarded.
Oh man.
And then he's trying to sit there and say, if I knew all I knew about red pill when I was your age, I'd just be getting so many ladies. I'd be getting pussy every day. And I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah, it's called rape. Yeah, it's called rape. He'd be a serial rapist. That's what he's telling you.
Exactly. No, he didn't have the guts to do that even.
Yeah, good point.
Like, this dude was...
Good point. Like, Thailand with the ladyboys, though, it's different. He could get away with that in Thailand. That's the problem. Yeah.
That's why he goes. That's why he likes going there.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's...
Because every time I would... Because for a while I was like, oh, let's travel somewhere since, you want to travel. Yeah. And the only place he took me was Hawaii because he wanted to, like, show off, but no one else cared. So
damn, you could have showed him the ropes in Hawaii. You're the expert in Hawaii. Tell people, every time you go there, you wind up with, like, blonde Nordic chicks and shit, or girls invited...
Yeah, I got dropped off one night by like three. Like, they wouldn't take me. Him and his idiot girlfriend wouldn't take me to observe the eclipse like I asked. They pulled the we'll take you. And then when the time finally comes, they said, you're on your own. No car, no nothing. We're not letting you borrow anything.
Wow, thanks.
So I said, fuck you guys. I'm walking. So I walked like 2 or 3 hours up the mountain. I just said, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I don't give a fuck what happens. Then they thought I was just going to call them, defeated, like somewhere in the middle of a park.
Begging for a ride. I need help. Begging for a ride. Yeah.
So instead, I show up with three, I think they're Swedish? No, they were Norwegian. Yeah. 3 Norwegian girls, like young 18-year-old college girls.
Yeah. Cool.
And we were all laughing, having a good time, and I get out and I give them like the hibiscus I had, this like nice flower, and they were like, oh, haha, it's like something out of a Japanese movie where they're all giggling and shit.
Yeah.
And they were like, what was that? And I'm like, that was my ride. Like, fuck you guys.
Yeah.
And they're like, you're lying. And then eventually when they realized that I was telling the truth, he's like, you couldn't seal the deal, man. He instantly went to like jealousy and ignorance.
Of course.
He's like, you didn't even seal the deal. You could have rode them all night. Shit. And I'm like, dude, first of all,
what a piece
it wasn't about that because there was like certain configurations that I didn't want to mess with in regards to the eclipse.
Yeah, I get it.
It was just too unpredictable. And then also I wasn't really like, after walking all day, what are you going to do? Just perform for 3 chicks. I mean, that's like,
dude. There's
we're talking hiking for hours.
Yeah,
this isn't just a casual.
Yeah, just so people know, there was this one idiot I knew who tried that, and he collapsed on top of the girl he was trying to fuck. After they had hiked and made it to a cabin on the top of the mountain, then then the girl says, "Okay, now for the girl, it's easy,"
and that's all they remember.
Yeah, it's true. Then all they remember is you collapsed on top of them, and
you being a fucking noodle.
Yeah,
this fucking impotent guy took me up a mountain.
Yeah, and nothing against girls, but seriously, when it comes to sex, there's not much a girl has to do other than make noises, lay back, and plenty of times they do more than that. Obviously, that's why I watch porn. But I'm just saying, at the bottom of it all, to use an entendre, all a girl has to do is kind of lay back and giggle, whereas a guy has to perform, and it's like, you know, when you're done with a hike like that to the top of a mountain,
It's not possible.
yeah, unless you're like 12, between the ages of 12 to like 20, maybe 18 or something, you know. But
Yeah, when I was like 17, 18, we would climb to the top of a building and then fuck around and then still walk home and all that shit. Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah, that's possible. But seriously, once you're like past 20, 21, I mean, seriously, it's like, dude, no. Let's take a nap first, honey. Yeah, that's, life's not that easy for men, really. It's, you know, for this guy to, you know, pull that shit, you should have counter-challenged him. Let's see you do that, motherfucker.
Oh, I did. Best believe that I did.
Yeah, good.
And he said I would have.
Yeah, I bet.
Youth or something. And I knew him when he was younger. He was a fucking nerdzilla.
He would have died. Then tell him that's how you would have died then, motherfucker.
Oh, yeah. Well, he wouldn't have even been able to comprehend of a cool adventure like that.
Yeah,
like walking to the top of a mountain, then a beach, then photographing an eclipse, then chatting up some girls about a constellation, then them driving me around Honolulu all night. Like, he couldn't have even comprehended that was possible.
Of course not.
But I just did it as a casual, just a random.
Well, it happened organically. It just basically for you, it happened organically. Yeah.
So, you know, so I'm basically doing a whole manga panel, like, you know, a whole chapter of a manga in one night while these guys are like doing a bunch of goofy ass shit, like going to a shopping mall or something.
Yes. Yeah, no.
And then they have the nerve to still talk shit about me. You didn't do it. It didn't happen. I'm like, okay, well, whatever.
It's like, this is the worst part when you're dealing with insecure people. And this is the horror of having any baseline level of higher knowledge. When you have higher knowledge and you just reveal it casually, just by the way you talk, just by your behavior, they don't understand it in the first place. When you know, it's like in a Mission Impossible episode, there was the old one. We're not talking about the shit that's produced now with Tom Cruise. The original Mission Impossible actually went pretty
the TV
deep.
show?
Yeah, the TV show actually went pretty deep in a number of areas. It was actually admirable.
You just showed your age right there.
Yeah, I know, but it's true. I'm not ashamed in that regard. I had the biggest crush when I was young on Barbara Bain. She was the lady who played the paid prostitute with killing privileges in the original TV series Mission Impossible, who was codenamed Cinnamon. Her codename was Cinnamon, and which is why I don't like to see Cinnamon insulted by someone like Roger Cinnamon. But Barbara Bain, that was pretty innovative for their time, because it wasn't just like in a James Bond film where the women are expendable. They're just there, and then you don't see them in the next film. I mean, she was regularly in the series, yet she was doing something that most people would consider morally reprehensible. And in that she's a seductress, a paid prostitute, yet she's got killing privileges or a 007 license to kill.
She's still alive at 93.
She is.
Yeah,
she then wound up. Get this shit. The other character that I liked in Mission Impossible was, believe it or not, the guy who was the master of disguise, who was played by the Jewish actor Martin Landau. So it was actually those two characters who then went on together as a married couple to play in Space 1999, but that marriage didn't last long because she couldn't stand being with this stupid Jewish guy who was just, you know, beating her up all the time, so she divorced him right away. I don't know if she ever got married again. She might have been so scarred by that relationship. But she divorced him literally right after.
They married in real life. They
actually got married in real life. And just like in the series, they were supposed to have been some sexual tension between them, but it was never really, because they thought that it would have compromised the series. They never really went deep into it as a plot thing. But then they wound up getting married in real life. But it was, like I said, short. They did the series Space 1999 together, but it was shortly after that. Either he was abusive verbally or physically or both. but she divorced him fairly quickly, and she never, as far as I know, she never got married again. I don't know. I never really was able to follow up on that in those
They're
days.
showing him here like he's a cheery old man. You know.
Oh, well, he died.
In
Do you know what he played? His last role in life was as a conspiracy theorist who got busted for child porn. That was his last role. Yeah, it was on the X-Files movie, where he was a conspiracy theorist who then got, of course, when they interviewed him, during the time that he had taken on that role as a conspiracy theorist who got busted for child porn, when they interviewed him, he was living next to Eddie Murphy and complaining about, why don't you finish your construction, Eddie Murphy? I can't sleep through all the noise. Like an old Jewish curmudgeon. It's like, I thought, no wonder, and he was married to some young chick, too. He was married to some young chick because, of course, he's this old Jewish guy who has to marry some young chick. But I was thinking, no wonder Barbara divorced you, you fucker. I can't imagine. You know, the guy's living in Beverly Hills, and he's complaining about construction. It's like, dude, with the money you got, why don't you just fucking move? It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyhow, so
they never think like that.
No,
it's like, get out of my house. Yeah,
that's right. It's like, you're in my territory. Yeah, this is my. Yeah, he got like your uncle. He reminded me of your uncle. That's what he's like, motherfucker. But but in the series of Mission Impossible, the man Peter Graves, who played the man in charge of the team, there was one time where they said, we're taking on this individual who is an occultist. And he told them all, don't look down on him because he believes in astrology and follows the stars and works with magic. He told them all, understand that he works with these forces because he knows more, not less. And that was emphasized in the Mission Impossible series, and that's something that that was a major point that made it so important to me. And I think it had the balls to say things other people would not say. And when it comes to, say, for instance, just the fact that you put up your sigils around the house and your chicken shit uncle goes around and he sees that, and he doesn't even comprehend what that's about. And so all he can say, you're a cultist. You're a cultist, some shit like that. Right. It's like, and
they all did that. Even the German bitch.
She's Polish. Polish bitch. The Polish bitch who was programmed at the American military base in Germany. We know she stopped off at a U.S. military base in Germany, where
they had to have zapped her on arrival or something.
Oh yeah. And that's the only protective force she had. She made you remove it. You know, and yet...
that's how I knew that the spell was too strong, because she came back and started scrubbing them off the fences.
There we are.
When I had already told her what it was, I told her that they were ancient Christian symbols. These were not, like, any kind of occult symbols.
Yeah.
They were, like, used in ancient, Nordic churches and stuff. And she said...
If anything, that would have made her want to deface them even more.
Well, yeah, that's what happened, basically.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, she claimed to be a Christian.
They all do. Like, so does Jordan Peterson. Yeah. So does Jordan Peterson.
Oh yeah, of course they all do. Yeah, of course they do. But JP is like, he's at the bottom of the pile. That dude.
Yeah.
He opened a university after all that shit talking about Andrew Tate. He just does the same shit. Because he was salty that his daughter got railed by Andrew Tate. And then he just goes and uses his same old model. I'm going to open a university. Yeah, that's better than regular universities.
That's so he can rail other people's daughters. Yeah, or sons.
That's what in his head, that's what he wants. He thought, if he could do it, I could do it.
Yeah, there you go.
But he has like zero charisma. His Riz level is -1. And like his lecture style has become a meme now because it's so stupid, where he like... He takes something and overcomplicates it. Well, the crying was just the drugs. That was like, everyone laughs at him because of that. Like, this dude's drugged out of his fucking gourd. But like the lecture where he's like, someone asks him a question and he said, and then he goes into that like philosophical or pseudo-philosophical rant. He's like, and then like adds in a couple fancy words. It's like, I can't believe he was employed by Harvard. That was one of their biggest failures, hiring that guy.
Tell people about
Like,
how
I think they realize that.
tell people about how the whole Ivy League trip was started by pirates. It's pretty hard for people to comprehend, but I've seen plenty of evidence.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, to back up what you say.
Oh, it's beyond evidence. It's I mean, it's that's how it started.
Yeah.
So the Brits, when they were sailing the high seas, and they had all these large companies like the East India Company, the West India Company, they had all these rich, not only privateers, but all the people that they worked for. And so they needed somewhere to educate their children, of not only the pirates' children, the privateers, which later became freelance, then they became pirates. But they were originally, employed by the government.
Yes,
The British
letters
government
of marque.
or different
It's
things.
spelled like it would
Yes.
be called letters of marque, but it's pronounced letters of marque. In other words, they're state-sponsored terrorists by the British Empire. So go on.
Yeah. So how, and then those people became pirates, and then pirate comes from the word, which is the secret societies bred these people and literally taught them everything they know. That's why people like Blackbeard knew magic, could use magic and different things. And they were called pirates, meaning the men of fire, where your head was on fire, which is the same terminology.
Well, I believe many of the pirates, like Bluebeard and Blackbeard, tied firecrackers into their beards, literally, and set the firecrackers on fire while they were raiding. Go on. Yes.
But beyond that, they were doing like actual rituals and stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just look up some notes that I have, and
Sure,
you just can
of
keep
course.
going for a second here.
Yeah. I'm just going to tell Aaron that if you did not catch or hear, if you did not hear what I said after you left, I said, until this point, please review it. Until this point, please review it. Review it later. Please review it.
Here's from the U.S. Naval Institute, anyways, on top of this. So this is actual naval history. It says, they found the world's greatest treasure under the Temple of Solomon, or they discovered America and built the Newport Tower. They were known as murder magicians with occult knowledge that could undermine the Catholic Church, or they established the first pirate brotherhood. The Jolly Roger flag was named after the Norman King Roger II of Sicily, one of their patrons, of whom John Paul Jones was a descendant. I believe that's one of the...
Yeah, he was the original. He was the founder of the U.S. Navy. He was the first admiral.
Oh, JPJ?
Yes.
JPJ?
Yeah.
Oh,
John
okay.
Paul Jones, yes.
So then they
And
spilled
you
the
know
beans in
what?
the first-
You know what? He had to leave the British Navy because he murdered a fellow sailor. That's why he turned traitor and worked with the Americans.
There you go.
Yeah.
So they spilled the beans in the first paragraph on the U.S. Naval Institute history. Anyways, he says, they only pretended to be what they claimed, crusader monks, the poor fellows of Christ who lived ascetic lives. They were fighting battles. So this is literally, what are they called in English?
Privateers,
people.
the Corsairs.
The Knights Templar.
Oh, Knights Templar. Okay, go on.
Yeah.
Crusaders.
So these are the Crusaders. In reality, they controlled the destiny of the world, learned unimaginable secrets from ancient Hebrew manuscripts, Arab philosophers, or perhaps, okay, this is literally coming from the Navy, Doug, so just keep your head about yourself.
Understood.
Arab philosophers, or perhaps extraterrestrials, and with the boldness... So anyways, with the boldness they display in battle, they sailed their treasure fleets across the Atlantic to the New World, where their secret hoard, including the Ark of the Covenant, still resides under New York City. This is what they're claiming. Or on Oak Island, or in the hands of cabal of billionaires, but they could be cannibals too.
Yeah, the cannibal cabal, the cabal of cannibals, yes. God.
Yeah. So the story of the Knights Templar goes back to 1307 when King Philip IV of France arrested them as heretics, stole their money and land, torturing them, gaining confessions and hosts of offenses, many of them absurd. They routinely, let's see here, he accused them of indecency, revering a preserved talking head of Baphomet, which was, they're claiming here that Baphomet was a corruption of the name of Muhammad, which that is just absurd. Another charge was that they worship cats, a white cat rather than a black one. Some were tortured, some were given penance and released, but others turned into pirates, such as the last Grand Templar Jacques de Molay, when he was burned at the stake proclaiming the Templars' innocence. Rumors spread that they had smuggled much of their treasure on Templar ships, sailing out of the French port of La Rochelle. Where it went, no one knows. 2 of the remaining Templars fought under the Scottish king Robert the Bruce at the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314. And there are other theories that they sailed to Scotland and then to and from America. And then this is where they do the, what's that show? The Ancient Aliens, where they ask all these questions with no answers.
This is incredible to me. Even with all that I've exposed about these fuckers, it always stresses me still that they pull this shit. Go on. Yes.
Right. Is it extraterrestrials? And then they ask a bunch of questions that leave no answers. Were they really knights? Did they really have treasure? Are they supposed to actually have a fleet? No shit, if they smuggled all that treasure. And then, okay, so you get the point. Basically, there's a lot of missing treasure for the last 5,000 years. What did they do and where did they sequester it? That's where the privateers came in. Like, the buried treasures and all that stuff, where the pirates were always looking for the buried treasure.
Yes.
Yeah. So the Brits sent these people out to hunt for it. People in the know were also looking for it after, years and years. And when they actually found some of these treasures, what did they do? They couldn't just openly spend the money on the open market. They actually developed townships, various, pirate colonies. And then eventually those led to, I believe it's St. Petersburg, Florida is one of the oldest towns in America.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And Charlotte, North Carolina, like different, or whatever's on the coast there, and Harvard. So in Cambridge and Yale and Harvard, these places.
Yeah.
So when the pirates had to sequester the treasure, they would make these, centers of knowledge where they would put all their books, their occult manuscripts and everything. And they would later become the colleges and universities. So that's why they still use the Jolly Roger, like the Yale, what is it, Skull and Bones and all of that.
Oh God, yes.
So it's open. It's open secret. It's open secret. There's no real secret there. So yeah, there you go.
That's right. And the Skull and Bones Club is disgusting. But by all means, thank you for sharing that. And it's so important that people know this. Honestly, it should be common knowledge. But I guess the Ivy League has gone all out to hide its history. Do you feel that that's the case, or do you feel that?
Well, it's because they're basically, it says here are all of them: Harvard, Princeton, Dartmouth, Cornell, Yale, etc. But on the books, they'll say we have nothing to do with these people.
Stupid motherfuckers. But for the U.S. Navy to actually be pushing the alien agenda after all that I've exposed, it still shocks me. It's the Like, was that supposed to be like a satire, or were they actually saying that? Like, it's hard to tell. It's like, that's your tax dollars at work. If they're producing satire,
some idiot got paid to do that.
Yeah, if they're producing satire, that's more than offensive. That's not where I want my tax dollars to go. So obviously they're trying to get people to take it seriously. This is outrageous. And it confirms everything I've always exposed about them. Your military is pushing the alien agenda. It's disgusting.
Yeah, openly on their websites. There you go.
Yeah, yes, that's it's true. So anyone,
this is like this is like some occult knowledge. Like they don't release it on. You can't even find it on Google anymore.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. And which is sad. And it's and remember, after Brendan helped me to get on the Internet Necessities program at Xfinity, when I looked up next, potential programs available to help with internet access, it wasn't on the net anymore after that. The Xfinity Internet Essentials was taken off. I'm sure people could still find it with the hashtag phrase I just provided, but it wasn't something that came up when you're looking for a general option for help with your internet accessibility in terms of affordability. So that was interesting. That was right after you helped me get onto it. It's like, man, they made certain to scrub that from access.
Oh yeah, they probably got a call from the gov saying, "Why did you give that to Doug Dietrich?" You know.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Yeah.
Take it off the books.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. I believe it. Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah. And so, well, some good news. A little bit of good news coming in right now. A trickle notification that the appeals court has found Trump's effort to end birthright citizenship unconstitutional. So they're upholding the block. Doesn't mean he's going to listen to the court, but we'll see how far that goes. If he doesn't listen to the court, it's just one step closer to civil war. And of course,
can you explain that again, just quickly?
The appeals court has found Trump's effort to end birthright citizenship unconstitutional. So they're upholding the block.
It's literally part of the Constitution.
Yes, there you go. It's
Why
the 14th Amendment.
Court to figure that out?
Yeah.
What did they just like pull that shit out of the archives and like dust it off? And they were like, "Yeah, it's here."
Yeah. No shit. That is. How did it take this long? Yeah, for even to get to that, it's so it's like obviously these are really, really bad times. I mean, times like this should not be happening. We should never have gotten to this point. We should all be disturbed. And obviously I'll be going on raving about it for hours once I get started. But we're going to see who else shows up. And but in the meantime, to all the ladies out there, it's funny that only the men got on tonight. I guess the woman... this is the male chauvinist in me. Maybe the woman had a harder time dealing with the technology once it started glitching. Did you get the same shit that Aaron did? Did you take a look at his screenshot of what he got when I tried to call? It's in the text box, so I don't know if you can scroll up to see that, Brendan. But if you can, it's pretty disturbing. But how about you? Did you have problems when I was trying to call? Okay, no. So that's good because it was pretty touch and go there for a while. It was pretty.
Well, yeah, I warned you guys about the Mars and
that's right.
K2 conjunction. So it's gonna cause a lot of issues.
But well, you see, now there's.
And I already had some issues at work again with the same crazies. So,
oh Jesus! Yeah. Tell us whatever. Is there something you feel comfortable sharing, or there's no point? It's just too.
It's just the same shit. It's just the same shit. One of the coaches was trying to drive on like this freshly. So imagine how insane, like a freshly tarmac, like they just redid the street, right?
Yeah.
And this dude's trying to drive on the grass like around it. And so one of my coworkers is like, this dude's going rogue, so I have to go up and deal with this guy.
Oh, fuck.
And so I talked to the girls that got out of his truck, and I was like, "Oh, are you guys driving that truck?" And they were like, "No." They were all giggling and shit. And I was like, "Uh-oh." So that means this guy's gonna be a nutter, right?
Yeah.
Already. Because they were just expecting it. And so I go up there, and he's like, "What's going?" I'm like, "Is everything all right? You can't be around here. This got closed by the construction people." And so then while he's
for your safety, don't forget to always remind him for your safety. Yes.
Yeah, well, safety and you don't want to ruin your truck and all this. You don't. You would think you don't have to explain this shit to people, but they're so insane in America. And so I said, "Yeah, you can't be back here." So I'm phoning the principal, the guy that runs the whole school, like the big boss. And I was like, "Look, there's people over here on the grass. Like, what do you want me to tell them?" And he said, "Yeah, it's closed for the day. You got to tell him to go." So as I'm telling this guy that, the guy's like, he's like, "I know the principal. He told me I could be here. And he's like screaming at me. And I said, "Dude, this is the principal. This is him. He's talking to you through the radio."
Yeah.
And then that's when the guy lost it. He's like, "Who the fuck are you? I fixed this field for free." And then so he just goes on this rant, right? Starts tripping out, drives around me, tries to hit me with his truck and shit, skirts around me.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah, then slams the gate as I'm walking by, and he's like, "Give me your name. Yeah, and I'm like, I just ignored him, just walking
Good
by.
for you.
Like Clint Eastwood. Just Clint Eastwood walking away from him.
Yeah.
And he's like, you see this guy? And he's like raving, going hysterical to everybody. And then finds my coworkers, and he's like, that guy yelled at me, and he's like causing a scene. And the coworkers are laughing at this guy, so he's getting even more irate. And
Good.
so they all came up to me, and they're like, dude, this guy's going bonkers. Like, what? So I went to the principal and wrote a report about it, on email about it.
Yeah.
Which they don't reply to, of course.
Of course not.
They just ignore it.
Yeah.
And I said, look, he's
But
saying he
good
knows
thing
you personally.
good thing you do that. Good thing you do that, because that you've
of
got
course.
to cover yourself like that. You've got to go on.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you have to. So I sent it to my supervisor and the principal. So that's why they couldn't reply, because it's just,
Because like you said, you told them this guy claims he knows you. How else was it couched? How else was it phrased so that they knew they were dealing with an idiot who was just,
like
trying
this guy claims to be his friend. He said he was my friend. He's like, the principal's my friend. And shit. So I went up to the principal and I said, look, this guy's like being extremely aggressive, and he claims to know you personally, and he keeps demanding that you call him.
Yeah.
And then he said, oh, okay, I'll take care of it. So then I sent the email that said all that shit.
Yeah.
And of course that looks so bad on the principal, but oh well.
Yeah, good for you.
Apparently it's your friend.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for yourself, not that motherfucker. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why they hate my ass, because it's just like, I'll throw you guys all under for this idiot.
Yeah.
So anyway, so this guy's like still raving for like the next half hour, like, where is he? I need his information, like asking my coworkers, I need to know who he is and shit. It's like,
God.
So in my like 30 seconds of dealing with this guy, I like totally like mind crushed him, which all I did with like a glance or something. Like,
pretty much.
What am I, a fucking anime character?
Yeah.
Like all I did was like say 2 words to the guy, and he's like literally having a meltdown. And so one of my coworkers today came up to me and he said, yeah, like about that guy. He's like, I got a weird vibe from him. Like he was trying to show off to all those girls on the softball team. And he's like, that was really weird because they were all like 12. And I was like, yeah, this dude's probably a perv.
Oh, dude, you killed me. I literally was drinking at the moment. Somehow you always catch that, and it just all goes up my nasal passages, and I fucking drown on air. That is, tell them about this stupid shit. Just this school, they set it up so that these girls could camp overnight with an adult male coach. With an adult male coach. And it's cool.
And
they got
they act
adults.
like I'm out of line. And then they act like I'm out of line. Yeah, these fucking crazy people. So one night there was like a bunch of students on the softball field with flashlights and tents, and so I go to my supervisor. I'm like, what the heck is this? What's going on? Oh, they got approved. I'm like, what do you mean, to stay overnight? And he's like, yeah, it was a special stargazing event. And I'm like, wait, with one coach, like just one coach by himself with all those girls? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We approved it. And I'm like, no way. Like, I couldn't believe my eyes. And sure enough, they're out there, and I'm getting like weed smoke and all kinds of weird stuff. And I'm like, okay, this is strange. So I cleared out. I was like, I don't want any part of this.
Good for you.
Actually, we're mandated reporters by the Constitution of California. I am, I don't know how much I can reveal about this, but without compromising. But I guess it's the same for any person that works for California, is like you're a mandated reporter. If you see any kind of child abuse or anything that's, violates the Constitution at all, you are obligated to report anybody and for any reason, essentially.
Yes,
otherwise
even suspicion,
because otherwise you are legally bound and considered complicit in the event.
Yes.
So I always vacate those situations, because if I see something, you don't have a choice, because if it later comes out, they'll say, well, he was around, he didn't say anything.
That's right.
And you're screwed. So
in other words, they implicate you. Just by your trying to do your job, if you happen to be so just get out of there. You're doing the right thing. Of course, that's the absolute best thing to do.
Just hightail it out.
Yeah, because you can't win. You can't win in those situations. But the horror is, we know that this single adult male coach with all these young girls in tents on a playing field, a football soccer type playing field overnight.
Overnight.
Yeah.
Overnight.
Oh my fucking God. Where do I get this job? Where
With
do
no
I
supervision.
get
Yeah.
Where... This? Yeah. That's the kind of work that I should have had long time ago. I mean, fuck this
Yeah,
shit.
you fucked up. Yeah, you fucked up.
Yeah. That's like.
Yeah, and it's just free game, just no problems.
Yeah. They sign off on it. They sign off on it. And
the
parents...
older coaches don't have a chance, but the younger coaches, they're definitely doing something.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, and it's it's just outrageous. And so there you go. But it's not just California. It's all over like this. We know that. We know it.
The United States.
Yeah, it's all over the U.S. Yeah, and it's just the situation. By the way, shout out to Incubate. Incubate left a incredible review. God bless him, on one of my shows. The latest show before tonight's, he wrote as 8 septillion. He wrote, which is our friend Incubate. Also likes the number 8, so his other avatar is 8 septillion. He commented, "I have had nothing but great luck and fortune since I started occasionally donating to Douglas. He is an enigma that has positively impacted my life. Thank you, Douglas Dietrich." Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It brings us to tonight's...
the enigma is that he had good luck after dealing with you. Share some of that luck, man.
Touche. Touche.
I just got fucking raked over the coals for like 4 years straight or something.
Everyone else, all they're getting is Aquino visits them, shows up, the cars get run off the road.
I don't know how to make this not sound like I'm fanboying, but the Aquino thing was actually like the nicest thing that has happened.
Good point.
I'd rather have that than like the freaking scorpion, the astral scorpion Chinese poison attack. Like,
yes, that's it. The goo attack.
The goo attack.
Yes.
Yes. I'll take anything over that. Well, not anything. But, I'm not inviting Aquino. I'm just saying.
Oh God.
That was more of a chummy thing than getting hit by a freaking whatever they sent that first time.
No, it's just attacks, occult attacks,
not to mention the Manson sisters and like cursing the bones of my uncle's house just to try and kill me.
It's true. For those of you who don't know, that was due to Peter Moon directly, who kept trying to find...
guaranteed.
Guaranteed. Yeah, that was... tell them how he kept asking, where do you live?
Once he found out where I lived, it was like instantly. He was like, "So Brendan, when we were finally in like a lull and you were on break or something, so Brendan, where do you live exactly? And I was just, I was like totally out of it probably, from work or something. I was just like, I live, in this one town." And he's like, "What's the town? I know I know that area. I'm from Davis," because he was originally from Davis, if you remember. That's right. How he started getting chummy with me.
Right.
Because he was like, "Oh, I know your area." Because I'm from Northern California too.
But he exploited to disarm you. So he was he exploited that to disarm you. Go on,
And so because I knew he knew about the area, I said the town instead of saying a town nearby like I normally do. I said the actual town, and his response, which is very suspect, because which I don't live in that town anymore, but that town is where they found the California murderer, whatever his name was.
Oh, the Golden State Killer.
Golden State Killer was living in that town for years.
There you go.
So, and Pete said, "Yes, I know that town. I know it very well."
I bet.
Like he'd been there. Like he'd been there multiple times, and it's nowhere near Davis. So I don't know what he was doing here.
Yeah.
But, and then after that, I'm getting visits from witches and randos coming, like literally walking into a house. Yeah. So you can't even imagine, like people can't even imagine that kind of madness where, no one's home and there's like some contractor working on the electrical and there's just random people walking in, like in full, like, sunglasses, everything, surveilling the house.
Wait, when they're not blocking you in, so you can't even go to work. I mean, tell them how they just.
That was after.
Yeah.
That was after.
Direct result.
After the curse set in, then the city, because of the hit Pete called in, the city starts doing all these random things like you have to cut down all the trees. They told my uncle, you have to cut down every tree. So it was a way to torture me, basically.
Yeah.
Because my uncle doesn't care other than the money that it cost.
Yeah.
But it was like a to try and kill me off because they knew I cared about trees. They're like, cut every tree on the whole property or we'll fine you out the wazoo and shit.
That's
so
right.
My uncle
in
did
other words, that was a morale breaker. It's a morale breaker, and but then the end result, however, was ironically the people who they really destroyed were your uncle and his crazy partner, whoever that woman is, who are now just trapped there like they're mired in quicksand. It's become a tar pit. That's their tar pit.
Yeah, it's become like an occult tar pit where they can't get out of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my mom observed that every time she drives by and sees them, they're like in the same general spot, like looking zombified.
Yeah, like
and
they're planted there. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's like, it's starting to spook me out because first of all, they normally aren't there, but when they're there, they're always like in the same general area,
well,
like
lawn gnomes, like they're lawn gnomes.
Yeah. Yeah, literally. And then she said he was mowing the grass, like he was weed eating the grass, which this guy's never done any kind of labor for the last 20, 30 years, at least. And all of a sudden he's mowing the lawn. That's how I know his brain is like atrophying or something, because he would never even imagine doing that before.
Well, it's not only that. It means he can't afford to contract labor anymore, or ICE has done so much damage to the labor market that they're not showing up to work. So
well, they were supportive. Him and that lady were supportive of Trump, and they said deport everyone. And this lady and my uncle are both naturalized citizens. They weren't born here, and she's Mexican, so her entire extended family are all illegals running off of her recommendation. So she just shot herself in the foot, basically.
Of course.
Like, so all those people. And they're outspoken, so all her family knows that they got them, screwed them over. Yeah. So I can't imagine anyone wanting to help her out and she had like some heavy duty breast cancer. So I can't imagine anyone wants to help that bitch.
Of course not.
So, anyways, that's just what happened. And that was all the curse of Peter Moon or his lackeys or someone that he worked with.
Yeah.
And they showed up to my mom's house as well.
Oh,
I
Jesus!
had nowhere to stay in between. You remember that?
I don't remember that. So tell us about that. When they
I told you. When I was like staying at my mom's temporarily because like I had nowhere else to go, and I'm like getting dressed in the living room because it's like a small little pad, and this lady comes up that's dressed the same as the first witch, with like a black
that's
puffer
right.
jacket,
I remember that now. Yes,
Harry Potter glasses.
That's right.
Like a little round John Lennon glasses and the same ponytail, like salt and pepper hair.
Yeah.
And she stares like comes up to the door and stares right through the shutters, not expecting someone to be there. So I immediately get up, open the door, and I said, "Who are you?" And she said, "Oh my God, I didn't know anyone was in there." And I said, "Why are you looking in someone's window?" And I said, "What's your name?" And she said, "My name is Nancy." And then she literally ran away, like walked or, dipped out immediately. Yeah. And that's all she said. She said, "My name is Nancy." And she just left. Jesus and I said, Christ. "Get the fuck out of here." Basically, I was like, get out of here. Like, this isn't your house, obviously.
Yeah.
So
it's
so
so
they
invasive.
Were scoping out that house.
Yeah. No, they were following you, and it's just and they knew where you were going because once Moonsuck had put the word out and he was always connected to these elderly witches, who he brought on the show a number of times. Different ones that who boasted of being, I'm an elderly witch bitch, and and
follow the one with the books and shit.
Yeah, Maria D'Andrea, who wound up losing her powers per his own confession, which Aristides was on the call with yourself and myself, but the moment you took a break, and this was like
I got knocked off.
Oh, that's right. The moment you were knocked off is when Peter Moon tells Aristides and myself, Maria D'Andrea has all of her powers due to a pact with demons, but now she's lost them. The demon who was... Yeah.
And when I rejoined, you said, "Can you repeat that for Bren?" And he was like, "No. No, I will not."
That's right. Yeah, that piece of shit. Yeah,
And right when he said that, basically I got cut off right when he said that, so I already knew it was like she's working with Jin or something.
Yeah, of course.
Like I already intuited that.
And you know what? It's almost as if well, as I explained before, this is what I know happened, is he was dealing with her to get this occult grimoire from her, which Brendan did hear. Brendan did hear that part, was that
he was open about that when we were arguing with him. We're like, Pete, you can't touch it. Like, there's no point.
That's right.
And he said, but what if there is? What if he said, what if we can use it? Like it was the shit from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
You know, when Boromir is trying to convince them to give him the ring. We can use it. We can use it. And that's what he was saying to us.
And you and I were saying, for what, right? What the fuck? What?
And we straight up told him no.
Yeah.
We're like, no, of course not. And he said, well, what if we can use it and all that shit? And that's when I was like, all right, he's toast. He's cooked.
Yeah.
He's basically a dead man walking. And look what happened.
Yeah, and as soon as he got that from her, the demon that was riding her started riding him. It transferred with that book. And that when he said, "Oh, the demon has left her," it was like, "How would you know?" And then you know, as the moment he started going into that was when it's almost as if that electrical interference. Yeah, that's right. But it was the moment that he was going to cop to it. It cut you off the call. That's what happened. It cut you off the call the moment he was going to cop to it. And then what happened was as soon as you got back on, then he wouldn't speak of it again because they definitely have an aversion to you, these forces.
Well, the entity is smarter than him. Obviously.
Yeah. Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Respect, you know? Like, you know Ali G, right? Respect.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Respect to the demon that killed Peter Moon.
Yeah.
like he's a gangster, you know, respect.
Oh, of course. I got more respect for him than for fucking Peter Moon. That goes for sure.
Yeah, that was the joke. Yeah, that's the joke.
Yeah, definitely. It's like I said, I'd rather spend time with Epstein than Einstein. Yeah, so it's like.
Oh shit, you said that? That's a Douglas Dietrich quote.
Yeah, that's a Douglas Dietrich quote. I said that earlier tonight.
It's a T-shirt quote.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, we need to put that on a T-shirt.
And your detractor still won't ever bring that up again. It'll just be like you never said it. Like Doug said he likes Epstein. No, it'll never get brought up again.
Now, bear in mind, I didn't say I liked him personally. It's just I'd rather be around Epstein than Einstein for the sake of, you know, what he's got to offer.
I bet you would.
Yeah,
I bet you would. Sick bastard. Yeah. You would be there for it would be like a buffet and a whorehouse.
Yeah, there you go.
They'll be like, here are all the girls, and you're like, no, where's the buffet?
Yeah.
And they're looking at you like, oh shit, this guy wants boys.
Yeah, for those of you who don't get it, I'm straight, and try and imagine if you fed off something.
I don't think it's not better. Let's not make any moral judgments here. But anyways, carry on.
Yeah, but just think, people. If you're fucking something, would you eat it? This is what I don't get, is why people think vampires become romantically involved with their food. It's like, I have sex
that's
with
just a
girls.
movie trip. That's just a movie trip.
I think it's some sick American romanticism because that really started with Universal Studios. That was never a European thing. The Europeans never had that in their mythography of vampires. It started.
Well, Dracula had a wife.
Yes,
book,
the historical. I'm
talking Bram.
Yeah, with Bram
Bram's
Stoker's novel, he had brides. So he had a harem. He had multiple wives. This is true. But he wasn't feeding off them. That's like,
well, there you go.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, he had to bring them food. He had to bring them a sack that was squirming, which everyone presumes could be a baby, but certain critics have said, well, it might have been a live pig or a suckling pig inside of that moving sack that he threw to his bribes. Right? Yeah, bullshit. Yeah, just absolutely bizarre that someone would even confabulate that. But such having been said, he throws them a baby for food, a moving sack. Such being said, he's fucking them, not feeding off of them, so that people understand that. As for when it comes to this conflation of food with sex, like, oh, the vampire loves the woman he's feeding off of. It's like this goes so far to explain the American phenomenon of overweight that I don't even find it funny. I mean, this is why you all need.
No, there was a Seinfeld episode about it when he's like eating a sandwich.
Yeah.
While he's fucking.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
That was the most grotesque episode.
There you go. There you go. That is disgusting. But Americans do that. Americans do that.
That was the joke. That was the joke. He would be like, the cheesy Jew shit. He was like, how could you do that? What's his name? George. How could you do that, George? And he's like, I don't know. It's just takes over me. And, I just have to eat a sandwich. And they were all like flabbergasted. You can't fucking eat a sandwich.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah.
That was the joke.
Unfortunately, all too many do though. Yeah, and too many people got the joke. It's like an inside joke. You know what it's like? It's like Ellen DeGeneres with her lesbian series. The problem was everything became too much of an inside joke. So Seinfeld was like that, except it was universal. The problem with Seinfeld was it was an outside joke, even though it was inside. Everybody got it. But
that's how neurotic Americans are.
That's right. Because of this Jewish acculturation, I would argue that. But when it came to the what's the other thing that brings up, like Brooke Gibson, when she's saying, if you're sucking blood from the young boys, how much different is, how short a path is that, or how short a circuit is that to sucking their little penises and sucking up their cum? And I'm like, really? That's like seeing me eat lamb and saying,
well, she was projecting.
What? Thank you. I mean,
and I at first I was like, oh yeah, I believe Douglas's line that it's totally harmless, and the kids are totally happy with it. And then I saw that fucking damage you did with the freaking nun outfit, and I was like, this guy is sick. This motherfucker is sick. It's not just feeding off them, he's torturing them too.
For those of you who don't know, one of them was he had prior experience. He was pre-traumatized in a convent where they were raising orphans.
I'll give you that. You didn't do the trauma. You weren't the traumatizer.
Thank you.
You just reawakened it.
Yeah, reawakened it when I was dressed as a nun for Halloween. Yeah, that's all. But he was pre-traumatized in a convent where they were running an orphanage. And the nuns were quite cruel. But Brendan had warned me, in all fairness, Brendan had warned me, don't dress like a nun for Halloween. You'll traumatize half of them. I said, what the fuck are you talking about? Then it happened. Oh
yeah, and then the next week, you're like, yeah, they were all fucked up. Like, yeah, no shit. And you were like, he just took a nap. It's like, no, that wasn't a nap. He was fake sleeping from the trauma, you stupid bastards.
Yes.
And you guys were like, "Oh, it's so cute." That's not cute.
Yeah, that was Brooke. But you know who was panting? Nemo. Nemo was panting.
Oh God, that was hideous. Whoever that was, Nemo. It was sick. Yeah. And I was like, Doug, is that you? Who is that? And you're like, it wasn't me. And it's like all of a sudden there's people in the background, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Like. And no offense to anyone. Well, obviously, it wouldn't be offensive. Just, none of it was sexy. The nun outfit wasn't sexy. The kids obviously were hideous.
Well, apparently, this is the problem. Well, your idea and my idea of porn is not necessarily that of other people's. That's the problem.
Like, none of it was attractive, but someone was like, oh, who was that nun?
Yeah, that's Nemo. Well, that's Nemo. We can say that out loud. Because actually, we were going through the photographs, and I was just trying to show them casual photographs of the Blood Boys. There's nothing suggestive about these photographs, but the Blood Boys are
apparently.
Apparently. To a normal person, right? But what's not pornography to you or I doesn't mean it's not pornography to someone else. In other words, some people will take, like, this is why parents have to be very careful about putting pictures of their children who they're rightfully proud of on the internet. Because even though what seems innocent to you, well, my daughter's in a ballet dress at her first class, or even like, this is my child and it's our first change of diapers. I don't know why people do this, but people put things like that on the fucking internet. I've seen it. Where, just, change my, and even though this is not pornography to the parent, that does not mean it's not pornography to someone else. So there's plenty of people out there who find that pornographic, and they get off on it. And this is the problem where I'm showing casual photographs of the Blood Boys, but while we're scrolling down, first thing Nemo says is, "What was that nun? What was that?" I said, "That's me, you idiot." It's like,
that he loved that even more.
Yeah, and when I scrolled back up to it,
got
he was like,
up.
Yeah, he was like, "Nice."
Yeah.
That
was so cringe.
Yeah,
So
and
cringe.
at any rate, but the person.
Oh, here's the latest something. 1 hour ago, Columbia University pays $221 million back to Trump, which will restore its funding.
This is
$400 million in annual funding.
Talk about protection racket.
Yeah.
It's
$200 million over 3 years to settle anti-Semitic investigations. There you go.
Yeah. So it's like
anyways,
all I can say is this is outrageous. That's outrageous. I'm appalled. I'm appalled.
Why even keep it open? Just
and you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of what got Colbert canceled. Colbert was canceled because he called out CBS paying Trump a similar amount of money. He said it's a big fat payoff.
They're trying to dust that under the covers, like, oh, it was just an organic decision because it's late night is slowing down, so it's no problem. Don't worry about it. Crazy.
Fucking
absolutely
shit.
Crazy.
He called it out as one of the biggest bribes in media history. In fact, the first open bribe
they
to a
canceled him
president
within days.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Outrageous. And then for Ivy League to kneel, to bow to Trump under those same pressures. Yeah. What was
some bullshit?
Yeah. But again, just to show how it's exactly like Brendan said, nothing against Brooke, and I'm not judging her for it, but it's obvious she's projecting, and it's obvious she was, into the Blood Boys in the same sense Nemo was. In her case, all I'd say is good for her, but still, it's like when she says, "Oh, you're eating from them, as in their blood. You must be fucking them." Really? It's like, again, imagine my milking a goat, and somebody sees me milking a goat and says, "Before you know it, you'll be fucking it."
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what they would do. That's why they say it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you wouldn't say it.
Thank you. And as for me, milking the goat, it's still really, really. That's
so sick.
Yes, so thank you. No, that's not what's going on here. And but the funny thing is that anyhow. But then again, look at who we were talking about. Nemo, in particular, exposed himself. Nemo exposed himself because he was showing off his super expensive computer to Aristides, and Aristides could testify to this. All that was on it was that yayoi porn of, young boys. Okay, just that, so we know what Nemo's into. And that's
at least he was honest about it.
Well, I regret finding that out until after I showed him the photographs of the Blood Boys. So if I had known that, I would not have done so, even though the photographs were not sexual or suggestive.
You were supposed to show Brooke, but she kept flaking.
That's right. That was the point.
So that was all her fault.
That's right. Yeah. Then she wanted to see them. And of course, and
which was incredibly suspect.
Though I don't mind as much, I don't judge as much in that case. I mean, honestly, females, as far as I'm concerned, they're not predatory in the sense that men are. It's different, because if the boy's complaining, it's because they're not getting any, or they want it again and they didn't get it again. Then they start complaining.
There are definitely some sick situations, but if you're like over 12, or I don't know how to say this without sounding like a perv, but if you're over 15 it's probably fine. You know?
Yeah, well, let's just put it this way: the worst that can happen if a woman seduces a underage boy is that the boy realizes that he's gay or something. The worst that could happen is he suddenly at least identifies
How is that the worst?
By that I mean the worst that can happen is that it was a bad experience for him, and
What
he
about
suddenly
having
realizes.
a child? That's not a good scenario either.
Well, theoretically, the female as the adult will do something to abort the child or to prevent it from happening in the first place. One would presume, unless she is just totally falling enslaved to the demon lust, that she's taken some sort of, preventive, but an abortive, and what do we call it again? Abortifacient or something of that nature to prevent it
Birth
from
control
happening.
or something.
Yes, that's you're right. Thank you. That would be the Peter Moon term. You mean like birth control? yeah, like that. Yes, I'm trying to think of the medical term, abortifacient, I believe. But such having been taken into account, such things do happen, and you really do wonder about the woman's state of mind at that point. But that's usually because the woman is manipulative and she wants to entrap the boy into becoming a lifetime lover. That's what happened in the one case that I'm aware of. Who was a female teacher got pregnant by the student who was quite young, such being the case, every once in a while, normally all that happens is the woman might traumatize the boy into realizing, I don't like having sex with women, and therefore at least they're made aware of their sexual orientation. So, big deal. As far as I'm concerned, when a woman seduces a young boy, it's not a violation. It's an initiation.
Jeez. Yeah, I can't really comment on it. It's never happened to me.
Yeah, and that's fine.
I wouldn't be upset if it was.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Yeah, that's nor would most healthy young men. Well, like I said, when they're complaining, it's because she stopped. She didn't come back again.
I always wonder, how does that get? They open their mouths and they fuck it up for everyone.
Well, most of the time it's because they can't stop bragging. That's what happens. It's
Remember that teacher, and then everyone, and then the parents find out.
Yeah, that's it. That's what happens. They find out because
you
the
know
boys.
It was never an issue.
Of course not. Of course not. Not in any general sense. Fuck no. So there you go. Carl Linwood says, "Geez, this is some dark shit, as usual." It's like,
isn't that why you people listen?
Yeah. Why are you here?
I've dealt with it so much. I'm like callous to it. But yeah, it's sick. Yeah, Doug's sick, man. You should have heard him back in the day.
Look what I dealt with all my life. Look at what I dealt with all my life. I was raised in the Tenderloin, where I would walk outside and see child prostitutes, usually almost overwhelmingly young boys, but believe me, there was some beautiful young women out there. Girls.
You would know. You would know.
Yeah, literally, there were girls that were dressed in lingerie walking the streets at midnight in the Tenderloin. And we're talking about girls who were 9 to 12 years old. So I grew up with this. It's not like it's. What do you expect from someone who's been? Well, here's what I.
Yeah, America's not an easy matrix. It's not an easy place to be.
Yeah, here's what we've come to expect. It's like another victim comes on the show, like Marina Sarin. Then Peter Moon displaying his infinite capacity for psychotic inability to empathize with anyone. Tell him.
Oh no, that was the worst. That was actually one of the worst infractions on the show. Actually, if I were to that was up there. Let's say it's up there. That was up there. When he was like, so tell us about your trauma, just like Doug's trauma, and then he described your trauma in detail, and then after embarrassing Marina with that, then he says, "What was your trauma, Marina? Tell us in detail." Yeah. And so she tells a little bit. She says, I was in high school and I would wake up on this, I would be, abducted in my dreams and wake up naked in this operate science, what would be the word? Clinical room with no clothes, and I get attacked by these men in suits or not suits, but like
military
doctors'
uniforms,
outfits.
I believe, and surgical outfits. Yeah,
Yeah,
lab
surgical
smocks,
outfits,
lab
and they,
smocks,
like,
and
probe her.
uniforms. Yeah.
Yeah, and they would like probe her and stuff, and for some reason I don't know why he thought this was okay, but he said, "What were you wearing? What were you wearing?"
Is
And I'm like,
that is
what
so
the
bad.
fuck?
That is like this. But you know what it comes down to? That's
are you
like when a
crazy?
woman gets raped. That's what the police used to shut them down with. What
But
were you wearing?
Yeah, that I understand. That's definitely the line. But
Yeah.
why would you ask that after someone said I was naked and underage? I mean, that was just insane.
Yeah. Yeah. Outrageous. Outrageous. When
Yeah.
she said she was sleeping in
And
her
traumatized.
bed. Yeah. When
Yeah.
she said she was sleeping in her bed when these MILABs or military abductions would
Yes.
happen, what do you think she was wearing? It obviously would be either a nightie or nothing.
Yeah. Well, she specifically said when she was in the room, there was nothing on.
That's right. She's
And
just-
he said, "What were you wearing? What did they do to you and shit?" Like stuff you just shouldn't ask. When
Right,
someone's
obviously,
telling a story like that.
especially on bandwidth, live on
Yeah.
bandwidth.
Live on air, and it's an old ass dude.
Yeah, that's right.
It's just so hideous. It was hideous. But poor Marina deals with these people so much. She just was like,
she just
cool
rolled
with
with
it, I guess.
She just handled it, and she giggled when I told him after he describes first the way he said it was, "You're hypersexualized, but Dougie is too, because he was raped too." And then when he describes that, to her credit, when after he finishes that horror story, I said, "Thank you for sharing that, Peter." And when she started giggling, she handled that so well. Just to roll with it when we're obviously in the company of a madman. It was after all that, just as the what do you call it to finish off the sex session with? You light up the cigarette, you zip up your fly, you light up the cigarette. That's what he did with the story. After that, he goes into the story of the developmentally disabled boy child with him shoving the cucumber up the kid's ass. That's when he goes into that.
Oh my god!
story.
I hope she left before that, because that would just be too much.
No, that was right after she left. She left.
Thank God.
Yeah, that was right after she left. He went into that in depth with great relish, as his top off for the night.
I don't know if you remember, but that whole transmission, I was cursing you in the back. I said, "Get him off!
Yeah.
Get this crazy old."
I think it's still in the
off.
chat room. The episode's still up, so it's still
I'm
in the
sure.
chat.
Oh, I'm sure it's there.
Yeah. It's like
I was like, Doug, you have, like, for the sake of your show, you gotta get this perv off.
Or maybe you put that in the Skype text, in which case it wouldn't
It was
be
the
in
Skype.
the chat.
Yeah. It was the Skype.
But I think you actually said it in chat as well. I mean, almost like you felt the need to get it on record.
Oh,
like,
I did. No, I said it in the. That's why he was pissed, because I said it in the main chat.
That's right.
As well.
Yeah.
I said, how can you let this go on?
Right. Good point. That was a good point. It was, I would not have if Marina had not handled it so well. But like you said, she deals with it so often, just completely oblivious idiots who are gratuitous.
I think you said something along the lines of, like, just let him burn himself, Let him expose himself or something.
Yeah, it might have been that too. I think that was reported to him, because it was after that he refused to come on again. That was what the gang stalkers reported to Peter when he said, "Oh, yeah."
Well, they probably said, "Dude, you fumbled so bad, like you just fucked it up for all of them."
Yeah, you know what that reminds me of? The Joe Biden debate. It's like the Joe Biden debate where he just, he's just like on air, and he's just.
Well, did you hear Hunter? He came out and said he was on Ambien. Did you hear about that?
Tell us about that. It's because
that was it. It was just like a couple days ago. He was like blabbing his mouth because that dude, for some reason, that dude can't just accept his. What is it called? His inheritance and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, no.
He still has to be out there talking.
Yeah.
And he needs attention, basically.
Yeah.
And he said, my dad was on Ambien when he went off on, he fumbled the ball and shit. And it's like, why is that even detail necessary?
Thank you. No, I know I didn't know that. And so I got confused there for a second. So you're saying Joe Biden's son said this, almost like he's trying to defend his dad, Hunter Biden, right? As opposed to,
but he just fumbled.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, he should just shut up and let it go. Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
like you said, these people, like, he's not doing
They
his
already
dad
made
any
$1
favor.
billion. I mean, just shut up.
Yeah, thank you. It's not like he's doing his dad any favor by doing
No.
that. Yeah, if anything, he's just making it worse.
There was even a meme that said, Hunter Biden complains about the price of hookers and crack. Or something.
That's funny. That's funny. Is that true? Is that true? Because I would believe that.
He might have. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah.
With him, who knows?
Yeah.
I think it was just a meme, though.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But it's what I would call virtual truth. There's some memes that or virtual reality bullshit. It's just virtual truth. It's like it's like that. The protocols of the elders of Zion is like that. It's a forgery, but it doesn't matter that it's a forgery. It may as well be true.
Right. Yeah, it's just, it is what it is.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, it says what.
Here's the list. Crack, check mark. Hookers, check mark. Call China, check mark. Pick up laptop, no check mark. So it's just, like, this guy's just a joke, basically. He's just a joke.
Yeah, it's like that. But remember how Peter used to trip off him. Hunter Biden's getting away with it. He's getting away with it. It's like, so fucking what? Why do you care? Why do you care?
Right.
What does this have to do with your life?
As if everyone else is sterling. That's what the implication is, that we're all sterling.
Yeah, no shit.
Golden. We're all golden.
Yeah. Coming from him, that's the
Trump has how many wives?
Yeah, that have divorced him for physical abuse.
In Trump's defense, he didn't do drugs that we know of.
That makes it worse. He's got no excuse.
He's just crazy. Yeah, he's just insane.
He's just a violent, crazy person. It's like
no alteration needed.
yeah. By the way, let's see if I can do this. I'm going to do something here. Let's see if I can. There we are. Share. Okay, so we do the share, screen share, and so this is what Brendan had to suffer, and this is the horror of what he suffered. This is what came to visit him in the shower. There you go. I don't know if you can see that. I don't know if you can see the
in the shower. What the fuck was going on?
Yeah. Can you see it in the screen share?
Oh my god, that's hideous.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I see that fucking thing.
Yeah. There you go. That was.
Why do you keep doing this to me?
Yeah, it's horrible. Because I'm sadistic. Because I'm sick and I'm sadistic and.
Yeah, it looked just like that. But it was like colored red and black with like. Hair on it,
yeah, like an earwig. Yeah, it was, or like kind of like a combination of. It's like a hairy earwig with the hair coming out. I know exactly what it's like, coming out of the plates, out of the armor plating. The hair was coming out from underneath the armor.
It was almost like kind of shaped like a, I don't know, like a stylized lightning bolt. It was like very spiky and weird looking.
Yeah. The armored plates were horned. In other words, like a horny projection on the armored plates. Yes, exactly. I know, because I saw them breeding this at the Presidio military base, and they would shed, and I'm certain that one of those shed carapaces was given to that Miguel Andujar, because he had said that he had gotten gifts from Aquino, which is how he knew he was an evil man, is what his claim was. But and when I asked him, how did you get gifts from Aquino if you're against him, there was never a response. But we know what he was using those carapaces for. That was like he's basically using the occult projection of them to focus on yourself, when he was using the, as it's called in China, the gu, a combination of multiple toxins, which, because they use the same process that they were using in China, that's what Aquino was emulating, was they had these insects devour other venomous insects, spiders, scorpions, and these larger insects devouring them. It adds to the potency of their own venom, and it's a horrific procedure, and this is what was essentially directed against Brendan in the astral level. And believe me, it can work. For those of you who don't know, we'll be speaking of quantum mechanics more as in the future because of Aaron's own investigation.
It was like a Cruciatus level curse from like the Harry Potter series.
Well, explain to them the term Cruciatus and the Morgul blade. That's important for our people to understand.
Yeah. I mean, the Morgul blade was just like the remnant of it. That would be akin to that. But there was this concept that obviously Aquino gave to J.K. Rowling at one point, or through his crew, his pylon, she got this knowledge. But it said, basically, the Cruciatus curse is known as the torture curse. It was a tool of the dark arts, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. When cast successfully on a sentient being, the curse inflicted intense, excruciating physical pain, eventually resulting in insanity if the victim was prolonged in its effect. So there you go.
And by the way, Heather Holman has joined us. But anyhow,
and they use that to strike me, and it got one of my toes, I won't say which one of my toes got hit, and I couldn't stand or walk. Even when I was, and actually, in fact, when I was off the foot, the pain increased by leagues, where I was like flailing, like in my bed for like weeks on end. Like, and it sounds like almost like a joke that it could be that long, but it was like for over 2 or 3 weeks. And I thought I was going to die from it. And there was no visible wound. There was like a blister type thing, but it wasn't inflamed or infected. It was, and even after it healed, it was completely like the most painful thing you can imagine. Like searing, burning, stinging pain, and just unending, like unceasing, stinging, burning pain. And at the end of that, when I finally was like, had enough sense to realize that, I thought it was like some kind of infection or something. I didn't know what it was, but all my tests came back normal. And so I said, I want to see whatever's doing this to me in my mind's eye. I was so fed up with it. I was like in the twilight of, like a fever dream. You were in the twilight of living and dying and all of that. Yes. Like, is this making sense?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. And so in that twilight, I said, look, I just want to see it. I just want to see what the fuck this is. And that image came of one of these scorpion creatures in this like searing red aura that was like so intimidating and disgusting looking. And it was crawling and shit. Like I could actually see it lunging at me. Like that's how clear it came in, like the essence of it. And then when I realized what it was, I did my counter strike, and that's when it finally subsided. So I immediately knew that it was basically your fault, Doug.
Absolutely.
That this shit happened. Yeah.
No, it's true.
Then I called Doug and I said, Doug, I saw it. I saw what was causing this, because I had been calling him for days, saying like, "What is going on?" He literally heard me screaming, like, and he was like, "You didn't really care that much, but you heard it."
Yes, yeah. I'm too psychotic to really empathize, but at least I understood what was going on.
Yeah, everyone else just thought I was like losing it, that I was out of my. And people at work thought I was crazy. They're like, "Why are you limping? You don't look injured, and like, why are you taking your shoes off and stuff?" Like I looked insane. Like it made me look like an absolute loony. And
which is also the point of the occult assault. Yes, continue.
Yeah, and then when you go to a doctor, the doctor says there's no infection, there's no evidence of anything, except that your blood pressure's high because of the pain, and there's nothing we can do, essentially. And no painkillers were working either. It was that just suspect of an event.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyways, so by the time that happened, and I realized it, then I was calling Doug and I said, "Look, I know what it is. And I said, and the second I started describing it, you were like, "I know what that is." And you described it to a T. I said, "It's a scorpion." And you said, "Does it look like this?" And, we had that exchange, and I was like, "How do you know?" Like it was exactly what I described. Or you described it before I could describe it, essentially. You knew what it looked like.
That's right.
And
yeah.
So I was like, "What the fuck? Did you send this shit after me?" And you were like, "No, I saw them at the Presidio."
Well, I'm too lazy to do that.
No. This was like, this would have taken weeks to ponder.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't. You don't have the. I know you don't have the discipline to do that. That I knew. That I knew for sure.
Yes. Well, it's not so much.
Even the goo takes like months.
Yeah. No. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
No. This is how much of a threat that Brendan is considered to the enemy. But if you take a look at your screen share again, forget what you see on the screen right now. Take a look at just for a second here at what it morphs into. When you see what it morphs into, then it becomes...
this thing looks disgusting.
Oh, this is what it morphs into. And this is what you were dealing with is more like this. See, the hair coming out through these carapace holes where it's eating a smaller version of itself. Yes, that's...
Jeez, that's oh, yeah, that thing. Oh, God.
Thank you.
That one's more fish-like. That one's more fish-like.
Yeah, this is more silverfish-like. But,
but
which
this
is
one
always
was
more
like
scorpionic.
spiky.
More scorpionic. Yeah.
Let's see if I can find a photo.
Yeah, and we found similar photos in the past, but it's like, not that I'm trying to intentionally...
Well, it was a hybrid. It was
a hybrid. It was definitely a hybrid. So it was much more like a land scorpion, even though it was related to the sea scorpions. So it was much more like the traditional land scorpion in effect, but one that's almost like tarantula-like in its hairiness, or hirsuteness would be the term. It's hirsute. Hair coming out from under the carapaces.
Yeah, it was definitely like the land type, but it had like that same shape that you're showing me.
Yes, that's right. The same general shape of the sea scorpion. And as I said, I know because I've seen them breed them at the Letterman Army Medical Center and raise them on feeding them literally other large poisonous insects and venomous vermin, including amphibians such as poisonous toads and snakes that are extraordinarily poisonous. No boa constrictors are large snakes that crush, but extremely venomous snakes like cobras, and particularly what's called the taipan from Australia, which is the taipan snake from Australia is the most venomous in the world. So all that.
Yeah, like what kind of venom causes that much pain but doesn't kill you? I mean, it's like the most sick kind of shit.
You know what it's like. It's the only thing that can come close to that is a brain amoeba. When people get a brain amoeba, any conventional painkillers will not kill the pain because it's in their brain.
Right.
The brain amoeba is sitting in their brain and controls their nervous system. At that point, it's sitting in the juxtaposition between your brain and your spine, and it's impacting your entire nervous system from inside, and any conventional painkillers you take are not going to impact that. That's what we're talking about with this. It's something very similar. They're getting at you from the inside through an astral kind of attack where, so for those of you who don't understand this, again, this is the quantum mechanical level of physics. What I said was metaphysics.
Yes.
And believe me, it works. People have used this for thousands of years. And the horror of it is, it's like that time they tried to kill Brandon Young. It wasn't just a conventional assassination method. They tried to kill him while burning alive. In other words, they put a bomb in his car that was supposed to incinerate and set the car on fire, so he was supposed to die in complete agony. This is how they wanted to kill Brendan. They didn't just want to kill him with a Madame Laveau kind of attack, like, you wake up dead because you died in your sleep of a heart attack. No, they wanted you to die of suffering. They wanted you aware to know why. And of course,
and here's a little more detail if you want me to go into this. It says,
please.
The pain caused by the cruciatus was described as being worse than 1,000 white-hot knives boring into the skin, beyond what most people could ever experience. The sensation of the curse is so intense that the person under the effects wishes for unconsciousness and even death as a means to escape the searing pain. Pain from the curse causes permanent physical and mental injury if prolonged, and some cases have spent the rest of their lives in hospitals, mental hospitals, because of the terrible trauma that the curse caused. The incident is considered horrific for the fate of the victim, even worse than death, with permanent effects such as madness. In other words,
and again, though Brendan passed over it, he said it briefly. J.K. Rowling's was an acolyte of Michael Aquino, and she actually is a transphobe, a violent transphobe who actually wrote under a man's name violent detective novels under a man's name where she likes to pretend she's a big tough guy behind a pseudonym, a pen name, and only came out under her name when she was writing the occult shit. But tell them about Hari Putar and that whole concept of, the son of God.
Oh yeah, it's just she just nicked the whole story and just added the window dressing of like Hogwarts and shit, which Aquino told her about. You know. But so the word Harry Potter is just a play on the ancient story of Vishnu and Krishna as his emanation of divine called Hari Putra. So Hari Putra means emanation of Hari, and Hari is the divine, heart stealer, which is, the more young, the boyish form of Krishna and stuff. So Hari Putra, the emanation of Hari. So then she took that and made Harry Potter and all that stuff as the chosen child and all of that.
Yeah.
But, here's an important part here, just quickly.
Of
it
course,
says to successfully perform this curse, simply uttering an incantation is not enough. The wizard or witch has to possess a deep desire to cause the victim pain, and here's the kicker, to take great pleasure in the suffering.
There you go. There you go. And that reminds me of what Aaron said about Jameson Reese. That when he heard me on record saying, geez, why you're expending so much energy on binding people? It's like, this is what I live for. That's what he said. It's like these people truly, they don't hide it. They don't hide it. Neither did Moonsuck. But Heather, let's hear from you. So, dear Heather, since we segued over into, there we are. How are you, honey? Welcome aboard, and hope you're doing well. Yes. How are you?
Yeah, doing great.
And
I've taken my night meds, so I don't know how long I can stay on tonight. I just wanted to drop in and say hey.
Don't pull a Biden.
That's okay. We're fine if you do. Yeah.
I'm just joking.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, and don't worry if you wind up falling asleep on us, that's fine too. So, honey, so you just took your night meds, and may I ask what they are? What works on you?
I took some hydroxyzine, some trazodone, some Benadryl, some risperidone, and gabapentin.
Cool. What the fuck?
That'll do it.
Jesus fucking whoa! I mean, it's like
Hare Krishna.
Have you told your doctor that you do this? I mean, is
no.
Yeah. Oh, maybe you should. I'm like, whoa.
What are you talking about? That sounds like a normal night for old people. Not that Heather's old, but
yeah. For the elderly.
But everyone else in her neighborhood's on more than that.
Good point.
Yeah. They take morphine and stuff.
Oh, good point. Touche. Still, that's quite the cocktail. Oh, I'm surprised you can talk to us right now.
Well, yeah, last night I took a few trazodone and with it, and I was too much, so I just took 2 tonight.
Jesus fucking Christ! Oh my God, honey, geez, how'd you last this long to even be able to talk?
Well, I'm tough.
Yeah, there you are. Well, got to tell you one thing: you're resilient, and so hey, what's on your mind? How's?
Oh, I don't know. Today I went to the Moose Lodge and played bingo.
All right.
Nothing exciting over here.
What was the average age of the person at the Moose Lodge?
Probably 70.
Wow.
75. Yeah.
It was a jumping day at the Moose Lodge.
Yeah. Surprisingly, I mean, the bingo was popping off. We pulled in and there was like a whole parking lot full of cars. So we expected it to be, empty, but bingo hits, I guess.
And Vin was there with you through this?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he knows how to give a girl a good time.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's all our popcorn.
Yeah, that's, is he there?
Yeah,
say hi.
Yeah, Vinny.
Oh, my God.
You want to come out here and say hi?
Yeah. Oh, that's delightful.
He's coming out here.
Okay. Yes, that's But such being said, I'm glad. That's cool. I mean, it's wonderful. Life in retirement. It's like we should all be so lucky. Okay, he might be
Yeah.
here now. Yeah, and is
Yeah,
his
no,
mother
he's
doing
still
all
coming.
right?
It's a big house.
Yeah. Oh shit. Oh.
Here he comes. Here he is. Say hi.
Okay.
Hey Douglas, how are you?
Oh, much the better for speaking with you, Vin. It's so good to speak to you. I understand you went to the Moose Lodge today and it was hopping with a bingo.
Yes, the bingo was not fruitful for us today. Once again, my luck did not wear off there. I need to find a system for the bingo. I haven't figured it out quite yet, but I'm sure I will crack the code to the bingo as I have the craps table.
Sounds good. Sounds good. But hey, you don't want to do that and then deprive everyone else of their joy. You're just going to use that sparingly, right?
Oh yes. But I did find out they have Texas Hold'em at 11:30 on the Friday. So morning game of Texas Hold'em, a game I don't know that much about, but I figure I can go in and take some of the Moose money.
Okay, sounds good. Now this Moose Lodge, this sounds like Fred Flintstone kind of stuff. I mean, is this an actual Freemasonic union, or why?
It is the Fraternal Order of Moose, and they have Moose children's homes all over the place. So they sponsor Moose children, and basically that are children that don't have a home, and they have different age groups of the children that are all taken care of that basically don't have families, so they live in different things, and that's what the Moose sponsor. And then they have a Moose summer camp, and so they sponsor the children from grade school on, and they do that, and
From ages 6 to 18.
yeah, so they take them from an adopted house, and they have their own Moose houses with full-time,
Or they take them out of the state system of
right,
orphanage or whatever.
yeah, the orphanages. And then they have different age groups they have different houses for different people, but they want for nothing in those houses. And so different chapters sponsor different things, but they're professionally run and supposedly really nice, and any Moose member can go visit the house basically at any time within reason to see that the children are being well taken care of. So that's pretty fair that they've got it professionally done, and you can actually it's not like Alligator Alcatraz for children.
Oh man! Well, I mean, this is incredible, but the Moose Lodge facilities that help to provide an alternative care for children than that provided by state orphanage, as one example. Are any of these facilities on site the community in which you live?
Oh, no. They're sponsored. They're usually out of the community, and basically what it also provides is it's sort of a fraternal organization, but it's not quite. But it also, I mean, it's a lodge, so they have like the bingo. It provides a little bit in that, but they also have cheap drinks, and it's
Karaoke.
Yeah, and a lot of places like here, there's a lot of other bars and everything. But I used to live in a town called Arizona City, which had one golf course, and did not have a bar in the town. And the closest bar was about 15 miles away, and it was a retirement community. And there was maybe 1,000 members, but there was a Moose Lodge. So that was the place where you would go to drink and hang out once the golf course bar closed. And it gives you, a cheaper option to go. So, I mean, it's a nice place, and everyone does know each other, and there's, no monkey business, and so to speak. And, and no one's picking up on each other's wives, or if they are, it's not anything I'm interested in, because, the average age is probably older than me. So.
Oh, good point. Good point. Yeah. So no, that's great. No, I appreciate you sharing that. So were you familiar with what happened at the Coldplay Gate, as they call it, where at the Coldplay concert, all these big time corporate bigwigs were all
Yes, I saw that.
kissing each other? What do you make of that? What the fuck is going on? Why do so many people? Why was that such a scandal even?
Well, I think it's weird because The Simpsons predicted it a long time ago.
Did they really?
Another one of the it's another one of those Simpsons predictions.
Damn, predictive programming.
Yeah.
So that's pretty incredible. And let's see now. We've just got sent a link from our man Brendan. Let's take a look at what he sent us here. And he's let me see now. Okay, body of person who died on international flight in California is reportedly missing. After a passenger died in airspace over Greenland, the decision was made to divert to Chicago O'Hare to offload the deceased. However, the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office in Chicago has no record of the incident. Turkish Airlines, what do you expect? Oh my God.
Yeah, so what was it? A zombie or a vampire? It's like something out of an anime. It's like the person died, was declared dead, and then they just walk off the flight or something.
Oh man, it's
very
funny
strange.
as fuck. Funny as fuck. But then again, so aside from that, it's great to hear that life is going on. It sounds good. Sounds good. And mom, how's mom doing?
And, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, mom's doing okay. And, I just thought the best thing that I've heard recently is that people with severe leukemia are the new billionaires, because with Donald Trump lowering the prices of prescription drugs by 1,500%, I mean, that's great. I mean, 100% is zero.
Yeah, people were making fun of his
people
math.
with leukemia, they're the new billionaires. The drug companies.
Did you hear about that, Doug?
Lowering them 1,500%, that makes them billionaires, right?
Yeah.
He said, I'm going to lower
it's
drug
just
prices
it's ridiculous.
by 1,500%.
I heard Josh Johnson, who's one of my favorite comedians, and he's like, what was the guy that shot the drug guy, the handsome guy that everyone talks about? In New York
Luigi Magnoni. Luigi Magnoni.
Yeah, they're like the drug CEO would have shot him.
Right.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
How can people just say he's like, I'm going to lower drug prices 1,500%, and how I'm going to do it is by making Europe raise drug prices, and if not, they can't sell Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagens in the United States.
Whoa, what an economic genius! The man's a genius.
He's a genius. He's a savant.
Yeah,
logic, I mean, if you give me $12 for this chain, I'm going to change it into a bicycle tire. But in the meantime, I'm just going to buy crap.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. This is like Vin is very hip to this. I mean, I gotta admit, you're one of the.
Playing, Doug. You don't understand. Trump's playing 3D chess.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. He's irregular Vulcan.
You just don't know his moves. You just don't know his moves.
Anyway, I'm going to go out. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night.
Well, we love you dearly. Have a blessed night, and take care. Heather went mute at that point because she's jumped his bones and she's humping him madly before she loses consciousness. Right, Heather? Yeah.
Well, with that drug cocktail, you can get a lot done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 9:00, 9:30.
Yeah. Well, it's always good for you to check
don't let those old people rub off on you.
Yeah.
What do you mean, the smell or the...
No, he just means the habits. The habits of going to bed at 9 to 9.
They'll go to bed at like 8 o'clock. Like
Yeah.
It's normal.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Oh, no. Yeah, that hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably for the best. Yeah. In fact, there's nights that you've taken off on that golf cart to tour the Coyote routes. I mean, isn't that the case?
Well, don't encourage her while she's on that cocktail.
Yeah, don't do that while you're on that. Hey, Jesus.
No, it's too hot to go anywhere.
You'll get
We haven't
abducted
used a
by
golf
aliens.
cart in like a couple months.
Yeah. Yeah. What's this in a couple months, honey? What'd you...
No, the golf cart. We haven't gone on the golf cart for a couple months.
Oh,
it's so hot.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, probably for the best. Yes,
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah. But, yeah, for a while there, he was driving you through the sprinklers, which...
Yeah, that was fun. It would actually get cold, but now the sprinklers, I mean, they come on about now, and it's so hot out, so I don't think it would cool us off too much.
Okay, wow. Yeah, well, Peter Moon, he had the sprinklers on all fucking day. We could hear him all the while that he was on with us through the whole 3 to 4 hours he was on. You would hear the sprinklers in the background, right, Bren? I mean, wasn't that the case? That motherfucker.
Yeah, it was like to the point where I thought it was like what the fuck is he growing?
Yeah.
Like Like, what could possibly need that much water? Like his
What
like,
you'd hear the
yeah,
oh,
for like hours.
Yeah, we would. Yeah, that motherfucker.
And he
Wow.
would just brush it off if Doug would ask, or one of us. He'd just say, "Yeah, it's just a sprinkler." Like it
Yeah.
was normal.
Yeah.
I
Crazy
wonder if
mother-
it was the sprinklers.
I mean, I have no idea what else it would be, but
What else
Well,
could it
but-
be? Yeah.
I mean, but that would mean he would have like acres. Like this is like a whole farm he's watering. So that
Yeah.
was
Yeah,
crazy.
that's a lot of water.
yeah. Yeah, well, he's disgusting.
Well, that
And-
means he never looked at the water bill. Anyone who does that never knows what they're paying. They like have money to burn.
Yeah, it definitely, and that's
Like
what he
normal
had.
people in the suburbs, like even if they have like huge salaries, they'll like turn it on twice a week so they don't up their bill.
That's true.
But this guy was just doing it
Oh.
willy-nilly.
Yeah, I mean, California, you couldn't do that without paying thousands. I mean, we got
No.
drought conditions out here. So, yeah, but, you know, that motherfucker, he's definitely, oh, well, he's living on borrowed time, you know, and in a very real sense, his clock stopped ticking. So,
Yeah, I don't think he's not he's not even like an entity at this point, in
Yeah.
my opinion.
Yeah, that piece of shit.
He's like just causing havoc. He's like the spirit of not indemnity, is that the right word? Like where it's just causing chaos.
Yeah, he's just. But tell people about how when you and I suffered through this little AI trailer he made about Montauk, Philadelphia experiment shit, the dead swans. That really gave it away. Because my mother loved swans, and my mother loved Swan Lake. It was her favorite ballet, and he took that and he played Swan Lake while having all these swans die in this AI travesty. I mean, it goes to show. Yeah, it goes to show. Really, we should have brought that up while Aaron Tice was with us. Yes, remind me next time to do that because Aaron was.
Yeah, it was like the swans, and then it like they were like in love, the swans in love, and then it flashed and they were dead and shit.
Yeah.
And then it just kept focusing on them like floating in the water all dead.
Yeah.
Like they were goldfish. It was horrifying.
Yeah.
I don't know why anyone would want that in their video.
Yeah. It goes to show he's truly entropic. You know, what he likes.
And the AI doesn't just, even though it hallucinates, it wouldn't generate that specific of an incident.
Yeah.
Someone had to program it to do that.
Yeah. In other words, he vocalized his wanting that image. He had to vocalize his wanting that image, which is, you know, again, what
does that have to do with Montauk?
But yeah, no shit. What does that have to do with Montauk? Nothing. But what was it that you said about the Vedic? What's the Vedic tradition of the swan? Because like you said, he showed the swans make the heart.
Oh, it's connected to goddesses like Lakshmi and stuff. So it's defiling the goddess, like
yes, thank you.
Lakshmi.
Yeah. And so
the goddess of preservation and bliss and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
Or Saraswati, excuse me, Saraswati.
Thank you. And of course our man Real Tech dropped into chat earlier to say support Douglas, and that was because of course we had the Wednesday Comic-Con in San Diego, which I'm sure he visited and probably took pictures of the Star Wars costumes, the inflatable version of Liam Neeson. I mean, oh my God, how could he not take a photograph of himself next to that? That's better than a blow-up
what do you think about that, Doug? Them reviving that horrible film franchise with Liam Neeson.
It's like, is it going to have him in it again? Really?
Which one?
You know, Liam Neeson, you know, are they going to have him in the reboot? Just doing it all over again? Or is this like a new...
No, I'm not talking about Taken. I'm talking about... What's that horrible parody with Leslie Nielsen from back in the day?
Oh, I forgot. The police... What is that?
Where he's the cop. Yeah, where he's the cop.
Oh, that horrible thing. That's it. It's, what do you call it? It's called... I forgot. It's that thing with... It's the cop. It's like Airplane. It's based on Airplane, but it's all about cops.
It's like Airplane, but he's just the cop.
Yeah.
Naked Gun.
Naked Gun, yes.
So they're doing Naked Gun, and then for some reason, they cast Liam Neeson. And he just, I don't know, I'm not feeling it. Not feeling the vibe.
Yeah.
there was like a scene where he was like eating a hot dog and like farting in the car, and
Oh,
it was
God.
supposed to be this hilarious thing, and I was just like, oh, this is bad.
They can have it. They can have
Yeah.
it. There wasn't anything funny about the first one. I never liked those.
The originals
Yeah.
were not funny,
Yeah.
and then they added this, and it was just so bizarre.
It's because
Americans just eat this shit up. They were like, oh, I love it. It's so funny. I'm like, how?
yeah, thank you. They're masochists. They're masochists.
Yeah.
Or yeah, it's
Something's in the water here, man.
Yeah, it really is.
It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah, it really is.
Okay, but anyway, so back to the swan. So Saraswati, the goddess Saraswati, is depicted with a swan. She's known as Hamsvani, meaning she who has Hamsa, swan, as her vehicle. The swan symbolizes spiritual perfection, transcendence, and moksha. And she's the goddess of knowledge, wisdom, music, and the arts. She's shown riding or seated next to a swan, which represents her ability. Here's the kicker, Doug, which is what Pete was always obsessed with. It represents her ability to discriminate between good and evil, between the external and the temporary. There you go.
There you go. No wonder Peter hates her. She can see right through him. There you go. Yeah, so he wants her dead. That's
So it was just an attempt to hit at the goddess, but they can't really do that.
Of course not. No, he can just fantasize about it. Just like he could fantasize about getting some young girl to replace Paola when he was chasing after the Airbnb queen, or harassing all the ladies over at Atlanticron.
God, he was basically playing the Naked Gun. He was like diarrheaing him all over himself. And he was like, they were loving me, and I was teaching them karate. I was teaching them qigong. Like, they probably thought it was a parody. They were like, what is this crazy old man? Like, is he an actor from America? He's hilarious. And they're like, and then one of the Romanians finally said, no, this guy's serious, and we got to get him out of here.
Yeah.
Like, he's crazy.
Yeah.
Can't have him literally shitting on our stage. Like, you got to get him out.
Yes, that's right.
And the way he said it, too, like, they just came up to him and said, go back to Bucharest.
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here. You know, so
yeah.
And he was all flabbergasted. I don't know why they canceled it.
Oh, because he's persona non grata. And you know, one of the reasons as well was I don't think he ever finally put down the money to build the tower, the stupid fucking radio tower that he was always talking about.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah.
Of course not.
Yeah. Yeah, and they finally got tired
and
of it.
They were scamming him anyways, but
yeah.
He didn't want to accept that.
Right. That's right. And so it's like either you surrender to the scam and let him build it, at overcost, or not, but he just kept pushing it off year after year, and they finally said, fuck it, he's not going to put money into it. So they got tired of him playing the big man, because he's going around playing like he's the big man, and they're hoping for an investment. But when he doesn't pull through, well, get rid of him. They're not stupid. They don't need the scammer around. Yeah, it's scammers know.
Imagine some guy comes along to, I know secret scientific information, and then he puts up freaking rope lights and glow sticks. Good God. Like, even the people that paid to be there were probably like pissed off. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, well, they should be if they're not. That's for sure. The only idiot who was impressed was Peter Moon. Sci-art. It's
Sci-art. Oh my! I couldn't believe I was reading that. He said, the blending of science and technology. I'm like, it's a fucking rope light with glow sticks. You guys are crazy. You think this is something.
Thank you. It wasn't even...
Like, that's something you do at, like, a kid's birthday party or, like, a high school dance. Like,
dude, it was even more primitive because, it wasn't even the glow lights. For those of you familiar with glow lights, they at least have a kind of enchanting effect for kids. But this was just literally rope or string with the fucking glow
like string
sticks.
lights,
Yeah, the fucking glow sticks on it, come on.
And they weren't even like anything like nowadays you can buy like super high level LEDs from China. It was just like some basic ass shit.
Yeah, the kind that you would
terrible.
Open up when you're marking where your car is so people don't crash on it on the road. That's all.
They were like landscaping lights. They weren't even like entertaining ones.
Yeah. This guy had put just preposterous.
And he had just idiot. Just saying, oh, it was science and technology. It's like, dude, come on, man.
Yeah, combined with art. Yeah, more like combined with fart. That's You still awake, Heather?
Yeah, I'm
Dude, that
here.
concoction. Oh, she's here. Okay. I was gonna say
Yeah,
that
I'm thinking about
concoction,
going
she
to
ain't
lay
lasting.
down though right
She ain't
now.
Hey,
lasting.
actually, can you do me a favor, Heather?
Yeah.
Can you ask Brendan a question, have him answer it while I take another
What?
short trip to the restroom, and then I'll go into monologue when I come back. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Can you do that, Heather?
Okay.
Okay, I'll be back. Thank you. I'll go mute.
So where's Aristides? Oh, Aristides is here.
He's on a cocktail just like you somewhere.
Okay. Let's see. Questions. Okay, so you know the Tower of Babel?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I always thought that the story about the Tower of Babel was basically the gist of it was that that's how when lightning struck the Tower of Babel, how different languages became. Like before there was like Owen language, and
Yeah, and then
then
they confounded the language. Yes.
they come out with different languages. But then I was thinking, what if like okay, say the Tower of Babel was just like a beacon or something like that, like everyone
Mhm.
from 5 different languages typed in all their information,
Mhm.
typing in everything, but then the Tower of Babel was able to like kind of translate it into one like text for people to read, or translate it
Oh,
basically.
you're saying it's more like a tech, like it was more like technology or something?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
technology
I mean, that's
that
possible.
was struck by lightning, because people were getting too smart. There's too much communication and understanding of everything in the world
Yeah.
when it was supposed to be separate.
Yeah. I mean, that's possible, but the full story was that the tower was actually built to reach the heavens, and
Okay.
God didn't want that, so they struck it down. And in that whole process, the whole world got like rent, destroyed.
Yeah.
And so then that's why that's why everyone's like it reset the whole timeline. So everyone, it's like when like everything gets wiped out, including your technology, then you have to restart. And when all the tribes are separated, they have to make do with the languages they have, and it gets confounded.
Yeah, I'm just afraid that that might be like what's happening now with the internet or with, TikTok, because we're getting way too smart because technology is advancing so fast.
Yeah, but it was different because humans were independent. This is like not independent. This is being thrust on us from other entities, like this
Well,
technology.
and AI, weren't the AI entities were already there? We just had to like unleash them.
No, not necessarily. But AI was like that was another group that came in that have different technology than the beings that are running our stuff right now. And so
Okay.
there's many facets to it. So
Huh.
even they can't predict it. That's why they're saying it's unsafe and stuff. Like because they are using it, but it's just like they don't know what those beings are going to do with it. So
Right.
it's like an experiment inside of an experiment. So that's
Which
why
is
they're so
totally
weary of it.
dangerous.
Yeah, they're like weary of it. Like, what is it gonna go rogue? Is it gonna help us out?
Do we
Can we
want to
use
know?
it? Yeah, can the system use it to their advantage, or is it just gonna like backfire? So we'll
Yeah,
see
we're
what
gone.
happens.
We're goners.
Yeah, yeah, but that group doesn't have the interests of humanity at all, in any kind of good sense.
So I'm back, and what's this group we're talking about that doesn't have the interest of humanity at heart?
The beings that are giving us technology to this point are also getting technology from another group, which is the AI, and they don't trust it. That's why they don't trust it, because they don't know what it can do. So that's
Okay.
I was just explaining that to Heather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And thank you for explaining that, and thank you for asking that question, Heather. And if you wish at any time now, you can go to sleep. We love you dearly.
Okay,
And,
Oh, we
night.
love you too.
okay. We'll see you in your dreams. And but hang on as long as you wish. And but
We'll be listening.
okay. Love you dearly. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Love you
and
too. Bye, guys.
yes. Bye bye for now.
Good night.
Yes. Blessed night. So that was a lovely Heather Holman. I've gotten a text message from Holly, who says she'll try and join us. She's working late tonight. She has us on audio. She says, working late, have you on audio, we'll try to join as soon as possible. Holly!
Oh, Holly.
And,
Well, I didn't hear the name.
oh, yeah, no worries. And so we'll be waiting on her. Of course, right now I'll just try and go into a little bit of tonight's, shall we say, monologue. I will hope that our dear Brendan joins in and interjects whenever he feels like it, and that'll help immensely. I do want people to know it is, of course, the we are now past midnight on the Atlantic seaboard. Here in the Pacific, we're only at about 10 minutes to 10 p.m. approximately. But on the East Coast, it's already Amelia Earhart Day. And on Earhart Day, it's the birthday of Amelia Mary Earhart, who sadly, tragically, went missing. And basically had been co-opted or basically drafted by the United States government, the military in particular, to try and spy on the Japanese with her plane that was supposed to be going on a trip around the world but was detoured to try and observe what was going on with the Japano-Soviet conflicts that were happening on an annual basis over a period of 3 years through to 1937 approximately, and she was caught by the Japanese and executed. That was something that, of course, was exposed by the work of an individual whose name I forget. Literally, I had talked to this individual personally on the phone. He was someone who was extraordinarily abusive, and I just simply tried to tolerate it because he was elderly. He started attacking me when I appeared on Coast to Coast AM, simply because they requested me to talk about Amelia Earhart because they thought of me as the renegade military historian. And at that time, I was believed by George Norrie was his name. I was believed by George Norrie to be a fellow Satanist, and George Norrie is definitively a Satanist, and all you have to do is meet the son of a bitch and look at how he dresses, which is in absolute black and nothing else. And everything else about him, I could go on for details forever. But the individual heard me use the one of the passwords that was recovered by our man Brendan Zogiet was, of course, the Hefer. And the Hefer, it's spelled almost like Zepper, Xeper. Yeah, and so when I was using that among other key phrases, that's when he was bringing me on air regularly till Aquino personally called him. Aquino was still very much alive at the time. Called him in outrage, saying, "What the fuck are you doing with Douglas Dietrich on?" And that's when, he disinvited me. But then I was on for a long period of time with, what's his fuck face? John B. Wells. Until John B. Wells was fired for that very reason, by John B. Wells' own description, to myself at least. And, that
was what was funny is they were still chummy with you sending me to John B. Wells for years.
That's right.
I remember you did his show for a long time.
That's right. That's right. It's what got him started till he himself said it was thanks to me he had a large enough audience base to start his own Caravan to Midnight bullshit, which was done in the daytime because he slept at night. So, yeah.
Yes.
We're talking about false advertising. So here's this guy who was in a rogue Waymo that took him on a weird detour to the Robotaxi garage. He got
kidnapped by a Waymo.
There you go. And look at what this one guy writes with this. So the car kidnapped you and you try it again. What the fuck, with a roll of the eyes. Like, it's like, but this guy got taken into a garage full of robot Waymos. Imagine how I would be terrified. At that point, I would assume that I'm being taken there for no other purpose than for my life to be extinguished. It's like,
basically, why else would it do that?
Yeah, it's
like something out of iRobot.
Yeah, yeah. Seriously, this is so bizarre. Why would anyone get into one of these things? And you remember what Vin and Heather were saying? They took their mother on it as a birthday gift. Remember that? They said.
Yeah, just as here, do this for your.
Yeah. And
For fun, that's
now,
not fun.
if I were vicious, I would say they were hoping that the mom would get taken by the Waymo.
Yeah, disappeared.
Yeah.
It took our mother, but we can't find her.
Yeah.
That's wild. That's wild. I mean, did I send you? There was another chart where they said there was like this weird influx in the data where it flipped. It was like it initially started as one of the safest modes of transportation, but then sometime in 2022 it flipped, and now it's one of the most dangerous drivers in San Francisco. Is the entire Waymo fleet.
Well, you know why? Because they were rigging and fixing the numbers before.
Yeah.
And they could no longer.
Honest numbers came out. Now they're the most dangerous shit in the city.
Yeah, thank you. Which they always were. It's only that now the real numbers it's been long enough where this thing's been so established and people are so dependent on it they gave up on hiding it. You know, oh my God! I hope our man Aaron Tice hears that, because that's an important point. Not that his wife or himself was ever.
Well, he saw them.
Yeah. And certainly, like he said, if he hadn't told his wife about them, she wouldn't have even known how to handle it when she saw it. For the person who first time sees it, where the wheel's just moving by itself and the driverless vehicles showing up, you know, just think millions of Americans have never seen this. So you can imagine they'd be totally freaked. Again. So I'm going to go into monologue mode, but by all means, just keep interrupting anytime you feel like it, Brendan. Obviously, I don't know if you heard me earlier. A lot of people have sent me news about the death of Aussie Osborne. Do you have any insight into this or anything to say at all? I mean, I don't know why people think I'm a heavy metal freak. I never listened to heavy metal.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you too, but I was like, Doug don't care about the Prince of Darkness. Like you had to deal with the real thing.
Thank you. Why would I be attracted to all these people? Go to Cathart and Vent, to these entertainers who are giving you a show and it's shtick. You know, when you're dealing with people who are like doing the real thing, it's like this is the thing that
it's not fun.
Yeah. It's why would I go there? That's like saying, people like go slumming. That's like asking a cop who regularly walks the beat in the Tenderloin, want to go slumming? Or a mailman, let's go for a walk. Or a butcher, let's have a barbecue.
It's just insane. Yeah, it's insane.
Yes, come on.
The half-deaf vampire. Yeah, what do you think about Ozzy?
What'd you say? Yeah, they can't hear you when you ask. Yeah.
No, that was you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was me. Yes, there we go.
I've got a blown-out eardrum, and I don't care about music.
Yeah.
Doug, what about your idol, Aussie Osborne?
Oh, man. Yeah. It's like, I just remembered now that George Knight said he was going to try and come on later tonight. You know, we'll see if we last that long. Yeah, we'll see if we last that long. But anyhow,
my favorite are the memes of Ozzy that came out already. Like right after he died, basically, it was like there's like the some dude dressed as a bat, and he's like hitting his fists together, like I've been waiting for this for 40 years. You know, it's like the ghost of the bat in hell waiting to beat his ass for biting his head off. Like, that shit was funny. That's what I thought was funny.
Yeah. That's right. For those of you who don't know, he was on stage when somebody threw him a bat. He was not planning that. His shtick was to bite the head off rubber bats. So he had this whole collection of rubber bats, and he would bite the head off when somebody at one point threw onto the stage a real bat, and he picked it up thinking it was part of the act, that was a normal part of his act, and he bit the head off and got deathly sick, at which point he realized this was the real fucking mammalian rodent that somebody had thrown to him, infected with cave shit and all the rest of that, and rabies or whatever the fuck it had. But the horror, imagine the horror of experiencing that. It's not something that he really wanted to do. I would not know this Except that at one point I had lunch with a fan of his who had actually read his autobiography. That's so. If I hadn't this was a guy who used to be a comic book dealer who I knew, who was trying to find me obscure comics that were harder to find. I was looking specifically. By the way, this guy, I don't know whether he was like a Christian or what, but he could only help me obtusely because he refused to get it for me, even though he easily could have. But he somehow didn't want to fuck up his computer search system or something, because he must have taken extreme pains to prevent himself from ever searching for porn, so that would never be in his records for whatever reason. But he was married, I know that much, or at least engaged. But I wanted the Penthouse collection of comics where they had done a series on World War II that had actually had a bunch of leaked U.S. documents about World War II Nazi weapons that were integrated into this porn comic. And so I was looking for that, but he did not want to get it. For those of you who don't know, it made Roosevelt look like shit. And it was a porn comic in which Roosevelt was shown as a pervert in a wheelchair who was constantly preying on young girls, and that was how he died, which is the real case. For those of you who do not know,
Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't that a biography?
yeah, that was historical. Or that was a historical way of leaking the reality of Roosevelt. But whoever produced that porn comic, who I don't remember, he gave me the whole details and everything, and I would have to ask him all over again at this point in my life. I don't even know if he would cooperate anymore, but he went out of his way to get the title of that anthology for me, and I'd have to look it up again. I could probably find it on my own at this point, but the whole point was that it portrayed Werner von Braun as kind of like this nerdy, geeky dude who was helping Hitler out, and but Hitler was portrayed
Isn't
as
he like
Yeah.
6'5" and jacked?
Something like that, yeah. But they portray him in the comic as this nerdy,
Yeah.
kind of geeky dude who was helping Hitler out, and that Hitler, of course, was much more sexually active and predatory in this comic, more like a bondage dude. It was more like he was into whips and shit. But with Roosevelt, they were showing him as an out and out pedo, and then every once in a while they'd throw in shit like. Here's this Pacific island in Japan with this whole bunker system and a total architectural, outline of what's underground in this island in Japan where they had Nazi V2 rockets. It's like, is that wild? It was just like that. So Penthouse was publishing this shit for a few years. And so they anthologized it at one point, and that's what I was trying to look for from this guy. But
Shit, those were the highbrow days.
Thank you.
They fell off later.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you. But it was during that lunch or dinner I had with him, he was telling me about he had just finished reading an autobiography on Ozzy Osborne. So that's how I knew about that, among other incidents of Ozzy Osborne. Honest to God, other than that, I wouldn't know anything about the guy. I honestly never followed his music. I never had an interest in because, yeah.
You're telling me none of those people you work with like the music,
Nobody was into heavy metal. Again, you know why? It's like, say if somebody.
I'm pretty sure that whole War Pigs song was about like echinotypes.
Oh, I have no doubt it was. But you
Generals
know who's who's writing that? Victims of these kind of people are writing those lyrics. Yeah. That's what's going on.
Generals gathered in their masses. Like witches at black masses.
Yeah. I mean,
like that.
now Kino admittedly was into music in the sense of experimental megahertz and warping people's minds, and the military did fund all that shit going on in. Am I got this right? Laurel Canyon. That was there was an entire Canyon, there was an entire book.
And the Brits did it too. That's how you got all these people, like even the Beatles and stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
That was all the Brits military, MI6 and shit.
Yeah, that's right. And in their case, it was
inclusive of Aussie.
Thank you. And in their case, it was called Tavistock Institute. In their case, it was Tavistock Institute. Now, this was one time Victoria Lauren Hobbs called me, and she was really freaked out about, I was told Hitler was a product of Tavistock. Is that true? And I said, honey, Tavistock didn't even exist until after Hitler was
Yeah.
no longer on the surface
Yeah, it
of
was in
the
the
earth.
60s.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about this crap. And that calmed her down, you know, so I was glad I was able to help with
Well, it
that.
was the same thing like Sarion and shit was
Yeah.
saying, that Hitler got a bunch of money from the Brits. And he's like, where did all the gold come from? You know, it's because he was a British agent.
Oh,
because
God.
that's why Crowley was visiting him and Mussolini.
Do you know what's so stupid about that is that the reality is, and this is just this idiot Michael Sarion is just an idiot. But
well, he's an Ayn Randian. He's
yeah.
an Ayn Rand.
Well, that dude, nothing more need be said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That you know, he has good academic stuff in the sense of like philosophy. He's obsessed with like German philosophy in the early days of German thought, but then he loses it when you get into late period shit.
But you know, all I can say is that if he's an Ayn Randian, it doesn't matter. This man's already
basically
shown his
null and void.
credentials. It's kind of like Amy Como reading Nietzsche, and it was like and she's
that was pretty bonkers. I don't know what the hell was that.
Well, nothing against. We're not dissing Amy. I'm just saying that it was like you do wonder
I might
though.
be.
Yeah, but I do wonder why is she expending energy on, this darkness? It's kind of
Nihilism.
for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when it comes to what was I going to say about I was on the Sarian, just so people understand, Benito Mussolini started off as an ideological communist, is how most historians misunderstand it. But they don't understand that Benito Mussolini started off as a paid British agent to infiltrate the communist insurgency in Italy. So when he started off that's how he got his start to get some funding, was as a spy for the British to infiltrate the communist movement in Italy, and they couldn't find a British agent who could act Italian enough. You know, it's like, give me a break. You know what's so stupid is if you ever take a look at Western media and they show the fucking Roman Empire, you always see the guy portraying Caesar or any of these Roman nobles are always talking with a British accent, and they're fucking
Brits,
Italians. Yeah, and they're fucking Italians. It's like they would be talking like this. It'd be like Caesar would be saying, yeah, we gotta go invade the Persian Empire. Not like this, stentorian Shakespearean shit. But anyhow,
No.
So they had to hire Mussolini. That's how he got started. And my biological father, Adolf Hitler, which brings us back to, what is the name of Mutant Hills Have Eyes dude again? The guy who was...
I forgot his name.
Jesus, we can't forget that. That guy is, again, living proof of so many things. One of the things is, he's living proof that my biological father was Adolf Hitler instead of George Dietrich, because George Dietrich was at so many atomic tests, just like this guy's dad was, that if I had been my legal father's child, I would have looked like him. And
Right.
and it's like, and imagine I would have been much worse off because his father was a commissioned officer and a medical doctor. So he had it made.
Right.
If I had
Right.
been born poor, Michael Berryman. If I had been poor, looking like Michael Berryman, then I would have been the.
Oh, it would have been game over.
Oh yeah, that's
Like Quasimodo and shit.
yeah, because he said he was born without fingers and shit. They
Yeah.
had to add digits.
His fingertips. His
Yeah,
fingertips were all
at
fucked up.
least he said he only had fingers up to the knuckle and shit, so they had to add digits and shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Yeah. So he was on a level.
Yeah, and so it's just like, oh man. But anyhow, but like I said, my dad had been exposed to so many tests. But then again, when I was hitting,
Well, some might say you are a mutant. I don't know.
Yeah, good point. Well taken. Touche. Yeah, but when he was saying all my dad could think
You
of was,
definitely didn't get the good X-Men pack though.
Yeah,
where
that's
that
it.
like that guy.
Yeah, there you
Where he
go.
looks like hideous and shit.
Yeah, he's got the full package where he's delivered wrapped up with the bow.
He's got the
Yeah.
super schlong and like just the hideous look. And,
Yeah, he's got it all down.
yeah, because he's like way too happy all the time. There's got to be something's up.
Something's going on. Yeah.
He's got like mind control powers. or something.
Yeah. He can get laid anytime. He can get
Yeah.
laid anytime. Yeah, he gets him hypnotized, and then then he's got his schlong and shit, and pulls that out and says, "See what radiation did for me? Yeah, it's like it's alive. It's got a mind of its
Right.
own, baby." Yeah,
What can radiation do for you? Right?
yeah, that's right. Yeah, but anyhow, yeah, my dad was at Inuitak. He was at Bikini Atoll. He was at Castle Bravo. Castle Bravo, man. I mean, it's like, dude, my dad's balls glowed in the dark. Yeah, if I had been born of my father's sperm, I would have looked like that son of a bitch. And
Well, presumably he was sterile. That's why your mother did that, right?
That's right. That's right. Yes.
That was the whole.
That was the whole thing.
That was the whole backstory that no one ever references or cares about.
Yeah, instead they talk about sperm can't last in the freezer. Believe that shit?
Yeah. Yes. Right. Yeah.
Really?
When they've known that since the earliest days of cryogenics.
Yeah,
it's like,
thank
okay.
you. Well, even before then, the Chinese were just putting it in the ginseng and putting it in ice containers, the ice, refrigeration that they always had. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Back when
Exactly.
you just had a giant ice cube that you kept replacing daily, in this box. Yeah, that was. But they could keep it for
Yes.
quite a while. But such being said, yeah. But anyhow, when I was talking about that, Michael, what was I on before I lost myself in that? Because
We were talking about Mussolini.
yeah. Oh, yes, that was it. So my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, he started off as a spy working for the interim government in Germany, what was known as the Weimar system, where the Reichswehr, or the military of that interim government, hired him to spy on these veterans groups, these disaffected veterans militias in Germany that they were concerned would get violent and try to overthrow the government, when they turned out to be the salvation of the government in Germany's case because they fought off the communist revolution. But when he was sent to spy on them, he took over. But anyhow, both Mussolini and Adolf Hitler started off as paid agents, one for his own legal government, the other for the British. And so Michael Sarian is conflating the two of them like an idiot. And this goes to show that a little knowledge is a dangerous thing if you don't know enough. I mean, you get what I'm saying? Am I coherent? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah. Thank you. So it's like, thank you for getting me back on track like that. And believe me, I'm not like this when I'm teaching the Blood Boys.
And where did he get the gold? Well, that was what he was saying. That to reset the German economy, he had all this gold.
Okay. No, yeah. Well, the British aren't going to give that much gold away, and that wouldn't make sense because they would be sponsoring what they were seeking to hold down. The British want to keep the Germans down. They're not going to be providing the gold for the reindustrialization. No, here's how Hitler got the gold. Basically, what happened was in the beer hall push took place during the year my mother was born. So my biological mother was born in 1923, which was the very year my biological father, Adolf Hitler, tried to conduct the beer hall push, or Feldherrenhalle. And at Feldherrenhalle, he made such an impression on the German elite because he got the old German general, oh my God, what was his name again? To march with him. The old German general marched with him, and I forgot who marched with Hitler. General who marched with Hitler at the push. Here we are.
Erich Ludendorff.
No, thank you, Ludendorff. He got Ludendorff to march with him. At that point, Hitler became a household word overnight. And then when he was put on trial, and for those of you who don't know, Adolf Hitler was historically put on trial and sentenced to jail for a short period of time, comparatively short period of time. He made such an impression that he got heavy financing from the industrialists of Germany, and what they paid him to do with their gold was he said, listen, I've got the Nazi Party militia behind me now, all these disaffected veterans, and believe me, for those of you who do not know, the first Nazis were overwhelmingly gay. All of the brown shirts overwhelmingly were...
It's called, by the way, it's called Feldherrenhalle.
Thank you.
Field Marshal's Hall.
Thank you. Bless you. Thank you. Couldn't have gotten that out without you. Anyhow, But for those of you who don't know, a lot of these disaffected Nazis were rejected by society because they had developed loving relationships with their fellow soldiers in the trenches. And because of that, a lot of them could not go home. Their family rejected them. And so they became just, the party was their home. And so the brown shirts that were guarding Hitler were overwhelmingly gay. And he was viewed as an incredibly radical liberal progressive. This is why the conservatives hate his ass and why the right wing is always bashing him and they hate his guts. And he was incredibly liberal, progressive, and open-minded. And he said, we shouldn't judge these men. Why does no one want to take them home when they've served their country and they were in the trenches for 4 years? What do you expect them to do? And so he was very much their advocate. And they guarded him to the death. And they defended him by cracking open the skulls of people who tried to break up his rallies in the early days, in nightclubs and bars and shit. And at any rate, so they were impressed that he had a militia. And so the wealthy said, well, wherever your militia takes over, we'll give you the gold to back up a gold-backed currency separate from the official currency. So what happened was, wherever the communists took over and the Nazis came in and conducted a counter-revolution, a counterinsurgency, where they crushed the communist takeover of several cities, then the Nazis, once in power, said, okay, we're going to establish a local currency that's backed by gold, and the industrialists would back them up. So wherever the Nazis crushed a communist rebellion, the industrialists backed them up with a gold standard-backed currency that was their own Reichsmark, separate from the Weimar system monetary issued currency that was solid, and people began to experience a stabilized economy wherever the Nazis took over. This is why everyone voted the Nazis into power. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, because he proved, see, wherever my party establishes a
Sturm.
Yeah, go on.
Sturmabteilung.
Yeah.
Sturmabteilung. Yes.
Yeah. And so
they have a cool symbol.
Yes, of course. Yeah, it's the single lightning bolt, basically.
Yes.
S for Sturm. Yeah. And,
with an A.
Yeah, with an A. Yes. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. And they were the
Teilung. Yeah, okay, there we go.
And after the Night of the Long Knives, when Ernst Rem was killed, once he was executed, they became a National Guard force. And they were the National Guard of the Reich after that.
Oh, the Storm Division. Yeah, okay, now I get it.
Yeah, thank you. And but for those of you who don't know, so imagine this. It's like you've got like a gay militia underneath a radical figure who has tried to overthrow the government in a violent push, has failed, has spent time in jail, but took advantage of that time to produce his autobiography and explain his position. And like for those of you who don't know, it's perfectly, how would I say it, fitting. It's apropos we speak of this because this week is the 100th anniversary of Mein Kampf. This is actually the 100th anniversary week of its publication. Yeah. So 100 years ago, this week, my biological father published Mein Kampf. And
1925? So he did it after the push.
Yes, that's right. It was after the push, during his time in jail, of course. And what happened was that, as I said, wherever they held a counter-revolution to crush the communists, and these could be considered my father's first military victories as a leader, where he was actually running an operational war, was during the German Civil War.
I like the story of the actual, when he stormed the hall. That sounded pretty badass.
Yes, yeah. And
here, I'll just say a little bit.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
He said, as the SA entered the hall, he fired a shot into the ceiling and claimed the Bavarian government had been overthrown and the national revolution had begun. The following day, 2,000 Nazis marched the Fernhal, but were confronted by police. So there you go.
And
he was going full steam.
And get this shit. When the police opened fire, the SA boys jumped on my father Hitler and pushed him to the ground like they were the Secret Service. They just pushed him to the ground and buried him in a pile of their own bodies so they would take all the shots. And that's how he survived. But General Ludendorff just kept marching straight towards the police, and they did not dare fire on him. So they kept firing around him. So he made certain to make it to the police line. I don't know if they say that in that little article or whatever. But
of course not.
Yeah, but that's how nobody was going to shoot Ludendorff. That would have been the end of their career. They would have been executed for that. So Ludendorff could just pull that shit.
He was he had the spiked helmet and everything. He was a bigwig. Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah.
This guy was no joke.
Yeah, that's right. And so
he's a general. You can first quartermaster. So he's in the general staff. That's like top. This is like top.
Yeah, he was one of the men who ran Germany during World War One.
This is no joke.
Yeah. And so so once Hitler had pulled that, then it was like so you can imagine by the time my mother was jacking Hitler off and getting sperm samples under the orders of her emperor, she was like, between 14 to 16 years old. I think she was maybe about borderline 14, maybe 15, 16 at the most when she first met him. And only 17 or 18 the second time. But both times it's obvious that he wasn't, he had no aversion to interracial relations when it came to her case.
This guy was no joke. The general.
Yeah, Ludendorff. Yeah, he was. Believe me, he was someone. Go on.
He was a prominent leader promoting the stab in the back myth, which this is not a myth.
Yeah.
That posited that Germany's defeat was due to the settlement of Versailles, which was a treasonous conspiracy by Marxists, Freemasons, and Jews. Wasn't wrong.
Yeah, and they made him the supervillain in the first Wonder Woman film to come out recently. Like 10 years ago by now, 10 or 15 years ago. Yeah, they made him the super, and he gets killed. And I'm like, but he's a historical figure who survived World War II. How can they do that?
And he beat the Russians.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, he beat the Russians
on the Western Front.
Yeah,
he had extraordinary military strategy and war effort. He secured Russia's defeat in the East and launched waves on the Western Front. Yeah. So someone that survived through World War I, this dude was no joke.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. And defeated the Russians, which was how Hitler knew they could defeat the Russians in World War II. And believe me, if there weren't for the strategic bombing campaign and the Allied support of the Russians, they never would have won. Of course not in World War II. It's anyone. Yes. People think, how can people even still believe they're the gods of war when you look at how they're fucked up in Ukraine? It's like the Russians are bragging about, we occupy 20% of Ukraine, man. It's like, that's because if the West gave
no one living there. There was no one living there.
Yeah. Certainly no one wants to live there now. But it's
I mean, they were just like border towns. It's just like
I know, it's disgusting. It's just the Russians are so disgusting. It's like, how many years has it taken you to crawl inch by inch?
Oh, here's some conspiracy for you. Yeah. Ludendorff, with the Kaiser's blessing, helped Lenin and 30 other revolutionaries in their exile return to Russia. So they were happy to let Russia get destroyed.
Yeah, there you go. Fuck yeah, that was the
because like the Brits sent them over to destroy Germany, and they said, we'll help you get to Russia.
Yeah, that's it. Good for them. Good for them. No, it's perfect. It was perfect. No, it's true. Tell them how the Brits supported Karl Marx. His statue. Tell them about his fucking statues in London. It's pharaonic.
His grave is in Highgate. It's like the talk of the town. You go there, everyone's like worshiping at it and shit. Yeah, it's a giant head. Yeah. Like he's the fucking thing from Zardoz.
Yeah, thank you.
It's like a giant fucking head in the middle, and you.
That's what Zardoz was making fun. Zardoz was supposed to be the Karl Marx head. Go on, tell me.
Yeah, so you like walk around it, and you're like, what the fuck is that hideous thing? And they're like, it's Karl Marx's grave, and there's like people putting flowers and shit, and it's like, you guys are idiots.
Thank you.
Like so stupid.
Thank you. disgusting.
Like, there's like a stack of books, like it was like the book was worth anything and shit.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my.
And so, but beyond that, so even after Karl Marx died, they had Lenin and Trotsky and all these evil fuckers, like literally living in London, like in Finsbury and different places, and they were regulars at the Anarchist Club, literally this sketchy shit, the Club of Anarchists and shit.
Yeah, there you go.
And
by the way, that's an insult to anarchists, because these were out and out communists. But go on.
Yeah, these guys are just pure evil. And so what they did is somehow, after they were sick of him causing ruckus in the middle of London, he made it all the way to Russia. And it turns out that this guy helped him. But basically, they were probably trying to send him to Germany, like, oh, go destroy Germany.
The Brits.
The French were already all fucked up. Yeah, the Brits.
Yeah. But then what happened was, tell him the Germans stuck Lenin in a boxcar. They stuck him in a boxcar like he was livestock.
Yeah. He says, with Ludendorff, with the Kaiser's blessing, meaning get him the fuck out, helped Lenin and 30 other revolutionaries exile in Russia, and sent the Bolsheviks through Switzerland by train to Germany, where they would go from Russia via Sweden. Yeah. There you go. It says Lenin, however, took some convincing.
I bet.
Insisting that he be sent on a sealed train.
Yeah.
Lenin ultimately agreed, so there you go.
At gunpoint, they said, you're getting in this fucking pig sticker box.
Yeah,
and they
get in the train now.
Yeah. And
because he probably thought it was going to be like England, where he could just booze and shit, and they said, get the fuck out of here.
He thought he was getting the elite car. He thought he was getting the elite car. He says, don't I get the royal car? Yeah, get in the box car, you motherfucker. Yeah, you're no one special here. Yeah,
of course.
I'll get into that in
because he probably had a ton of money that the fucking Home Office gave him and said, go destroy Germany.
Yeah, that's right. That's what happened. Yeah, if you want to know the original stash, my biological father stole it, was that shit. That's where he got money. Yeah. That's where Sarian fucks it up. It's basically Hitler confiscated the money they gave Lenin. And so Sarian saying, see, the Brits gave the money to Hitler. No, Hitler stole it from what was given to Lenin, motherfucker.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
You dumb fuck.
So there you go.
Yeah, and by the way, Carl Lindbergh retracted his original message about, hey, this stuff's pretty dark. I mean, I don't take offense. I mean, it's like you didn't need.
Yeah, like I said, what are they here for?
Yeah, no kidding. It's like.
Like Doug ain't gonna be talking about roses and ponies and shit.
Yeah, what do they expect?
Like you're gonna just be like, yeah, I love fucking unicorns and rainbows. I don't think you've ever said anything else.
No.
It wouldn't be a Doug show without some crazy description of shit we didn't want to hear.
Yeah. And as for,
but you do take it to like a new level every time. Maybe take it down a notch or something.
Yeah. Yes, there we are. We should. Yeah. But anyhow, so to answer just briefly some of the emails, one of them, of course, well, more than one at this point, asking about the photograph in thumbnail of live stream tonight. I couldn't do the mermaid suit this year. Last year I almost died in that shit. So this year, that's just me with the escort my son hired, who I fucked on Japanese Maritime Day. We did a Shinto ceremony together. Or we did.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah. We tried to go through the motions before we just fell into doing what she was hired to do. But yeah, so yeah, it's like so that's that. And hopefully that puts that in some perspective. And yeah, we're trying to raise $1,000. Yeah, so for those of you who don't get it, but Doug, your life sounds pretty good. No, I work for a living. I work for
Wait, which one's the prostitute?
Yeah. She has breasts. You can see that. She's got breasts. She's shorter, pink. Yeah. I mean, I get it. Yeah. Your humor is well taken, I assure you. Yeah, normally I would make that joke.
Maria, some would argue that you are.
Yeah.
Guess it's both of them.
Yeah, it's both of us. Yes, that's right. It's yeah. I've told people this before. That was another thing about Brooke. Another thing about Brooke. Now, I've never named the missile carrier I was on, but look, there's not that many missile carriers that were in the United States Navy circa 1991. And this one was carrying nukes. But then again, all the American missile carriers carried nukes, whether they said so or not. That was their whole point. But this was an American missile carrier that was nuclear armed, not just nuclear powered, but nuclear armed. And it was there that the captain saved my ass, literally saved my ass from gang rape by making me his cabin boy. So when I was describing that situation to Brooke, and she's like saying, well, because you serviced him, you must be gay. And I'm like thinking, honey, if you're a lesbian and you get raped, does that mean you're straight? And it's like, no. It's like, I don't get. She has a lack of empathy or understanding of circumstantial sexuality,
to say the least,
that borders on psychotic. I mean, really. And I'm not trying to insult her.
Borders.
Yeah. Right. That's right. She's.
This ain't no border. This is the fucking. You crossed the property line.
By the way, this is not coming down on Brooke at all. Honestly, it's not. It's just, this is what she is, literally. It's like, and it's not an insult. It's not an insult. It's just like, look, I'm psychotic in my own fashion. I'm sure everybody's drawn that conclusion already. And I've worked with murderers, psychotics, criminals all my life. But with Brooke, it's like this bizarre level, and we don't want people to mistake her for her arrest record, which was entirely brought on by circumstances beyond her control, quite truly. That was done by the Peter Moon occult interference in her life. Truly, it really was. But honestly, as an individual, however, yes, there is something in terms of her personality, the makeup of her personality that needs a lot of work. She does need counseling, not in the sense of she's an evil person. It's just like, I get counseling, and counseling.
I don't know. After what she said about the millets, I don't. Yeah. I'll say it. She's evil. Yeah. I'm like, here, try these healthy millets, and then she's going on this whole ad campaign. There were maggots in them, and they're evil.
Yeah, granted, it took overnight for the maggots to develop, but they might have been in there. I don't know, eggs or something.
I mean, she was burnt all week.
Yeah.
No, she left it out for like 2 days, and like the house is swarming with flies because all the dogs.
Oh no, it's not only that. It was the Aquino. Remember, all the flies were gathering just like in the Amityville Horror on one window. All the flies were.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
So there you go. Yeah.
Oh man! But at any rate, when she said what she did, it was like, now again, I'm not offended. It's simply, how can someone not understand circumstantial sex, where someone is providing it to survive? Like, it's like if a woman needed to eat and she was stuck in a cabin with a bunch of guys through winter who wouldn't give her food unless she put out. It's like, does that make her a slut? It's like, seriously, it's so bizarre to me what people. But her of all people, really, it's for her to be. This is not coming down on her again. We'll move on, but honestly, Brooke, if you're hearing this, do come on. We love you, and Jesus, just God knows what's going on with her. But we all hold her in prayer. All the rest of that, and such having been said, so so.
You're far too nice to this lady, but
I get it. I am. You're quite right. Yeah. Our man Brendan is quite right. And so at any rate, it's been suggested that there should be a Nobel Peace Prize for Donald Trump. It almost makes perfect sense in our
Why not?
In our Orwellian world, in which Bondi briefed Trump that his name was in the Epstein files. Why not? Like Brendan says, why not?
I don't understand why are they tripping on that? Why doesn't he just say, yeah, I was there? I mean, come on. dude.
I mean, Jesus, I would.
Like,
just.
How has he gotten away? He's like done all this other shit with impunity, and he knows it. So why not just add something else? It's not like it's gonna matter.
This is the only thing I can think of. This is the only thing I can think of, which is why I've always been upfront about my sexual activities and things that have taken place in my past, is because the enemy, that's the first thing they attack. And if you get that out of the way, they can't do anything to you. So what this tells us is that as much as we know about Trump, from what is almost certainly incest with his own daughter, to the children being exposed to Michael Jackson and allowed to play with him in the Trump Hotel, from everything that we already know, as vile as that is, that everybody just lets slide, to the beating of his wife's, I say that in the plural, his wives, to the beating of his multiple wives, to everything else, whatever he was doing with Epstein has to go so many levels lower that he can't let that out. This has got to be to the level where he's putting branding irons on infants and shit. You get what I'm saying? This is like a Kino level of, like, I skewed babies and put them over at barbecue. This is otherwise it doesn't make any sense. Why would you fight? If I were in his position, I would just say, yeah, I love underage pussy, just like I like any kind.
That before he said that on air before.
Yeah, he said what? He said I would fuck my own daughter on air. He said that on record. So
he said, and not beyond that, he said other shit like, oh, they're these young girls, their breasts are coming in and shit. Like, he said shit like that all the time.
Yeah, give those nips some hooters. That was actually put on the cover of a book that was making jokes about him, but it's an actual quote. Yeah, where they were painting all these angels on the side of the Trump Hotel mural in the lobby or something, and he said, "Give those nips some hooters." Yeah, So and they said, "But they're children, they're child angels," and he said, "I like to see their breasts come out." Yeah, so it's not. So it's like he must have been cannibalizing infants or something. This has to be on that level where it's just unacceptable, truly unacceptable. But
even then, like, I don't think these people would even bat an eye.
Yeah, I agree. But you know what the problem?
They would be like, "Oh, he wouldn't do that."
Yeah.
Like,
but here's the problem.
When you have, like, the abuse.
Yeah, here's the problem, though, was
setting.
that he specifically made the Epstein files his flaming sword while he was running for president twice. That's what, 3 times. Yeah. For the 3 times.
That's his fault.
Yeah. That's right. This was his flaming sword, was I shall do in all those on the list. But
like, it's the Clintons.
Yeah,
it's like dude has like pictures with him.
Yeah,
Like, come on, man.
Yeah, but we all know
everyone was there. Like you said, even Stephen Hawking was there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and this is what I couldn't understand. Why is it everyone assumes Stephen Hawking has to be a saint? I don't get it. Just because you're a smart physicist. How does it?
Because they felt bad that he was crippled or something. They think he's like, he's like you said, he's like what is it called when you're like
somehow above it? That somehow he's above physical desire?
Yeah, like it's an autistic kid. They think that, like, they're so innocent. They have like this innocence about them. Or something.
Dude had 17 kids by 2 wives.
Yeah, but no one ever heard about that. They just thought, oh, it's just this sweet old guy, this little guy in a wheelchair that's smarter than me.
We know one part of his body works is his dick. Apparently, it's the only part beside his brain.
Yeah, apparently, it works quite well.
Yeah, the only part that worked well beside his fucking brain. And what I can't understand is 2 people hated him with a pathological passion. One of them was that guy who was always talking Nostradamus, who was on Art Bell all the time. We could look him up, and he was a Bhagwan cultist. Nostradamus.
Of course he was.
Bhagwan, Art Bell, And let's see if I can find his name just by that. John Hogue. Look at that. I entered Nostradamus Bhagwan Art Bell, and I got the fucker's name. John Hogue. John Hogue. Two people hated Stephen Hawking with a pathological passion. John Hogue and Vinnie Barbaric, a.k.a. Peter Moon. It's like, why on earth would anyone hate Stephen Hawking? It's like, of all people on earth to hate, Stephen fucking Hawking.
Well, he was on the Epstein list, so.
Yeah.
I thought you knew that, right? You knew that.
Yeah, but still, well, I get it. They hate him because they're jealous. That's what John Hogue and Peter Moon hated.
That's probably what that guy. What was his name? Who was the guy, the Nostradamus guy?
John Hogue.
Yeah, he probably heard, how come I never get invited to these parties? And then he heard that Stephen Hawking was there, and he couldn't. How can you invite that cripple and not me?
Yeah.
So that's basically what happened. They're like so dejected, like, am I not good enough?
Like I said, you could consider it a play on that stupid old joke. People would say, I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than a frontal lobotomy. So that's why I say I'd rather be in the company of Jeffrey Epstein than Albert Einstein.
What's so bad about Einstein?
Well, fuck, who would you rather be? A guy with a bunch of young girls to party with, or fucking Albert Einstein? I mean, talking about,
boring ass.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Well, Einstein was cheating on his wife left and right too, wasn't
he? He was no saint. She divorced him for that reason. That guy was fucking everybody, and so there you go with that. And
I can't say anything. I was gonna say,
yeah,
something about the J-Man, but let's just leave it.
By the way, for those of you who do not know, and I'll probably get death threats for this, it's, Einstein, actually, believe it or not, he basically, it's a woman who did the work. For those of you who don't know, it was his first wife. Most people don't even know he was married to a physicist, but she did all the work on the theory of relativity. It was his first wife, and all he did was run off with it and copyright it. Yeah.
So they pulled the Marie Curie on her.
That's right. Or what they also did with Rosalind Franklin, who discovered DNA, and the Jewish boys ran off with her work. But his wife's name was Mileva Marich Einstein. She was a brilliant scientist, probably one of the most brilliant people who ever lived. Nobody has credited her with anything, and but
of course not.
Yeah, but nevertheless, it's exposed in her letters. It's exposed in numerous testimonies that she did all the work, and of course, she was Serbian, like Tesla. So Mileva Marich was born in Titel in Serbia in 1875. And she basically her father obtained authorization from the Minister of Education to allow her to attend physics lectures that were reserved for boys. And she completed her high school in Zurich, in Switzerland, in 1894. And then they moved to Novi Sad, which is the Athens of Serbia. And her classmates described her as the most brilliant person who ever lived. And but Einstein, who was born in Germany, basically what happened was he and Mileva were both admitted to the physics mathematics section of the Polytechnic Institute in Zurich. By the way, I'll check here what was sent to me by our man. So here we are, carnivore influencer who... let me see. I'll have to. What does it say? Carnivore influencer who did what? God, his wife looks so blank.
Don't distract yourself now. This guy, he deserved it.
What happened? What happened? What did she do to him?
All he did was eat dairy and red meat, and he died at 60. Serves him right.
Oh man!
But the problem is not that that's like reprehensible. Well, it is to me, but not that that was like the end all be all, but it's like he was telling other people, this is how you'll thrive. You'll thrive if you eat like me. And then he just dies. It's like,
Didn't the Liver King say that shit? They all
yeah,
say that
look
shit.
at him. You want to end up like Liver King? Then eat liver. Look at that crazy bastard. Like, yeah, people think like, oh, it has no, what I eat, I can eat anything. It won't affect me. It's like, well, there's the results.
There you go.
I'd rather die than end up like Liver King.
But we all remember, anybody who's ever heard anything about Einstein, they all know his German instructors told him he would never amount to anything, that he was completely undisciplined.
Oh, Einstein. Yeah, that's
Albert
right.
Einstein. Well, it turns out that the only reason he got through all these schools was she did all his homework. His wife did all his homework, this Serbian chick. And she was the one who wrote his doctoral thesis and all the rest of that. It's incredible to me. So, basically, she had higher grades in applied physics. She got the top mark of 5. Einstein got only 1. So she excelled at experimental work. He did not. At an oral exam, the Professor Minkowski gave 11 out of 12 to the 4 male students, but only 5 to Meliva because he was a pathological misogynist, and only Albert got his degree, but it turned out she did all his homework. So, you see, this is the horrible thing. And of course, because his family was Jewish and she was older, they wouldn't let her marry him originally. His mother said, by the time you're 30, she'll already be an old hag. And Albert reported to Mileva in a letter that was dated on the 27th of July in 1900, you cannot enter any respectable family, because she was neither Jewish nor German. She had a limp. She was too intellectual in Einstein's mother's opinion, and they're Jewish supremacists anyway. Judeo-supremacist is the correct term.
Yeah.
Now,
didn't he also work at a patent office? That some people theorize that's where he got a lot of his shit from.
Yeah, it's true. That is quite true.
He would deny the patent or throw out the patent and then take everything.
Take all the
that
take
almost
all the
sounds
word.
true.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
then they tried to say he has the biggest brain we've ever seen when they basically paid off the autopsy guy and swooped his brain.
Yeah. Well, dude, when Einstein, just because your brain is big doesn't mean it works. But at any rate, this fucker, Einstein, in September of 1900, while he was working at the patent office that you brought up, it reminds me of this fact, Albert Einstein wrote to Meliva, I look forward for you to resume our new common work. And, in other words, I look forward to you doing my work for me. And he said, you must now continue with your research. How proud I will be to have a doctoress for my spouse when I'll only be an ordinary man. He never expected to even be considered anything. It was only when she developed all the theory of relativity, he said, I can steal this shit now and people will believe me because I'm the man. And I'm Jewish. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was some folktale story of he was going around with his chauffeur.
Yeah.
Right? And I don't know if this is
true. Oh yeah,
the
old
not.
joke. That's an old joke.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true, but he said he sent his chauffeur to deliver the lecture, and everybody believed it was him.
And they were
because they couldn't tell the difference. Because they couldn't tell.
Exactly, they couldn't tell the difference. He was just some idiot. So, and then the story goes someone asks him a question, and the chauffeur who's delivering the lecture, as him, says, "It's such a simple question. My chauffeur can give you the answer." And they then the real Einstein is steps in and shit. It's so stupid.
Yeah, no, I think
there's
that's
a chance that he was doing shit like that. Yeah.
Well, once you realize this, because I already got an email saying I'm a liar and I should be killed and all this shit. Look, nobody ever made it clearer than Albert Einstein himself that his wife produced the theory of special relativity when he wrote to Melieva on the 27th of March in 1901. How happy and proud I will be when the two of us together will have brought our work on relative motion to a victorious conclusion. He's already saying us and we to take royal pronoun ownership of what she produced. So we owe, yes, so we owe the general theory and special theory of relativity to Melieva Marich, a Serbian woman, one of the most brilliant people the human race has ever produced. And only the son of Adolf Hitler has ever told you this. Where else have you ever heard this? This is why you have to support Douglas Dietrich. And I need some fucking help, about $5,000 towards rent. Come on, be serious when you're making your contributions. Don't just make it $8, $10, $15. It doesn't help. I need $100 United States dollars to $100 per donation. Get serious, people. Oh, yes, again, another email. But, okay, what sources do you have, Douglas, that are publicly available? Okay, get this, motherfucker, and eat it. Dishanka Turbohovich Yurich. And I'll spell that name for you. As a matter of fact, I'll do better.
Let me just pause you there. This has been... many scientists have actually come forward and debated his even making
authenticity. His authenticity. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. The authenticity, because they found all these paradoxes and he never explained them till his dying day. That's why they said he didn't write it.
Thank you. Yeah. It's like posthumous. It's like posthumous releases. Like after his death, suddenly the answers were released.
Well, later people worked on it. That's why.
Yeah.
He didn't have. He said, "Oh, I don't have the answer." He never worked it out.
Yeah. So the authoress of the book, which is a biography in the Serbian language, I don't know if an English translation has ever been made, but I would bet my life there has not been. But for those of you who don't know about the wife of Albert Einstein, again, the Malina Marich Einstein was how she was known. Melieva Marich Einstein, but just look up Melieva Marich, because she was poor and she did not have like I think she was only given two names. Because in those days you didn't get like a third name unless you were nobility or some shit like that, or unless you were Catholic and you got a baptismal name. Yeah, but so I put her name, Melieva Marich Einstein, in the chat, along with the authoress of her Serbian biography, Dishanka Turbohovich Juric. And this is the authoress who wrote the biography of Einstein's wife, who produced the general and special theory of relativity. And again, it takes the son of Adolf Hitler to tell you about how, once again, the Jew man had you all fucked over in the head into thinking he did all the work. Now, at any rate, again, so people need to look up this autobiography. I don't remember the title. It was in
and
Serbian.
The whole story doesn't add up anyways, where
Thank you.
he came to the U.S. and, like, said they already, they're really close to the bomb. So that implies that they were working on it without his stupid relativity shit.
Thank you.
So I don't understand how that's the storyline.
And the
that
horror
doesn't add up. Something doesn't add up.
Thank you. But the horror is, in those days, say on December 13th of 1900, as a husband and wife team, they submitted their first article on capillarity. I don't even know what capillarity is, but it was signed only under Albert's name because they couldn't get it published under a female name.
Yeah.
But
same thing with Madame Curie.
Thank
she had
you.
to use her husband.
Thank you.
And to his credit, when he got the Nobel Prize, he said, "You have to give one to my wife because this isn't my work."
Thank you. There we are. Thank you. And that is so it's so important. to bring that up. I mean, that's honestly, I get so pained. I don't know. I can't even speak sometimes when I bring this subject up. I think this is the first time I've ever addressed it publicly, because honestly, this might be. I don't know why I've never brought it up before, but I think whenever I brought it
I
up,
think you have.
okay, I did. Yeah. Okay, good. Because I think I brought it up and Peter Moon kept shutting it down. Yeah, well, we
Yeah,
know
of
all the
course.
reasons why. Yeah, he would have none of it. Like, oh, you try to defame the great Einstein? I mean, what a human.
No, because it would break apart his time travel shit.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you. So her biography
Because the
was.
time cone, without relativity, you can't have the time cone.
There
is
we
what
are.
he was tripping on. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. He's so fucking stupid. But at any rate, for those of you who don't know, her biography was published, as far as I understand, only in the Serbian language. It was published in 1969. At least the only biography about Melita Marich that I know of. And so it later appeared in German and French. I know that much. But because we had those copies at the library. But I've never seen it in English, and I bet you it's never been published in English because, come on, Brent, help me out here. Guess who runs the publishing industry?
Well, yeah, no one's gonna want that out.
Yeah, there we are. And
and also because in America the science actor thing, where he's just like this archetype for the mad scientist, and it became this Hollywood kind of, like science became this kind of theater. He's like the original archetype for like the science theater where, you have the crazy hair and the Einstein hair and so they can't break that illusion.
Thank you. And so
Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Like he became a character, so they can't just say, they can't undo that without,
Thank you.
Because they used to push that shit in school. Oh, Einstein was a genius and he inspired the great American physicists and shit. Yeah.
There we are. And
then you end up with people like Michio Kaku.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, talk about an end run. That's yeah. That's so when Maliva's brother hosted gatherings of young intellectuals at his place, one of those evenings, Albert Einstein declared, "I need my wife. She solves for me all my mathematical problems." So, and then, I mean, what more evidence do you need? I mean, that's straight from the fucking horse's mouth. So basically,
why would anyone defend Einstein? I don't understand that. Like, what?
Thank you.
Why even try?
Because he's become, give me a break, he's the ultimate Jewish hero that the Jewish liberal progressives can love, because he's got this myth that he regretted building the bomb. But beyond that, when he was approached by Israel with hundreds of millions of dollars to become the first prime minister of Israel, he refused because he knew enough not to get involved in that shit.
Yeah,
so
he was smart enough for that.
Yeah, but that's more like common sense.
Right.
That's not intelligence. That's just common sense. But it's kind of like saying, "Hey man, I got a dumpster fire. Want to dive in for $100 million?"
Yeah, it's like, no thanks.
Yeah, it's but anyhow, I could go on, but you know what really happened? Because I'm getting questions about how did they get divorced? If I remember correctly,
he was fucking around. That's how.
One of the reasons. Yes, that's definitely right. Look, you know what? 8 pages. It was in 1908. It was Albert Einstein was delivering these unpaid lectures in Bern, Switzerland. He was offered around that time his first academic position in Zurich in 1909. And that's when Melita Marich was doing all the work. And it was then that it was irrefutably, incontestably exposed that 8 pages of Albert's first lecture notes were in her handwriting. That was one of the things that led to their divorce. Yeah, so you got this letter drafted in 1910 in reply to Max Planck, the great Nazi scientist, who was a member of the Nazi Party. I'm not just saying, oh, he was German and surfing the Reich. This guy was a member of the Nazi Party.
Planck was definitely,
Yeah. He came around seeking Albert's opinion. Now, documents that are all in Maleva's handwriting, you know you can't access them anymore because guess fucking what? The Americans gave them to the fucking Jews. And these documents are all kept at the AEA, the Albert Einstein Archives in Jerusalem, where no one is allowed to see them. And they're all in Maleva handwriting. Isn't that awful? The world you fucking live in. You know, I mean, this is it's disgusting. And you know what was said? Maliva Marich confided to Helene Slavich. She said, "My husband's now recorded as the best of the German-speaking physicists, and they give him a lot of honors. I only hope and wish that fame does not have a harmful effect on his humanity." And then later on she added, "With all this fame, he has no time for me." What is there to say? With notoriety, one gets the pearl, the other gets the shell. So she gave him a pearl that he ran off with. Their second son, Edouard, was born on July 28th in 1910. Now, well, guess what? At that time, Albert Einstein then started an affair with his own cousin.
Here, get this just quickly.
Yeah.
The Forgotten Life, Scientific American, Forgotten Life of Einstein's first wife. And then right under it, no information is available on this page.
Holy fucking shit. Disgusting.
Like they scrubbed the whole article.
I bet. That's horrendous. Fucking Jews.
Yeah.
Fucking Jews.
The Indians report on it. There you go.
Thank God for the Aryans. Thank God for the Aryans. That's where the term Aryan sources from. For good
so
reason.
not only was it that fact, but apparently he was a total weirdo. He presented her with a list of rules, treating her as a domestic servant and demanding a cessation of intimacy, along with other unscrupulous correspondences. So this dude was just a loony bin.
He's just another Jewish patriarch. That's Jewish patriarch shit. You know, that's
but I mean, none of it sounds like good. It's not like he gave her money. Dude was just demanding shit.
Of course not.
She had to like live in a shack or something. I'm not even joking.
Oh, he's disgusting. He's disgusting. But then again, all Jewish husbands are. That's what Jewish husbands do. It's like in every culture on earth, the woman lives longer than the man, except in Jewish culture.
Right. And then he married his cousin after? Is that true?
That's what happened right after they gave birth to their child, Edouard.
Right.
As soon as they gave birth to their child, Edouard, Einstein started an affair with his own cousin, Elsa Lowenthal.
And future wife.
Yes.
He married this.
While he was visiting his family in Berlin.
Oh, shit. That's crazy.
So basically, then he marries his cousin. He inbreeds.
Yeah. Oh, this is horrifying. It says It says they separated in 1914, but didn't get divorced till 1919. But in that process, she suffered a nervous breakdown. Jeez, so
she had two sons.
Her life.
She had 2 sons.
Horrifying.
She had to move back to Zurich with 2 boys on the 29th of July in 1914. And she agreed to the divorce in 1919, the year my father was born, my legal father, with a clause stating that if Albert ever received the Nobel Prize, she would get the money.
Yeah.
That was the legal clause in their divorce. And guess what? What do you think? When he got the Nobel Prize and she's got 2 of his sons to take care of, he lets her and her sons, his own sons, starve to death, saying, well, they're not really Jews. You know, and
well, they got divorced in 1919 and he won it in 21. So he just didn't give a fuck, maybe.
Yeah. Edward, his son, and it was his genes, not hers.
Oh, well, it says here, according to this article, the Indian article, he did give her the money at some point.
Yeah, she had to sue for it. But guess what? At that point, his own son, and it was his genes, not hers, his own son, Edward, developed schizophrenia and had to be internalized.
Inflicted with a mental disease. Yeah, there we go.
And because of those medical expenses, think of the medical
expenses. Which exhausted the funds. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Which could only be continued through the sale of her property. Oh my God! So she died homeless.
That's right.
Holy fuck!
Because Albert never sent her any alimony. He never sent any alimony. She had to sue for the Nobel Prize money. But the fact that she legally won the Nobel Prize money means she earned the Nobel Prize.
It says in accordance with his last wishes.
Yeah, he only gave it in his will. All
of his personal documents were deposited into the Hebrew Library of Jerusalem.
Yeah, there
including
you go.
all of the correspondences between him and his first wife.
There you go. There you go.
Most important it says she made major contributions, and his most important publications were she was a major contributor, but was not acknowledged as a co-author. So this is public information, people out there.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And
she was denied a life of fulfillment as a scientist, as academia had no place for women, and made her unrepresentable, even in the upper class of Swiss, German, or Jewish society. Dang, that's rough.
Yeah. So, man, what a bunch of fuckheads. It's like...
So this guy isn't something to look up to. I mean,
thank you.
The whole mythology of Einstein is crazy.
Thank you. Thank you. Whoever holds him as a hero has just been reading all the Jewish propaganda, and they're completely ignorant. Because you won't learn anything by reading that shit. You know, people who watch the Jewish media, they think that the Jews fought for themselves in World War II and killed Hitler with the Inglorious Bastards and shit. They think Ludendorff died killed by Wonder Woman in World War I.
Yeah, they have no idea what's going on. And the whole Einstein, everyone loves the Einstein picture where he's sticking out his tongue, and that's like, the whole,
that's his, that's
quirky.
That's his whole fuck you to the universe. It's like, I fucked you over. I fucked you all. You're dumb enough to believe I'm the guy who came up with this shit. If you believe some crazy looking... The only reason people believe he came up with that shit is because he looks the part. That's pretty much what you're saying. He looks the role that they cultivated to make him look the role. The role is based on Einstein simply as when it really should be, when you see somebody looking like that, you should be thinking Bozo the fucking clown. That's with his tongue out. And
he's just a science actor. That's what I call
it. A science actor. I like it. Michio Kaku, which is on the level of, or who's the black guy? Who's the black astronomer?
All of them. Yeah. They're all sci actors. You talk about Tyson, Neil deGrasse.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, the black rapist who calls himself a scientist. Yeah.
He's such a goof. That guy's such a goof, dude.
With a piece of shit. Yeah. I mean, you look at him.
The secrets of the universe. And it's just like, he basically is just plagiarized, like, what's his name? Carl Sagan when he was dying, he said, he gave all his notes to him and shit and said, "You're my legacy." And so he just...
Did he really? Why would he give it to him? Why give it to you? Just to prove he's not racist?
Who knows? Yeah, basically.
Jesus Christ. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's
his story. We don't know what really
happened. That's right. That's good point. Point well taken. That's
he did get the TV show. He did get the Cosmos later. So
Jesus.
But it was just regurgitating the same shit that Sagan did. It's not it was any profound shit.
Yeah, thank you. Jesus Christ. It's like people only uphold these people because they see him on TV and they think, oh yeah, I recognize his face. Yeah, it's anyhow, it's I don't know how much longer of this I could take.
I've had enough of Einstein.
Yeah, we better move on. It's just we're just gonna get more and more angry throughout the night. I mean, then when we start talking about Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson, these are just like
they're like the bottom of the fucking barrel.
Yeah, it's the coon cadres of physics, the coon cadre of physics.
And they've been saying the same shit since I was in high school. Like middle school.
Yeah.
Like, and you listen to them now, and they're on social media, and they're saying the same bullshit.
Thank you.
Like Michio Kaku. Type 0 civilization. We're sub-zero.
Yeah.
We're not on the scale. You know, it's just like...
Yeah, his whole theme is you're a piece of shit.
And these are all like conjectures based on the Dyson sphere. It's like, that's not even real.
Yeah, thank you.
Like, you talking about.
Thank you. It's all based on a Russian scientist, no less. A Russian pseudo-science fiction writer. A Russian science fiction writer came up with that shit.
We're not even on the scale because we haven't conquered a star. And it's just like, geez, dude.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. Yeah. And where have they done so, Michio? Where is your evidence that they have done so elsewhere? Do you know what he says? Do you know what he says?
That there's a Dyson sphere somewhere?
He says, there are millions of Dyson spheres, but because they cover up their stars, we can't see them.
Oh, yeah, I remember that line.
Yeah,
he says,
really?
He says, we wouldn't be able to detect them. Yeah.
Really? Really? Hey, by the way, it's a load of bullshit. Something would leak through, and we would say, hey, that's odd. We don't see light, but there's some kind of emissions coming from this area that should be a star. Because we'd hear the signals of the civilization while it communicates with itself. So all we'd need to do is hear all of the civilization communicating with itself, and that would escape. I assure you. So it's like, anyhow, he's
another one that was just brainwashed.
Yeah, they're paid. They're paid by the military to say the aliens, because they all lost World War II. And they say, and get the Jap guy to say it for us, because, that's perfect. Get the Jap to say it for us.
He must have been in Aquino White because he's from San Jose.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Like, do you think Aquino got to him or something?
Oh, fuck yeah. To all of them. Dude, he produced... Yeah, you think he just produced serial killers? These guys are the intellectual version of that. They kill people's brains. Yeah,
exactly.
They're serial brain. Yeah, they're worse. Yes, they're serial brain killers and shit. Yes.
But then kids grow up thinking this shit's normal.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, actually, thank God they turn all kids off to their pseudoscience, so at least the kids go looking elsewhere, because they can't stand watching that shit. Because they're forced to watch these guys in school.
Yeah, that was like so boring. We would just hate, like, we're gonna have a movie day and it's fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson. We'd be like, we don't want to watch this.
And he's got the what's the name of that Bing black guy rapist who, remember Troy was defending him saying, oh, those women just want to live off his back. Cosby. What was Bill Cosby? You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Cosby have the same eye bags. I call it the black rapist eye bags that they got. It's like they got the same eye bags. Like they're up all night.
They're worried about getting caught. All those chicks. I can't believe someone defends Crosby.
Yeah, thank you.
He accidentally slipped those drugs into those children's drinks. Like, how is that even possible?
Well, I was taking notes when Heather was telling me about the shit she's on. I'm going to use that to knock out his...
Oh, shit. It's amazing she's even functional.
Yeah, holy shit. How could she even talk?
Like, that sounded like a spell from a fucking one of those spell books. What the fuck was that?
This is a sleep spell. She'll be sleeping beauty after this. Yeah.
Yeah, it was sleep spell.
Yeah, more like sleeping booty. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she won't be feeling this. Yeah. Watch Carl Lindbergh will come back. This is getting dark again.
It's getting dark. Yeah, Heather's the first chick to roofie herself. That was
Yeah.
And you're like, are you supposed to take them together? No.
That's right. No, I said, have you told your doctor you're taking this?
No,
No.
the doctor would say, "Oh my God, don't
That's
do
right.
that."
Yes, oh my gosh. Well, no wonder Vin loves her.
Well, we know she's quiet most of the time. She's taking shit like that. Like that mixture, let's say.
Oh god damn. That's on a level with Carrie Fisher, what they found on the plane. Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, everyone was like, "How did she die?"
yeah, no. The question is, how did she ever survive to the age she was when she died
For
on
that
the plane?
long, right? Yeah. That's crazy.
Oh my god. So okay. Well, so at any rate,
Right.
Benjamin Netanyahu is proposing.
Okay, it's time for me to go to bed.
Yeah. Oh, come on! It's like no, we'll definitely miss you. It's but you know, stay with us as long as
I
you
think
can stand
you'll
it.
be fine.
Yeah. Well, I should be, but still, stay with us as long as you can stand it. And but we love you dearly. If you happen to fall asleep on us, you know, stay safe and be well. But oh my God. So yeah, and interject if you feel like it. Okay, if you just happen something provokes you, go ahead and do so. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Blessings.
Blessings. And so Benjamin Netanyahu is proposing that he's proposing the United States president for the Nobel Peace Prize. And it may seem like a sinister joke, but it seems the Gaza genocide these laureates in waiting are boasting about is reaping them benefits. It is giving them wings, like those of vultures. On the moral scourge of Trumpism, I have posed a question before each successive graduating class of Blood Boys for nearly a decade by now. How is it that half of America looks at Donald Trump and doesn't find him morally repellent? Well, to answer this question, how a person who lies, cheats, steals, betrays, and behaves cruelly and corruptly could be found morally acceptable by more than 70 million Americans, we must look to the axioms of the Scottish-American moral philosopher Alasdair MacIntyre, who died in May of this year at the age of 94. Now, there's a death that impacted me far more than Aussie Osborne, but nobody wrote me any emails. MacIntyre proved that the Enlightenment replaced the primacy of the community with the primacy of the individual. It produced, in his words, rationalistic systems of morals too thin and abstract to give meaning to actual lives. Thus today we are subsisting in a society with no shared moral order. I would say, without much hesitation, that one way of resolving a good deal of the Middle East conflict in that context, especially in Gaza, is for the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to start building kindergartens for Palestinian children there. Or perhaps inside Israel. And why not in their actual functional capital, Tel Aviv-Yafo itself? The same dictator that sensible folk around the world are deeming a mass murderer should be tasked with preparing their meals and, for the littlest ones, changing their fucking diapers. He would look so endearing and paternal, cleaning the rooms and making beds for surviving Palestinian children. This humane exercise as a sentence might even reconsider his opinion that Palestinian children, seemingly forsaken by God and the world's lofty democrats, are born or conceived as terrorists. Of course, for all too many of them, it would be too late. There are pictures of the Israeli soldiers, once the shooting is done, donning a Palestinian mother's dress after they killed both her and her child, like sadistic transvestites, or playing mockingly with the toys and footballs of the children that they've slaughtered by the thousands. Children that are no more in the daycare centers and the primary schools that the Israelis have cleared out with machine gun fire. I imagine that amid all the rubble that remains, the children haven't had much of a chance of kicking a ball around of late, so why not give all of these toys and balls to the Israeli motherfuckers who have massacred their families? Fuck the fucking Jew. And fuck anyone who loves them. Consider that macabre humor if you take offense. Because as I say, a sentence of childcare for Benjamin Netanyahu might soften the heart of a man who, as if trying his own hand at macabre humor, has proposed that Donald John Trump be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Both men, who no doubt would be skilled as butchers, claim war is peace, in a sinister distortion of language fit for a George Orwell novel. As a matter of fact, I'm certain that's exactly where they read the sentence from. Quite shamelessly, they boast that the genocide or ethnic cleansing be enacted in Gaza is an achievement that would make not one but both of them deserving of a prize that has, admittedly, a dark history. Trump himself, who carries the air of Jack the Ripper, did not hold back when he recently declared he had made an enormous contribution to world peace, whatever that may be, using the biggest bombs we've ever dropped on anyone, in this case on Iran in June. On the wings of vultures, as I myself would say. Nor did Trump forget his late colleague, President Harry Solomon Ship Truman, who had 12 atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, something the orange-haired barbarian insists stopped a lot of fighting. It is even rumored Trump was sorry the little gift he sent Iran was without a nuclear warhead. By the way, yes, perfect. Yes, our man Brendan Zogit says, the Truman duds were more of a flop. Indeed, indeed. In any case, it seems the Gaza genocide these laureates in waiting are boasting about is reaping them benefits, giving them wings, ample like those of vultures, and placing them on the highest pedestal of imperialistic aggression against the peoples of the world, and especially now the Palestinians. Like they were twa charitable nuns, or benefactors of the poor. One of them, Bibi, tells the other lamb his peace prize is well deserved, and you should get it. In other, though equally fateful times, the Second Russian Civil War exploded onto the world scene, and many great powers chose not to sit idly by as comrade murdered comrade. But those that intervened knowingly did so on the side of evil, even if simply by tolerating the charitable pursuits of select interests among their citizenry. The ill-conceived economic measures of the Bolshevik, or literally translated from the Russian as the majority leadership, in combination with acute drought, resulted in a great famine. 28 million people in the Volga region, the Russian Nile, the Urals, the dividing range between Eurasia and Siberia, southern Russia, the greater Don River Basin region, and Ukraine, the borderland, were starving by the end of 1921, and it is known that at least 7 million people died of hunger during that single year alone. Cannibalism and epidemics aggravated the situation. The conservative Menshevik, or literally from the Russian minority elements of the communist revolution, chose to resist forced collectivization and instead introduce moderate reforms in areas where reason prevailed. In response, the radical communists and social democrats made worldwide appeals to their like-minded colleagues and charitable organizations who knowingly functioned as communist collaborators to assist the Greater Soviet Union in propagating this same economic experience the world over to level the field by starving out the reactionary counter-revolutionaries. Foreign aid urgently needed to guarantee Bolshevik eradication of Russia's rationalist minority, and Western response was overwhelmingly enthusiastic. The French author Anatole France foolishly gave his Nobel Prize. The Norwegian Arctic polar explorer, statesman and scientist, and stooge, Fridtjof Nansen, appealed to all the world and received a predictably generous response, all coordinated into the Comintern, the Communist International, via the so-called International Workers' Aid for the Starving, a Comintern front and funnel fund, through which workers who lusted for such subhuman levels of existence to be imported to their homelands in Germany, France, and even Finland, which, as a nation unfortunate enough to have once suffered Tsarist colonization, now endured chronic provocations from its Bolshevik neighbor aimed at forcing it to submit to Soviet's Russian irredentism, donated money. About 700,000 pounds, or 318,180 kilograms of foodstuffs, was delivered to Russia, fallen victim to its own politically enforced malfeasance, and the Menshevik withdrawal from voluntary participation in such privations had resulted in their targeting for annihilation. But it was the United States which waxed nigh fanatic with propping the communist effort at radicalizing Russian collectivization efforts in hopes of soon emulating the social conditions of the workers' paradise via the ARA, the American Relief Administration, which, in association with the YMCA, the Young Men's Christian Association, initiated a program for the relief of hungry children in the USSR as early as 1919, the year my legal father was born. By 1921, a seminal year as revealed, by history itself, agreement was signed by the Greater Soviet Union and the ARA for programmatic intensification in the famine-afflicted areas that I've already outlined, where it helped to save about 3/4 or 75% of the population through foreign bounty. By the autumn of 1922, it had delivered about 30 million pounds, or 13.63 million kilograms of foods, medicines, and clothing. All of this prototypical Lend-Lease, anticipating the United States military and food aid showered onto allies, come the second active phase of what was still the ongoing First World War, authorized at such time by U.S. Congress in March of 1941, initially to aid Great Britain and the totality of its sprawling acquisitions and multitudes of restless subject peoples, 350 million aliens under crown per 1909 royal census, consisting the British Empire, which extended in Lend-Lease aid to include both China's, nationalist and communist, in April of that year, and by September of 1941 also encompassed the entirety of the Greater Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics under the seemingly boundless umbrella of American largesse. Over 22% of aid, or at least $10,000 million in hard United States currency, would go to support the Greater Soviet Union in its conquests, consolidations, and inevitable mismanagement of the populations, territories, and resources of many enemies and allies alike, was specifically distributed within the communist-administered BOZ, or BOZ, the Bolshevik-occupied zones, and categorically denied to the Menshevik, ZOR, the ZOR, or zones of resistance. In a nation amidst the convulsions of its second civil war, intentionally and decisively deployed as a weapon of mass deprivation, with the knowing consent and cooperation of the Western world, whose sympathies lay with the immediate establishment of a communist utopia on Earth, and opposed to the continued physical existence of the 25%ers, as they called them, the intransigent holdouts, whom at that time still comprised a quarter, 25%, of the new greater Soviet Russian Empire's populace that dared to entertain a conservative approach to social reform, as opposed to the violent imposition of social revolution. By the very act of continuing charity operations under the surveillance, intimidation, and routine arrests and interrogations of its organizers, the ARA in particular chose sides in the Second Russian Civil War and acted as an agent of denial to enemies of the greater Soviet state, offering alternative development, irreversibly carrying the victory to radical communism and setting the precedent for American public policy in that regard. American aid proved itself time and again to be the superweapon on the wall for an otherwise inviable communist socio-economic experiment and its recklessly chronic military ventures. By 1921, Vladimir Lenin and the Krasnaya Armia, the Red Army, created and commanded by Lev Davidovich Bronstein after 1917, not to defend the country, but to triumph in a series of some of the bloodiest civil wars in history as Commissar of War, under the nom de guerre, the name of war in the masculine, of Chairman Leon Trotsky, had defeated and decimated the Mensheviks, making Vladimir Lenin, in effect dictator of all the Rossias, the most brilliant speaker and writer of the revolution, and suitably ruthless to match the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times. State theorist Lev David Bronstein, a Jew, was in Ulyanov Lenin's mind as his successor. The total lack of principle so typical of the elitist Lenin, Trotsky, and their supporters was shown clearly when the garrison of Kronstadt, the major Russian Baltic naval base, began an uprising against communist rule in March of 1921. The sailors had been angered by the Bolshevik failure to distribute food to Russian cities, the general restriction of freedoms, and the imposition of harsh labor laws. They demanded greater political freedom via an end to communist dictatorship through party monopoly on power. These very same sailors who helped the Bolsheviks seize power, and whom had routed the forces of the legal provisional government, and whom had even guarded Lenin in the critical hours of the Bolshevik coup d'etat, were now the targets, first of false propaganda, and then of a massive military assault. The Kronstadt base had a limited stock of ammunition and even less food. Some 500 card-carrying communists in the naval fortress, including some commissars, were detained, but none were executed. When Lev D. Bronstein's forces took Kronstadt after a lengthy bombardment and a bloody assault, he ordered 1,800 sailors to be shot. Fewer than 10% of them were executed by the Cheka, the secret police. The rest were shot by the Krasnaya Armia, the Red Army, commanded by L.D. Bronstein, hiding under his Trotsky persona. 12 decades later, a fugitive Bronstein, entirely consumed by his Trotsky alter ego, would try to switch the responsibility for the executions to the Polish infiltrator Felix Dzerzhinsky. However, in this period, the military tribunals were not subordinate to either the head of the Cheka or even Red Army commanders. They followed only the orders of Chairman Trotsky, the People's Commissar of War. As Chairman Leo Trotsky, Lev Bronstein had proven his rabid commitment to communism by such acts as ordering the execution of peasants in Tambov province and the captured families of Tsarist officers in Kiev. As Chairman Trotsky, Lev Bronstein had given instructions to blow up churches and formed forced labor detachments. Refusal to enlist meant the execution of one's entire family. But, paradoxically, as Commissar for Defense of Communism, which was deemed a society on permanent wartime footing, and the number 2 man, next to the man now known to the world as Lenin, Leon Lev Trotsky, thought intrigue beneath the spirit of revolution, and this would cost the future dear. Between the spring of 1922 and his death on the 4th of January, never announced until the 22nd of that month, in 1924, a terminally syphilitic Lenin suffered 3 strokes. His wife, Nadezhda Krupskaya, was not his love. As Lenin of Kazan, Vlad Ulyanov sought satisfaction with his secretaries, who served effectively as his harem. His wife's different family name historically sources from the party, appointing someone else as Lenin's widow to punish her for not exciting the dictator's interest. The man aliased as Lenin, obviously very ill, that's a double entendre considering his mental state from birth, he added postscript to his testament, advising that the Gensek, a Russian diminutive of Secretary General, the Führer of the Soviet peoples, of the RCBP, the All-Russian Communist Party Bolshevikov, be removed from positions of power at the center because of character defects. But the dying Soviet leader's condition gives Secretary General of the CC, the Central Committee, the key decision-making body of the Communist Party of the Greater Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics, Yosef Vissarionovich Zhugashvili, that Stalin opportunity to seize all power. And the rest, as they say, is history. There was nothing good to follow, and nothing ever has. We all know what happened next. So this is no joke. In this case, the Israeli butcher's proposal is serious. It's no jest. He wants his American counterpart to have the award of Nobel, devalued and all, no doubt hoping for his own prize down the line. Why not? They both deserve it for their contribution in bombs and massacres to the peace processes. I use the term devalued because if they've given the Nobel to killers like the late United States Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, another Jew, and that terrorist, the late Israeli leader Menachem Begin, a Zio Jew, just to mention trois, a pair of the kikes that have given the Nobel Prize such an odious disrepute. Why not to these thugs? Another kike and a Jew fuck. Why not indeed, some will ask, if they are cleansing the world of the enemies of peace and preparing the ground in Gaza for the tourist hordes? Because for a kike, it's not just enough to kill somebody, you've got to make money off their corpse. Put it on display for people to gawk at. For the Nobel Award to have any justification, our kindly Trump might have to start building well-equipped shelters for immigrants. Of course, that would be akin to a pedophile running kindergartens. So this is a unique opportunity for the prize and its ever-deteriorating list of laureates to become utterly discredited, and finally fit for a calamitous violator of all human rights. And what would a crook like Netanyahu have to do to deserve the paltry little prize? Chauffeur around a Palestinian grandma and grandchild? Or better yet, bomb them off the face of the earth? Yes, at this point, I'm simply spiraling into a form of bitterness. Where else does one go? Well, here's a news alert. The trade war is real now. And first on the lips of his countrymen, a brutal poll has revealed the hilarious truth about Donald Trump's approval numbers right in the middle of MAGA's new grift to exorcise Epstein's ghost from haunting the Trump-Murdoch alliance. The House Speaker Mike Johnson announced that the House would recess a day early as Democrats are pushing to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. In Trump's latest desperate ploy, the White House has offered new shiny objects to distract from the Epstein scandal. Trump is spiraling and doing everything he can to drag America down with him. In the first quarter of 2025, well, if the first quarter of 2025 was all about the threat of tariffs, the second quarter is shaping up to be about their very real impact, as the tariffs themselves get real. Just what happens when a president sues a press baron? Well, while paleo-reactionary rich dudes think they'll responsibly make movies great again, can you guess who was the only president less popular than Trump right now? Take your time. I'll take you there. Donald Trump is suing the Wall Street Journal for reporting that in 2003 he sent a lewd birthday message to Jeffrey Epstein, a convicted serial mass pedophile who was killed in prison in 2019. Behold the state of American politics. The lawsuit is but the latest example of Mr. Trump's aim to enforce a kind of lèse-majesté rule against the media per lex Americana, rather than Pax Americana or Peace of America. It's the law of America through lex Americana. But Rupert Murdoch, whose mass media empire includes the Wall Street Journal, may prove to be less of a pushover than some of his peers. Ergo, in a desperate ploy to change the subject from the bungled Epstein Files saga, Attorney General Pam Bondi on Monday released documents relating to the late Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination and the investigation into Hillary Clinton's emails. Neither case is timely, but releasing documents related to the case offers red meat for right-wing propaganda networks to run with. That way, they can ignore the fact that President Donald Trump's MAGA base is enraged that Bondi said there are no files in the Department of Justice's possession that incriminate the powerful people who were friends with convicted serial child sex offender and mass trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. In a statement which said that the Department of Justice was releasing 230,000 pages of documents relating to the assassination, Bondi said, "The American people deserve answers decades after the horrific assassination of one of our nation's great leaders. The Department of Justice is proud to partner with Director Gabbard and the ODNI at President Trump's direction for this latest disclosure." Now, Bondi announced the release of the MLK files, even though his own daughter, Bernice King, said she did not want them released because they would not be instructive and would only open painful wounds. In a piece published in Vanity Fair, the daughter of Martin King wrote, "I wonder why I have to be confronted once again with something that was very confusing and distressing for me as a 5-year-old. I am, honestly, not prepared to revisit the gruesome details of this painful history. For me, there is no real value therein. There is only reliving the trauma." Bernice King went on to post an image of her father looking displeased, with the text, "Now do the Epstein files." Touché, honey. Bondi on Monday also said she turned over documents related to the Clinton email investigation to Senate Judiciary Chair Chuck Grassley, the Republican from Iowa, who is still probing the non-issue 8 years later. It's likely an effort to throw a bone to Trump's base, which is enraged about the misadministration's claim that there is nothing more to be released about Epstein. Apparently realizing that this wouldn't be enough to make the Epstein scandal go away, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche released a statement yesterday reiterating that there are no documents in the DOJ's possession from the Epstein case that incriminate anyone at all, but said that the DOJ will speak with jailed Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell to see if she has any information about Epstein that could lead to future investigations. To quote his T, This Department of Justice does not shy away from uncomfortable truths, nor from the responsibility to pursue justice wherever the facts may lead. The joint statement by the DOJ and FBI of July 6th remains as accurate today as when it was written. Namely, that in the recent thorough review of the files maintained by the FBI in the Epstein case, no evidence was uncovered that could predicate an investigation against any uncharged third parties. Not a single one. President Trump has told us to release all credible evidence if Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who has committed crimes against any victims. The FBI and the DOJ will hear what she has to say. Now, hey, is it me? I mean, Troy Bellamy, he's a math teacher. 1 + 1 = 2, right? We've got victims. It's acknowledged that there are thousands of child victims. We've got perpetrators. It's acknowledged that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell are both guilty parties in mass human child sex trafficking. No ifs, ands, or buts. 2 guilty perpetrators, thousands of child victims, many now in their teens or 20s or young adulthood. Yet, there's no one implicated as a clientele? How does 1 + 1 not equal 2? Is this that new math they're talking about, Troy? Troy, you're the math teacher. Come on, Lon. Tell me all about it. I mean, it don't add up. Meanwhile, over on Capitol Hill, the House is mired in a state of paralysis due to the Epstein files imbroglio. Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican from Louisiana, who is blocking a bipartisan bill that would legally compel the Trump misadministration to release these files, is refusing to put his own toothless resolution on the floor that would urge the release of the files relating to Epstein, but holds no legal weight to actually force them into public view. He wants to wait to put his nothing burger resolution up for a vote after Congress returns from a 5-week-long August recess, which he declared yesterday, to avoid talking about this at all, hoping that maybe the scandal will have blown over by then. That has congressional Democrats fuming. The Republicans are too busy jacking off over the child porn. In a post on X, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party representativist Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, who is defying Trump to fight for the release of the Epstein files alone among all Republicans, it would have to be her, says, "Dangling bits of red meat no longer satisfies. They want the whole steak dinner and will accept nothing else." What's more, Democrats on the House Rules Committee, a powerful committee that tees up legislation for votes on the House floor, plan to offer other amendments relating to the Epstein files to bills this week. But because Republicans on that committee didn't want to have to vote against those amendments, as directed by Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party leadership, Republican leaders decided that the Rules Committee simply wouldn't meet at all. Punchbowl News' Jake Sherman wrote, and here I quote his tea at length and verbatim, and I'm going to shout where he uses all caps, "The House floor is frozen because House Republicans are rebelling against Speaker Johnson." Well, he uses at Speaker Johnson's strategy for dealing with the Epstein files. The House Rules Committee is supposed to hold the line for the leadership and vote down any Democratic amendments, but they are unwilling to kill Epstein amendments, which means Johnson's leadership team cannot bring anything to the floor. Johnson tried to push a non-binding resolution but declined to bring it to the floor. Johnson is caught between a House Republican conference that is wary about voting against Epstein-related measures and a president who wants nothing to do with revisiting the sordid episode. Ultimately, the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein is haunting Trump and the Republican Party. Regardless, reactionary conservatives in America control every lever of the federal government's power, but they remain infuriated that they do not control the levers of culture and entertainment. Surely that cannot be because the type of entertainment they push is garbage and no one wants to watch. No, it must be because the right studio, backed by the right multi-billionaires, hasn't come along. Enter Founders Films. Really? Really? Like founding fathers? Ooh. You know what they were like. Backed by high-level employees of Vice President J.D. Vance benefactor Peter Thiel's Palantir Technologies. Another South African faggot. Surely this will be the way that paleo-reactionary conservatives crack the entertainment market. Do Palantir Chief Technology Officer Shyam Sankar, the yellowest house nigger you've never heard of, early Palantir employee Ryan Podolsky, a Polak, or investor Christian Garrett have any particular background that would make you want to give them money to run a studio? Not particularly, although Sankar is getting to play act as a soldier, having been one of 4 techno executives, that the army invented a detachment for. Why? So that they could all pretend to be lieutenant colonels despite never having served a day. Shh. No, I'm not pissing, I'm shushing. So, I mean, no one tells Shankar that, as he thinks that it's all real, and did a wildly embarrassing piece about it for Wdy72325's Free Press for eugenics enthusiasts. I'm not making this shit up. They're offering a breeding program for ideal Republicans. Like they're going to breed an ideal citizenry of Republicans. Where would they get the sperm for that? Oh, don't tell me. I forgot. Arkham Asylum. Where else? So, what do these big brains have planned once they sucker some other multi-billionaires out of their not actually hard-earned money? Such blockbuster ideas as... You know how I know about this? Because they approached my son's husband for funding. And he said no. But he let me see the scraps at the table, pamphlets they were handing out for movie ideas. They gave him a pitch. And Sugar Daddy had to look at, however briefly, on paper, pitch ideas for Operation Pineapple Express, about the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. How our soldiers got out safely while leaving all the Afghan civilians behind. A 9/11 movie celebrating courage. That's its title. And a yet unnamed flick about the 2020 assassination of top Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. Surely all of those will be blockbusters. Move over, Marvel. There's also a 3-part adaptation of Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged planned, because of course there is. Were any people out there, anyone at all, demanding a new Ayn Rand trilogy? Couldn't they just go watch the trilogy that actually came out like 15 fucking years ago? Sure, I think the first part got mercilessly panned by critics. And the second part got mercilessly panned by critics. And yeah, the third part got mercilessly panned by critics. Actual moviegoers didn't even really, no one actually went to see this shit because particularly by the time part 3 rolled around, everyone knew it was a piece of shit. But surely now America is ready for 6 to 9 hours of Ayn Rand beamed into their eyeballs, right? Hopefully, Founders Films will have better luck than the producers of the previous trilogy, who had to recall 100,000 DVDs because the jacket described Ryan's Atlas Shrugged as a timeless novel of courage and self-sacrifice. And Randians 100% do not believe in self-sacrifice. Perhaps Americans will rush to the Cineplex to see some other founders' films fixations, which it will be, in their own words, and this is why Sugar Daddy told them to go fuck themselves, to quote his founders' films, their work will be unafraid of offending the Western left while mindfully respectful of mainland Chinese audiences. A foundational platform upon which they will use, again their words, which led Sugar Daddy to tell them to go fuck themselves. They say they'll use American cultural power to spread skeptical views of liberal progressivism while building bridges with the market potential offered by the Chinese Communist government. I mean, definitely what we're all looking for. How exciting can they produce even be? No matter how much money the Palantir dudes and their pals throw at this exercise, it's likely just going to be Ben Shapiro's The Daily Wire Studio 2.0. Did you even know the retro-conservative gadfly Ben Shapiro, another fucking kike, had a movie studio? No, of course you didn't, because, he's Jewish. That's just something they get at birth, right? Okay, be honest. Did you know Ben Shapiro had a movie studio because you were ever organically aware of one of his entertainment offerings, or only because of coverage of his failed attempts to break out of the right-wing wacosphere? No, of course you didn't, as I thought. I bet the farm on that. Or rather, I should have, and I'd be rich right now. Shapiro's studio already offers what Founders Films promises. Jingoistic trolling starring a combination of fading stars and people that the rest of Hollywood doesn't want to work with because it's just fucking weird when people keep yelling about wokeness when you're just trying to do your job. I mean, who could have predicted that Terror on the Prairie, a 2022 Daily Wire joint starring Gina Carano after she went full anti-vaxxer transphobe, would have flopped? Everyone, actually. In the end, perhaps this isn't such a bad thing. If retro conservatives want to light their money on fire by giving it to other multimillionaires to make bad, ham-handed movies that no one wants to watch, who am I, the son of Adolf Hitler, to say no? Donald Trump's approval rating has officially reached an all-time low. For his second midterm in the White House, that is. Today, CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enton, reported that Trump's net approval rating had sunk below the waterline to a negative 11 points. To quote his T, the USS Donald Trump has taken on a lot of water. His net approval rating has dropped nearly 20 points in the aggregate since the beginning of his presidency. The American people do not like what they're seeing. And Donald Trump's administration is in a ton of trouble at this point in the minds of the American voters. There is one other presidency that has a lower net approval rating at this point than this one. The bad news is that it was Donald Trump's other presidency, his first presidency. You see, the President of the United States just posted a fake video to the entire world Sunday night of a kneeling Barack Obama being placed in handcuffs, and we are supposed to go along like it is just another day in America. This has got to fucking stop, before we wake up one day too soon and find it is already too late. Our working press has so completely lost the thread right now, it would be laughable if it wasn't so goddamn dangerous and motherfucking disgusting. The same media that made a meal and regularly dined off the America-loving Joe Biden's allegedly declining cognitive skills during the bulk of his term in office still cannot bring itself to accurately report on the most dangerous and corrupt person in American imperial history, the America attacking Donald Trump. In fact, it might even be worse than that, because from here, it looks like many in the Fourth Estate have completely surrendered to this gruesome man, who already spurred the most violent assault on our capital since the Canadians sacked it in 1814, and then did nothing but root for its success for 3 terrifying hours. Our country is hanging by a thread. You know it. I know it. And hundreds of millions of people around the world know it. Yet our mass media machine is still treating it all like we are in the bottom of the 7th inning of some baseball game. Rather than taking a deep, damn collective breath and assessing just how rotten a job they are doing reporting on the most significant news story since the first American Civil War between the states for rights, our mass media machine seems more interested in cashing in on the crimes of the century. When dark places like CBS News aren't filling their bottomless pockets by intentionally dumbing down their news product, they are bowing to the sickening king and helping him to fill his. Now, this isn't the first time I've raised this alarm, and it will not be the last. I know I am hardly alone, and can see you all nodding in sad agreement as you hear these furious words. But every now and then, I need to take a breath and scream aloud that this is not how journalism is supposed to work, God damn it! Now this is one of those nights. How are there still not entire news desks in our major media hubs devoted to nothing but this relentless attack on America? How isn't currying favor with Zio-satraps across the globe while punishing Democratic leaders not a 24/7 all-points bulletin? World wars have started this way, for crying out loud. And as I've pointed out so many times, if we lose this war, and right now we are being pummeled by this grotesque misadministration and its slimy Republican orcs, the first thing to go will be our editorial independence in this country. So rather than using the skills and new sense they are taught as journalists to defend this once honorable profession by simply accurately reporting on this dangerous attack, they are getting out of their way to aid and abet it. How bad is it? Well, the New York Times decided to lead its front page yesterday morning, paying homage to the arsonist, instead of reporting on the horrific damage he's done with his nuclear-powered blowtorch. It's bad enough the Times decided to lead their paper with an analysis piece rather than the gory facts. But it gets worse, much worse, when they treat it all like some unifying conquest by the sickening Trump as he heroically pulls his revolting base together to keep up their attack on as many innocent human beings as possible in this country. I guess they figure since they've already normalized caging human beings in alligator-infested swamps where they are forced to eat like dogs, and swiping health care from millions so they can slowly die, there'd be no reason to make any big deal about a president spending his time in office sharing disgusting Ziorushist videos that are so clearly designed to tap into his voters' most base and racist instincts. The video that the communications staff, Stephen Miller, eagerly cobbled together for Trump shows Obama in an orange jumpsuit pacing in a cell. I will not be sharing this video here, but if you wander off into any of the likely darkest corners of the internet, like Fox News, you can find it. And if you are saying he did this as a distraction from this slowly developing Jeffrey Epstein story, then you need to clean out your brain and open your eyes, because we are long past the distraction stages of this active Rushist takeover and knee-deep in all the carnage that will come to reflect, parallel, and maybe even perhaps to rival that which happened in the Greater Soviet Union, as I earlier described. Stop normalizing any of it just because you and our goddamn mass media machine can't keep up with all of it. I mean, are Americans scared of Trump? Why are we just sitting and watching him dismantle us? This is the question, isn't it? If my moral question I ask the Blood Boys is too abstract, then a centrist, I would say politically centrist, radicalized centrist, fascist perspective here is what I'm giving you. But I think you guys need to put party politics aside and recognize Trump for what he is, a puppet for factions that do not have America's best interests to heart. His tariffs suggest he doesn't have the first clue about economics. He's alienating the American empire's traditional allies, is weakening America, and playing right into Putin's hands. His filling top government positions with incompetent and unqualified people seems to suggest a fragile ego, and he can't work with people who knows more than he does. His dismantling all the agencies that maintain standards of worker safety, the environment, food content, health, etc. is dangerously destabilizing across American imperial society. Sooner or later, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party must develop some backbone and act to stop this lunacy. But it will only happen when the American people come together and say, enough! Trump is in a steady mental and physical decline and doing everything he can to drag America through the sewer and down to hell with himself. Our mainstream mass media machine doesn't need to follow him there, but they do need to find some high ground and start reporting on it with some goddamn urgency. For fuck's sake! And because, well, I mean, if you ask me why, I can't believe I'm getting an email. Obviously, this is trolling, but it's kind of like when Santa sings the song, Be good, for goodness sake. Why? I'm telling you why. Because the pay gap between America's corporate leaders and their workers grew even larger in 2024. A new report finding that CEOs at the nation's 1,000 largest public companies took home 285 times as much as the typical United States worker's paycheck of $49,500. Really? Your average worker making under 50 grand a year. Multiply that by 300 times and you see what the CEO takes home. And now, in breaking news, Trump really wants to tank the economy, having privately said that he will fire the Fed Chair Jerome Powell. In what would be an extraordinary escalation, the President Donald Trump has signaled to a group of Republican lawmakers that he will fire the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell and throw our economy into chaos. Banking experts concur that if Trump does fire Powell, it will have devastating impacts. And like everything else in Trump's agenda, it's entirely illegal. Of course, Trump has already wrecked the American economy. The United States economy is not doing well because vanishing immigration is the real story for the economy, and a bigger supply shock than tariffs. Donald Trump's second midterm agenda is not only causing substantial near-term damage to the American imperial economy, but also fundamentally threatening America's global standing and competitiveness. The self-destruction of the past 6 months has been unprecedented and is about to get worse. You red Republicans wanted this. The man behind Trump's tariff strategy? Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, has forged a tight relationship with the president and put himself at the center of the misadministration's chaotic tariff rollout. To quote his T, I pitch these ideas, and Trump says, let's do it. Now, last Monday evening, Donald Trump's motorcade left the White House to take him to an undisclosed location in Washington. It turned out that he was visiting the D.C. home of Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce, who was turning 64. Lutnick had thrown a big bash for himself a few days before, but on the night of his actual birthday, the president was his only guest. Trump stayed for 2.5 hours, hanging out with Lutnick and his family. The two men are kindred spirits. As a person close to Lutnick said, if you were a fly on the wall, listening to them, you'd think they hate each other. Fuck you! But that's just how they talk. They're both New Yorkers. In front of the kids, no less. This spring, on what the president dubbed Liberation Day, Trump deputized Lutnick to become the public face of his tariff plan. After the initial rollout caused widespread economic chaos, the misadministration announced a pause and promised to produce 90 trade deals in 90 days. As of, yesterday afternoon, last time I checked, they'd only made a handful, with Lutnick having said, there are so many coming! We get lots of them in the hopper! That's kind of him masturbating and ejaculating sperm into Kleenex. It doesn't go anywhere. Lutnick is an amplifying influence on Trump, as another person close to the Commerce Secretary has told the Fourth Estate. He and the president both love the idea of abusing tariffs to erase America's trade deficits and as a form of redress for what they view as decades of, as Trump puts it, getting ripped off. The original 90-day deadline was July 9th, which the president then extended again. Lutnick and Trump now have a new fast-approaching deadline, August 1st. Meanwhile, tariffs are being increasingly abused as a diplomatic cudgel. The misadministration has threatened Brazil with a tariff of 50% in response to what it has called a witch hunt against Jair Bolsonaro, that country's former president and a Trump ally, despite the fact that this individual has an ankle collar as a pedopornaholic. Well, that makes him Trump's ally, along with Epstein's, for sure. They're all in the same party. Trump said that he will impose a 100% tariff on countries that do business with the Russian Empire if it doesn't reach a ceasefire with Ukraine. Around Washington, the evolving strategy has been described as shadowboxing. A New York financier characterized the approach as throw out an unreasonable position or proposition, see if someone's willing to bend, then pivot, diminish expectations, and tell people you achieved victory. Trump himself, ever personating the businessman, has decided that making everyone, or rather everything, more expensive is what will make our country great again. His tariffs are expected to cost the average family $4,000 this year, according to the United States Chamber of Commerce. I thought Republicans were the party of the working class. I thought they were supposed to care about grocery prices and the cost of living. But with the insanity of Trump's tariffs, a cooling job market, and tax cuts that protect the wealthy, it seems like nothing is actually getting better for the average American. Our economy actually shrank. Again, Republicans, you really wanted this. You were so scared of a government that was slightly more liberal that you would let everything get more expensive for working families. What were you afraid of? Taxing multi-billionaires? Helping first-time home buyers? Kamala Harris's opportunity economy? It seems like none of you thought this through. Or worse yet, you probably fucking did. Almost incidentally, as we're all struggling to bob our heads above water and gasp for what lungfuls of air we can before sinking below waterline again, we're living in an age of floods, which has somehow proven a windfall for ice. No, not the ice that's in the icebergs, you idiot! Somebody actually writes me a note. How do I get these notes so quick? I'm talking about Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. I should say enforcement, but I'm slurring at this point because I'm just so upset. I'm carrying on the show longer than usual because I'm so upset. Climate change has made the most dangerous floods more frequent, and we are simply not prepared to handle what's to come. Yet, when we look back at President Donald Trump's big agenda law in a few years, its historic expansion of immigration and customs enforcement could be what we remember most. At the beginning of this month, the Guadalupe River overflowed, killing more than 100 people in the Texas Hill Country. Shortly after, floods ripped through North Carolina, parts of the Midwest, New Mexico, and Washington, D.C. itself. And last Monday night, as rain crashed down on New York and New Jersey, phones lit up, warning residents of imminent flooding. Videos of water rushing into a subway station went viral, and by Tuesday morning, 12 people in New Jersey were confirmed dead after their car was swept away by the storm surge. As temperatures around the world continue to rise, so have bursts of extreme precipitation. We're now seeing more floods that resemble the volatility of a tornado or a wildfire, events that leave only a narrow window within which to act before the deadly force of the raging river arrives at your door. Obviously, we're living through a distinct age of floods, but we still don't yet have any systems in place that are equipped for what's to come. So there'll be a few key things that you all should know. I'm using that term you all now, which has suddenly become somehow standardized. And I feel like I've been living with Brooke Gibson. Get the joke? She's Southern. Anyhow, know this much. The idea of 100-year flood is a misleading statistic. The phrase makes it sound as if a bad flood will occur only once every 100 years. But what the 100-year floodplain actually measures is how likely a flood of a certain magnitude is to occur in a certain area. Someone living in this zone would have a 1% chance of being flooded any given year. And a recent study commissioned by First Street Foundation, a private risk assessment firm, found that such massive floods, previously considered 100-year events, are, on average, becoming more and more frequent. And a storm surge is not the deadliest kind of flood. We're familiar with the footage that shows people in low-lying coastal towns and cities, inundated by rain, wading through streets submerged in water, but those floods often unfold more slowly, allowing people to get to safety on higher ground. A flooded river, by contrast, moves rapidly and reshapes the entire landscape. Thus, millions of homeowners are living on property that is at high risk of flooding, but they don't truly understand these risks. In recent years, people have moved away from coastal areas to places out of the way of storm surge flooding, hurricanes, and rising sea levels. But the kind of flooding that occurred in Texas's Kerr County often takes place in the hilly and mountainous areas that are attracting all these new residents. They have merely traded a devil they know for one they do not. FEMA uses floodplain maps to designate an SFHA, or Special Flood Hazard Area, but the data used to identify those places is based on readings from the middle of the 20th fucking century, actually earlier. The first street study found that of more than 17 million properties that are at risk of flooding, only 5 million are in a FEMA-designated flood hazard zone, meaning that all too many homeowners and buyers, the majority of both, are unaware of the risks to their property that they're spending so much money, sinking their life savings into. Despite all the aforesaid, 'twasn't FEMA, but the ICE agency what just received an astronomical amount of money, despite its being extremely unpopular. FEMA was a prime target for cuts. Now this, a FEMA official resigned in protest after Trump cuts hobbled the Texas flood response. The FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency chief in charge of urban search and rescue, has quit the agency following a lackluster response to the recent flooding in Texas that killed more than 100 people. Ken Paglarek resigned on Monday, declaredly in response to efforts by the Trump misadministration to hobble the agency, part of President Donald Trump's ongoing policies against funding and properly staffing branches of our federal government. Previously, Paglarek worked for more than a decade at FEMA's Urban Search and Rescue Branch and led multiple teams responding to natural disasters. CNN reported that Paglarek told colleagues at FEMA that the delay was the tipping point that led to his voluntary departure after months of frustration with the Trump administration's efforts to dismantle the agency, according to two sources familiar with his thinking. At least 135 people died in the Texas floods on the 4th of July. Among the most tragic cases was the flooding at Camp Mystic, where at least 27 campers and counselors were killed. Included in the deaths were several children as young as 8 years of age. Families in the region affected by the flooding have testified that they did not receive warnings and alerts ahead of the flood, giving them enough time to prepare, and have attributed deaths to those delays. In some instances, there was a 90-minute delay before any alert was sent out, and some residents said they didn't get any alert until 6 hours thereafter. Asked about the problems On July 11th, Trump lashed out at the press for questioning his team's misactions. To quote his T, "Only a bad person would ask a question like that, to be honest with you. I don't know who you are, but only a very evil person would ask a question like that." FEMA was a prime target for the cuts to government funding led by the Department of Government Efficiency, the team set up by Trump at the beginning of his midterm and led by his highest donor, the multi-billionaire Elon Musk. Dodge misactions authorized by Trump disrupted FEMA payments to states, local governments, and nonprofit groups. Musk and Dodge similarly targeted a swath of agencies, undermining basic operations that have been in place for decades across both parties. Dodgy teams staffed with loyalists to Trump and Musk infiltrated government systems, while courts repeatedly ruled that their actions had broken the law. Additionally, Trump installed the loyalist Kristi Noem as Secretary of Homeland Security with aid from Senate Republicans who confirmed her. The department is the parent agency for FEMA. Noem has presided over layoffs, mass layoffs, and disruptions at FEMA as part of Trump's misactions to defund federal response programs. And in June, acting FEMA head David Richardson declaredly told staffers he wasn't even aware that the United States had a hurricane season. Trump has sought to uproot FEMA's abilities, and now his plan is in place. The result being just as I predicted: unqualified leadership, sluggish responses to disaster, and a rising death toll. And as immigration enforcement officers in masks have become a visual staple in these United States, they confront resistance 2.0. We saw Good Trouble Lives on protests this week before last as the Trump resistance gets louder and more organized. In a matter of months, it has become a regular sight around our country. Immigration enforcement agents detaining people and taking them into custody, often as public anger and outcry unfold around them. But in the process, something has disappeared. The agents' faces, covered by caps, sunglasses, pulled up neck gaiters, or balaclavas, effectively rendering them unidentifiable. With the year only half over, the covered face, as deployed by law enforcement in a wave of immigration crackdowns directed by President Donald Trump's White House, has become one of the most potent and contentious visuals of 2025. The increase in high-profile immigration enforcement was already contentious between those opposed to the misactions of Trump's misadministration and those in support thereof. The sight of masked agents carrying it out is creating a whole new level of conflict in a way that has no real comparison in the American imperial history of policing. Trump misadministration officials have consistently defended the practice, the malpractice, saying that immigration agents have faced strident and increasing harassment in public and online as they have gone about their enforcement in service of Trump's drive toward mass deportation, and holding their identities is for their and their families' safety to avoid things like death threats and doxing, where someone's personal information is released without their permission on the internet. Last month, Immigration and Customs Enforcement Acting Director Todd Lyons said, "I'm sorry if people are offended by them wearing masks, but I'm not going to let my officers and agents go out there and put their lives on the line, their family on the line, because people don't like what immigration enforcement is." There's pushback, as expected. Democrats and others, including the several state attorneys general, have pushed back, saying the abuse of face masks generates public fear and should be halted. In a letter to Lyons last week, a group of Democratic senators said the stepped-up immigration enforcement in workplaces, restaurants, and other sites was already causing dismay, and the increasingly common sight of masked agents represents a clear attempt to compound that fear and chaos, and to avoid accountability for agents' actions. In American culture, covering one's face has often gone hand in hand with assumptions of negative behavior, or should I say misbehavior. Think bandits donning bandanas in cowboy movies, or robbers putting on ski masks before pulling a heist on a bank. Even comic book superheroes who cover their faces have been swept up in storylines in recent years that derisively refer to them as masks, and say their decision to hide their identities while enforcing justice is transgressive. And the presence of masked police or paramilitary forces in other countries has been seen by Americans as antithetical to promised democracy and justice for all, and to the common law principle of being able to face your accusers. Mask wearing overall in American life took another hit during the COVID-19 pandemic, when many Trump supporters scoffed at notions that protective masks would insulate people from the deadly virus and scorned people who wore them. More recently, Trump has come out against masks, at least when they're being worn by protesters. Last month, he himself posted on social media that demonstrators wearing masks should be arrested. Indeed, he suggested they should be shot. Given all that cultural context, it's even more problematic that those enforcing laws be the ones with their faces covered, with at least one expansion into local policing. In Nassau County, on Long Island, just outside New York City, Peter Moon property. County Executive Bruce Blakeman last week signed an executive order allowing police officers to wear masks during certain types of work, including working with immigration agents. Something Vinnie Barbaric, under his alias of Peter Moon, his own mask, his nom de crime, would approve. You see, power gives different symbols different meanings. Different meanings, I mean to say. For those who question why it's different for law enforcement to wear masks if protesters and non-law enforcement personnel are doing it, it's because symbols have different meanings based on the power and position of people using or abusing them. Alison Kinney, the authoress of The Hood, or simply the title reads Hood. It's a book about clothing item, that clothing item in particular, of course, the hood, and the various ways people have used it, has gone on record to say, and here I quote as she, ICE agents are agents of the state, and they're invested with not only power, but also with protections in carrying out their job. But that job is also supposed to be public service. It's also supposed to be accountable and responsible to the public that pays their salaries. And so they have an even greater responsibility for transparency and accountability and making themselves known so that we, who pay their salaries, can hold them accountable for the justice or injustice of their actions or misactions. So concerns over how law enforcement is held accountable to the public have come up before. As a historian, I can't escape that fact, and it's my job to educate you thereon. Advocates pushed for officers to wear body cameras and demanded that police officers have visible names and badge numbers. But there has not previously been much discussion around police masking because there simply isn't a history of it being done in any kind of official, widespread way in these United States outside of SWAT, special weapons and tactics operations, or undercover type operations. The most high-profile example of mask wearing in American history for the purpose of hiding identity is also its most negative one, racist attacks carried out by members of the Ku Klux Klan. Their masks served a purpose, of course, of keeping the wearer's identity secret, but they also made it easier for those wearing them to commit violent acts against others. Elaine France, a history professor at Kent State University and authoress of the book titled Ku Klux, The Birth of the Klan During Reconstruction, has so written, and here I read therefrom, "One thing about a mask is it kind of works like being behind a riot shield. When you have more of separation from the person you're attacking, it's easier to dehumanize that person." Concerned that the maneuver could strain police-community relations even more, thus putting officers at even more risk, Tobias Weinstein, a professor of moral theology at St. Patrick's Pontifical University in Maynooth, Ireland, has worked in law enforcement in these United States and writes frequently about policing ethics. And he's testified that he hopes law enforcement mask wearing will never be normalized. Himself asking, and here I quote his T at length and verbatim, "If what you're doing is above board and right, then why conceal your identity? Wearing a mask seems to increase fear and decrease trust, and policing from federal to local in America needs trust and transparency, and community relations that are positive. The harms, the risks, are greater by wearing masks, not only to the individual officers, but to the profession itself, as well as to the United States society. It's just going to further exacerbate the us versus them polarization, the lack of trust, and that's probably the last thing we need right now." To reiterate, the rise of masked officers is controversial new ground in American life. But protests against the Trump misadministration's policies have built up to a focused, organized movement. Why it matters? After a quiet stretch in the months following President Trump's electoral victory, the streets are buzzing again. Demonstrations are growing in size, in frequency, in coordination. Protests against Trump's misadministrative policies and allies have attracted millions in the last few months. Tesla takedown in March, hands off, and 50-51 in April, May Day, no kings in June, and Free America on Independence Day. Point, protests also broke out in Los Angeles last month in response to the misadministration's immigration enforcement, inspiring others across the country. Point, Good Trouble Lives On protests were scheduled for July 17th, commemorating the 5th anniversary of the death of civil rights leader and former Representative John Lewis. More than 56,000 people RSVP'd to 1,500 events as of, the Friday before last. The other side, yes, there is another side, the dark side. Well, in a statement, the White House spokesperson Liz Houston said, "Nearly 80 million Americans gave President Trump a historic mandate to make America great again, and he is delivering on that promise in record time." As for a flashback, historically, U.S. protest movements have been focused on a specific issue. William Hall, an adjunct professor of political science at Webster University, Washington University, and Maryville University, makes 2 points. One, that in recent years, those included the Women's March, March for Our Lives, and Black Lives Matter movements. His second point being that the protests of the past several months, however, reflect broader opposition to Trump-era mispolicies or malpolicies, and the MAGA movement. So zoom out. Protests yesteryear came to fever pitch over widespread opposition to Israel's genocide in Gaza following the October 7th, 2023 Zionist-orchestrated attack. And zoom in to the Indivisible Project, a leading organizer group, which describes its mission as, "We will not yield to Rushism. We will stand together and will fight back in defense of our rights, our communities, and our values." Leigh Greenberg, the Indivisible co-foundress and co-directress, has stated, "There's extraordinary damage being sustained across every front that we care about. And because of that, I think the way in which people are processing individual outrages or specific moments has shifted a little bit." On July 16th, Indivisible launched 1 Million Rising, a national project to train 1 million people in the basics of community organizing and campaign design. As to the intrigue, Gloria J. Brown Marshall, a professoress at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, who published a book this year on U.S. protest history, concludes that effective protesting often starts with an emotional response to a policy or an event, swiftly followed by strategy. So, per Brown Marshall, herself emphasizing that the current movement is reaching that second stage, she saith, "The idea of protest as an effective tool regained its footing. It took the imagination again of young people and others to say, this is the way. That outrage is still out there, but now it's going to be funneled and channeled into strategies and tactics on how we actually make change in the government. As more and more protests happen, local, state, and federal elected officials will feel uncomfortable maintaining the stance they have." President Donald Trump's mobilization of California National Guard troops to protect immigration officers from protesters highlights his crackdown on undocumented workers and the economic impact of a sudden drop in labor supply. Protests in Los Angeles began on a Friday into one of the latter weekends of last month, when armed federal agents clad in camouflage uniforms, tactical vests, and helmets arrived in armored vehicles to carry out a raid on a clothing wholesaler. This being but the latest in a series of similar high-profile operations at businesses around the country. Also that Friday into the first weekend of last month, the Labor Department issued its monthly jobs report, which showed the United States workforce shrank in May as the number of foreign-born workers saw the biggest back-to-back decline since 2020, the year of the COVID pandemic. That comest after a surge in immigration during the Biden administration helped boost economic activity. Now, according to the UG, the United German Deutsche Bank analysis of data from these United States Customs and Border Patrol, the number of encounters at the southwest border has plunged to 12,000 people per month since Trump's inauguration, from an average of 200,000 during the more than 12-year period between January of 2022 and June of 2024. While Trump has pointed to weaker payroll growth as reasons for the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates, his immigration crackdown gives the central bank, which is already wary of the inflationary effects of his tariffs, another reason to wait and see. That's because a workforce that is growing more slowly doesn't need as much hiring to absorb the additional labor supply. In fact, even as average payroll gains have cooled to 124,000 a month this year from 250,000 in 2024, the jobless rate has hovered around 4.2% since last summer. Wall Street sees a lower break-even rate for job growth, or the amount of hiring needed to keep the unemployment rate steady. according to Morgan Stanley, which cited mass deportations and slower immigration by the end of this year, that pace should fall to 90,000 per month, from 170,000 now and 210,000 by yesteryear. Thus, the UG Deutsche Bank, the United German Bank, warned the collapse of immigration will have broader implications in financial markets, including for the United States dollar, which has already been battered by Trump's aggressive tariff campaign. On Friday, into the weekend before last, George Salvadeos, the head of FX research at UG Deutsche Bank, the United German Bank, wrote in a note, and here I read that from. While everyone is focused on the impact of tariffs, the real story for the United States economy is the collapse in immigration, down more than 90% compared to the run rate of previous years, equivalent to a slowing in labor force growth of more than 2 million people. This represents a far more sustained negative supply shock for the American imperial economy than tariffs. Yesteryear, we were writing that the United States was benefiting from a Goldilocks mix of high employment growth and low wages precisely because of high immigration numbers. If recent immigration trends continue, it must follow that over the course of the year, the reverse will happen. As the 2022 energy shock showed, a negative supply shock is not good news for any currency. Thus, Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, the men who fought you to a standstill in World War II, point out that without immigration, America is nothing. Once again, is this really what Republicans want? Or at least still want? Or are they so scared of the possibility of trans people having rights or undocumented immigrants receiving due process that they would choose a government that won't stand up to a tyranny? Would they really elect a tyrant in the first? They did, so I suppose they must be okay with all of it. Why do you think the Germans were on the side of right in World War II? You now have a Zionist occupation government, and they're the ones who are your master race, pushing for the ethnic cleansing of people you consider a browner scale of melanin, a little darker around the asshole. Well, you're the real assholes, and you're gonna pay the price for your assholishness. Out of your pockets where it hurts the fucking most. Well, I need something out of your pockets, and I need it right away. Contributions of, at the absolute minimum, $250, 25 United States dollars, but most hopefully half $100 to $100 United States dollars to make $1,000 before the end of the month. For now, for those who support me, you have my best. For the Edomites, Edom simply being the word for red, and these reds, whether commie or Republican, we might as well translate the term. Commie Republicans. I have nothing but contempt.